Selected, translated, and edited by Michael Jaworsky. This volume is an anthology of. It traces the evolution of Soviet thought from the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 to the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party in 1961. The span of time covers three phases of Soviet intellectual history. First, the revolutionary 20s, which were characterized by radically new social engineering and by intellectual ferment, optimism, and impatience. Second, the period of Stalin's authoritarianism, in which political authority sought to impose ideological uniformity, yet failed to fully eliminate dissension. Third, the post-Stalin years, distinguished by increasing attempts to re-examine the ideological inheritance from the earlier periods. For the purpose of presenting a comprehensive picture of the evolution of, the author has chosen not to pursue the popular approach, which is restricted to studying classics, that is, the views of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Khrushchev. While the popular approach has its merits, it nevertheless suffers from immanent liabilities in that it merely reveals official Soviet political thinking. Proponents of this approach have succumbed to what may be called a hero interpretation of Soviet thought by creating the impression that after the Bolshevik Revolution the production of political thought became a monopoly of the political leaders Lenin, Stalin, Khrushchev, etc. Consequently, the popular approach has resulted in an inaccurate picture of the scope, aims, and content of. For example, proponents of the popular approach have neglected the body of political thought produced during the 1920s. Yet this was a dynamic and prolific period in the history of Soviet social thought. The literature of this period produced by political and legal theorists, economists, philosophers, historians, and ideologists is diverse, original, and full of cognitive content, and the range of both theoretical and practical problems discussed is indeed impressive. Soviet social thinkers in the 20s took these problems seriously, much more so than did their Western counterparts, for they were engaged in a new type of social engineering. They considered themselves to be the builders of a new, rational social order founded on principles presumably never before applied. Western proponents of the hero approach in studying Soviet political thought commit a similar fallacy with regard to the Stalin period. It has become fashionable in the West to assert that during Stalin's regime only his views prevailed. But this is far from the truth. First, many of the philosophical and political views attributed to Stalin had been discussed in the early 20s before he had some dictatorial power. Second, despite the wholehearted determination of Stalin and his lieutenants to superimpose an official set of views, they failed to bring about complete uniformity. Moreover, Stalin, who enjoyed a monopoly over interpretation of the basic tenets of Marxism-Leninism, reversed himself on several occasions, the last of which took place in connection with the linguistic controversy in 1950. The effect of Stalin's pronouncements on this and other controversies amounted to a direct condemnation of the principal tenets of dialectical and historical materialism in Marx's, Engels, and Lenin's formulation, and, indeed, in Stalin's own earlier interpretation. The popular hero approach has even less validity in studying Soviet political thought after Stalin's death. There are no more heroes in the Soviet Union who could single-handedly control the thought processes of social theorists. Indeed, since Stalin's death, but especially since the 20th Party Congress, there has been a tendency on the part of the party leaders to abstain from making binding pronouncements of a general doctrinal or philosophical nature, as had been the case under Stalin. Rather, the party has restricted itself to the formulation of short-run and long-run social objectives, and of the means necessary for their attainment, which are periodically presented in the form of party programs. The theoretical elaboration of the party's policies, as well as of various philosophical, political, and economic problems that fall under the label of Marxism-Leninism, are being left increasingly to professional social thinkers who are associated with institutions of higher learning. Therefore, exclusive reliance upon official party pronouncements for the purpose of presenting necessarily results in an incomplete picture. To avoid the shortcomings of the popular approach, the author decided to use the writings of professional Soviet social thinkers, philosophers, political theorists, historians, legal theorists, economists, sociologists, and party ideologists. The mainstream of Soviet political thought, with all its currents and undercurrents, is more accurately reflected in their writings than in the party programs or in the official writings of Lenin, Stalin, or Khrushchev. At the same time, concentration upon the writings of social theorists will account for the official aspects of, because the views of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and other party leaders are frequently referred to and liberally quoted in these writings. The main body of the book consists of translations of Soviet materials until now unavailable in Western languages. These materials representing the views of more than 50 Soviet social thinkers were selected for their intellectual value and historical relevance. The author has sought to avoid presenting merely small fragments of the original materials. His aim has been to present complete arguments, which unfortunately necessitated some duplication. The translated materials are presented in chronological order. This form of presentation makes it possible for the reader to follow the flow of arguments and counterarguments. However, for the convenience of the reader, the translated materials are divided into 3 parts reflecting major phases in the development of Soviet political thought. Each part is preceded by an introduction indicating the principal features that distinguish one phase from another. The entire body of translations is preceded by an introduction, in which the philosophical and methodological assumptions underlying are discussed. These assumptions were stated in the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, and are frequently referred to by Soviet writers. It is hoped that the discussion of these assumptions will bring some clarity to the maze of ideas underlying and will facilitate the reader's understanding of the translated materials. A word of explanation is necessary concerning the problem of rendering Russian titles in English. The system of transliteration used is that of the Library of Congress, with diacritical marks and ligatures eliminated. In transliterating the titles of books and articles, the English style of capitalization was adopted. It should be noted that the omission of sections of the articles has been indicated by the symbol. Another problem that should be mentioned concerns the footnotes in the translated Soviet materials. Soviet authors frequently furnish merely general information as to the sources they used, without indicating edition, place, and date of publication, and page number bears. In most cases, for the reader's benefit, the missing information has been provided. At this point I wish to express my gratitude to Professor Robert W. Tucker, of the Johns Hopkins University. As my teacher, Professor Tucker instilled in me lasting interest and critical insight in social ideas. As a friend, he contributed greatly to the completion and the publication of the manuscript. I am also grateful to Miss Elaine Paul, Miss Ruth McNiven, and Miss Ksenia Horoshak for their typing and editing assistance. My final expression of thanks goes to Jack G. Gollner, editorial director of the Johns Hopkins Press, for his encouraging interest in the manuscript, and to Miss Penny James for her endurance and efficiency in editing the manuscript. New York, January, 1967. Introduction, Philosophical Assumptions Underlying. The Scope and Nature of the Marxist Dialectical Method. Philosophical Materialism. Dialectical Materialism. Engels' interpretation of dialectical laws. Lenin's interpretation of dialectical laws. Stalin's interpretation of dialectical materialism. Historical materialism. The materialist theory of history. Necessity and freedom. The theory of basis and superstructure. The nature of ideology. The Marxist conception of social classes. The principle of partisanship. Part I. Revolutionary intellectualism of the 1920s. Introduction. The Revolution, Law, and the Courts. Lunacharsky, 1917. The Goals and Methods of the Proletarian Revolution. Goikhbarg, 1918. Law and Crime, Their Origin and the Conditions of Their Elimination. Kozlovsky, 1918. Law and Right are inherited like an eternal disease. Stuka, 1919. Dialectical Realism as a Method of Cognition of Social Phenomena. Mizharovsky, 1922. The Marxist Class Theory of Law. Stukha, 1922 Law, Socialism and State Capitalism in the Transition Period. Jaworsky, 1922. Inconsistencies in the Marxist Theory of Basis and Superstructure. Stukha, 1923 A Normative Conception of Law, Podvolotsky vs. Stukha. Podvolotsky, 1923. Law as an Instrument of Class Domination. Podvolotsky, 1923 The Withering Away of Law. Podvolotsky, 1923 Civil Liberties, a Bourgeois Deception. Podvolotsky, 1923. Justice, the Ideology of Law, and Revolution. Goikhbarg, 1924 The Narrow Horizon of Bourgeois Law. Pashikanes, 1924. Morality, Law and Justice. Pashikanes, 1924 Toward a Marxist Conception of Law and State. Krylenko, 1924 The Affinity Between Some Bourgeois and Marxist Theories of Law. Rubinstein, 1924 The Law and Communism. Krylenko, 1924 Bourgeois and Marxist Conceptions of State. Kasanofontov, 1924 Anarchism and Marxism. Veger, 1924 The Conflict Between Socialist Theory and Soviet Reality. Krylenko, 1924 A Criticism of Kelson's Interpretation of the Marxist Theory of State, Anarchism and Communism, Wolfson, 1924. The Proletarian State and Communism. Veger, 1924 Revolution, Dictatorship and Civil Freedom. Kasanofontov, 1924 Proletarian Justice. Vyshinsky, 1925 Law is not a recipe for soap boiling. Ilensky, 1925 A Critical Review of Soviet Theories of Law. Kornilov, 1925. The Supremacy of Law as a Negation of Individualism. Ilensky, 1925 The Nature of Ideology. Razumovsky, 1925 Economic Rights under Socialism. Uspensky, 1925 Revolution, Law and Power. Naumuov, 1926 Communism and Law. Naumuov, 1926 The Last Act of the State, It Withers Away. Stukha, 1926. Bourgeois or Proletarian Law in the Transition Period. Naumuov, 1926 A Critique of Legal Nihilism. Naumuov, 1926 Determinism, Freedom and Legal Responsibility. Razumovsky, 1929 Against the Revision of the Marxist Theory of State. Staljevic, 1930 The Marxist Conception of Classes and Law. Staljevic, 1930 The Relationship Between State and Law, a Criticism of Earlier Interpretations. Lutsky, 1930. Part 2. Stalinist Authoritarianism. Introduction. Georgian Interlude. Excerpts from a Conference on Law, 1931. The First All-Union Congress of Marxist Legal Theorists. Viktorov, 1931 Legal Ideology. Maryasin, 1931 Socialism or State Capitalism in the Soviet Union. Razunov, 1934 Conditions for the Withering Away of the State and Law, a New Interpretation. Razunov, 1934 State and Law under Socialism, a Reversal of Thought. Pashikanes, 1936 A New Approach to Socialist Law. Vyshinsky, 1938 In Defense of the New Definition of Socialist Law. Vyshinsky, 1939 Socialist Law and Equality. Galinsky and Strogovich, 1940. The Marxist-Leninist Theory of Truth. Gok, 1940 An Appraisal of Democratic Systems After the Second World War. Trainin, 1946 The Role of Logic and Dialectics in the Theory of Law. Piankovsky, 1947 A Dialectical Solution of the Conflict Between What Is and What Ought to Be. Piankovsky, 1947 The Principal Problems of Legal Theory. Vyshinsky, 1948. A Criticism of the Normativist Approach to Law. Staljevic, 1948 Elements of Bourgeois Ideology in the Soviet Theory of Law. Alexandrov, 1948 The Principle of Partisanship. Arjanov, 1949 Communism, State, and Law, a Stalinist Interpretation. Arjanov, 1949 Socialist Law as an Expression of the People's Will. Yampolskaya, 1951 Communist Morality. Karava, 1951 The Significance of Stalin's Marxism and Problems of Linguistics to Political Theory. Kechikayan, 1952 Part 3 In Search of Marxist Identity Introduction The Relationship of Economic Basis to Political Superstructure. Konstantinov, 1955 Marxism-Leninism as an Objective Truth, an Argument Against Dogmatism and Relativism. Fedosiev, 1955. The Unity of Contradictions Under Socialism. Rajan and Togorinov, 1957. Objective and Subjective Rights. Piankovsky, 1958 A Reappraisal of Stalin's Interpretation of the Dialectical Laws. Lebedev, 1958 A Rejoinder to the Revisionist Myth about the Liberation of Science from Ideology. Kameri, 1958 A Reply to Western Critics of Socialist Democracy. Selector, 1958 The Unity of Individual and State Interests Under Socialism. Selector, 1958 A Rejoinder to Bourgeois Critics of Marxist Dialectics. Strux, 1959 Religious and Communist Morality. Prokofiev, 1959 The Clerical Apology of People's Capitalism. Velikovich, 1960 Modern Capitalism and Economic Crisis. Collective Authorship, 1960 Repudiation of the Revisionist View on Dictatorship, Democracy, Communism, and the State. Platkovsky, 1960 Historical Necessity and Man's Conscious Activity. Collective Authorship, 1960 Marxism-Leninism as a Philosophy and a World Outlook. Collective Authorship, 1960 On Communist Society, Its Immediate and Future Prospects. Collective Authorship, 1960 A New Type of Man Under Socialism. Togorinov, 1960. A Critique of the Theory of the Synthesis of the Socialist and Bourgeois Systems. Zivs, 1960 A Repudiation of Ethical Socialism. Gorina, 1960 The Idea of Historical Change and Progress. Khan, 1960. A Soviet View of Pluralist Democracy. Gileev, 1961. A Critique of Western Ethical Relativism. Schwarzman, 1961. Science and Morality, A Marxist Interpretation. Shishkin, 1961 Dictatorship and the State During the Transition from Socialism to Communism. Lepshkin, 1961 War and Revolution. Butenko, 1961. Introduction Philosophical Assumption C-*3. Underlying. 3. The Scope and Nature of the Marxist Dialectical Method. An understanding of is greatly facilitated by a familiarity with the various philosophical, methodological, and epistemological assumptions underlying it. These assumptions were stated in the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. Soviet social thinkers view these assumptions as constituting a specific method, which they claim to be using constantly in the process of elaborating their theories. This method is designated most commonly as the Marxist dialectical method. However, frequently it appears under different labels, such as the Marxist, the Marxist-Leninist, the materialist or revolutionary method. Whatever its label, the Marxist dialectical method is acclaimed by Soviet writers to be the sole strictly scientific method. It is supposedly grounded on propositions that have the character of objective or absolute truth. Consequently, it is purported to be superior to all other methods ever used. It is this method that presumably is responsible for the scientific character of Soviet social theory. In the judgment of Soviet writers, the Marxist dialectical method is not merely a scientific method in the strict meaning of the term. In addition to being the ultimate method for studying social phenomena, it represents at the same time a most advanced theory of cognition, a most progressive political ideology, a method for the revolutionary transformation of old social orders into new ones, a method for the conduct of domestic and international policies, and finally, a method for foreseeing and predicting the future. In other words, the Marxist dialectical method is purportedly a method of science and of politics at the same time. It is as suited for the purpose of determining and executing policy objectives as it is for the purpose of scientific investigation. In view of this assumption, Soviet writers vehemently reject the contention of some Western theorists that the nature of science is distinct from that of politics, and that, consequently, the method used in politics is inapplicable to the field of science. They reject with equal vehemence the view that a scientific method cannot be simultaneously a political ideology. They argue that the outstanding peculiarity of the Marxist dialectical method, a peculiarity that makes it superior to all methods used by bourgeois social scientists, lies in the fact that it succeeds in blending all these qualities. Soviet writers contend that the Marxist dialectical method is diametrically opposed to all methods ever employed by bourgeois social scientists, especially to the Humean, Kantian, and neo-Kantian methodology, to Hegelian idealism and mechanistic materialism, to Comtean sociological positivism, to pragmatism, empiricism, intuitionism, logical positivism, and operationalism. In their judgment, all bourgeois methods are artificial, abstract, or formal, in the sense that they represent merely a set of operational rules free of value content, or, if they provide for such a content, then it is based on false or subjective values. In contrast, the Marxist dialectical method is presumably neither artificial nor formal, because its principles are deduced from real life and the values it comprises are true, that is, objectively existing values. The Marxist dialectical method covers a broad spectrum of problems that in Soviet literature appear under the labels of philosophical, dialectical, and historical materialism. Following Lenin, who maintained that Marxism is cast from a single piece of steel, Soviet writers assert that the various doctrines constituting the Marxist dialectical method represent not only a logically consistent but also an organically unified system of thought. It will be seen, however, that this contention is of doubtful validity, for the various problems subsumed under the labels of philosophical, dialectical, and historical materialism are at times either unrelated or simply logically incompatible. This fact is rather significant because it is the product of the Marxist dialectical method and consequently it reflects all its inconsistencies. In view of this, an attempt will be made to determine the content of philosophical, dialectical, and historical materialism, to find out what, if anything, they have in common, and to point out their relationship to philosophical materialism. As indicated earlier, Soviet writers identify the Marxist dialectical method with philosophical, dialectical, and historical materialism. In turn, philosophical materialism, as a constituent part of this method, is depicted by them as an epistemological basis of dialectical and historical materialism. In other words, philosophical materialism presumably integrates components of the Marxist method into a closed, univocal system based on monistic assumptions. In discussing the subject matter of philosophical materialism, Soviet writers traditionally refer to Engels' views as stated in Ludwig Feuerbach and Anti-Diering, to Marx's indirect pronouncements on this subject scattered throughout his works, and to the interpretations of these views advanced by Lenin and Stalin. Engels, Marx's, Lenin's, and Stalin's views, which Soviet writers identify with philosophical materialism, were couched in the cumbersome language of Hegelian idealism. However, stripped of the obsolete philosophical verbiage, it becomes apparent that philosophical materialism deals essentially with two basic problems. The first problem is the one concerning the relationship between spirit and matter. That is to say, Engels and Marx were confronted with the traditional theological and Hegelian philosophical claim that the spirit, or what Hegel called the idea, was prior to matter. The theological notion of the spirit and Hegel's notion of the idea coincide with one another. Both of them were intended to signify a non-material phenomenon, a phenomenon existing in the form of thought. Hence the question of priority of spirit over matter raises, in effect, the question concerning the priority of thought over matter. Such was also Engels' understanding of this problem. In his words, the great basic question of all, and especially of recent philosophy, is the question of the relationship between thought and existence, between spirit and nature. Which is prior to the other, spirit or nature? Philosophers are divided into two great camps, according to the way in which they have answered this question. Those who declare that spirit existed before nature have formed the idealist camp. The others, who regard nature as primary, belong to the various schools of materialism. To Engels, Marx, Lenin, and Stalin were materialists because they recognized the priority of matter over thought. In recognizing matter's priority over thought, they committed themselves to a view diametrically opposed to the theological and idealist theses that assert priority of thought over matter. At the same time, however, they committed the same error as theologians and idealists. The question concerning the priority of thought over matter is of a religious origin. This fact has been recognized quite clearly by Engels, though it is frequently overlooked by his Soviet followers. In Engels' words, thus the question of the relation of thinking to being, the relation of spirit to nature, the paramount question of the whole philosophy has, no less than all religion, its roots in the narrow-minded and ignorant notions of savagery. But this question could for the first time be put forward in its whole acuteness, could achieve its full significance, only after European society had awakened from the long hibernation of the Christian Middle Ages. The question of the position of thinking in relation to being, a question which, by the way, had played a great part also in the scholasticism of the Middle Ages, the question, which is primary, spirit or nature, that question, in relation to the Church, was sharpened into this: did God create the world, or has the world been in existence eternally? 3. Engels' error lies in his assumption that a theological question, a question that, as he correctly stated, has its roots in the narrow-minded and ignorant notions of savagery, raises a rational problem, and that consequently it can be answered scientifically. His line of reasoning was as follows: theologians were right in raising the question concerning the relationship between thought and matter, but they failed to answer it correctly. Only now, with the development of a scientific approach represented by Engels and Marx, could it be answered. The scientifically correct answer to this question is that matter was prior to thought. What Engels did was to accept uncritically the theological assumption that an understanding of thought and matter is impossible without first answering the paramount question. His error lies precisely in the acceptance of this assumption. For the question which is primary, spirit or nature, is analogical to the question which was first, the chicken or the egg. It stands to reason that science is able to bring about an understanding of the structure and the properties of chickens and eggs, and also of the causal relationship between them, without answering the question of their absolute priority. Indeed, science does it without even raising such a question. It could be argued that even if it were possible to ascertain scientifically the priority of chickens or eggs, this would not add anything to our knowledge, which science obtained without raising the question. The same applies to the question concerning the priority of thought or matter. Although scientifically irrelevant, the presupposition of the temporal priority of thought over matter, or vice versa, is of great significance to theology and to materialism in Engels and Marx's interpretation. According to the theological view, God as the non-material spiritual entity is the creator of the material world, which he controls by virtue of being its creator. Similarly, according to the proponents of philosophical materialism, matter, being prior to thought, controls thought by virtue of its temporal priority. The assumption that matter controls thought underlies the materialist theory of cognition, which is known as the reflection theory of knowledge. According to this theory, the function performed by the human mind in the process of cognition is that of reflecting, copying, or photographing the external reality. 1. From the viewpoint of this theory, man's mind does not appear as a creative and hence interpretive instrument, but rather as a passive camera-like or mirror-like instrument, confined to mechanical copying of the reality surrounding it. The most obvious implication of the reflection theory of knowledge is that the ideas entertained by man are not the product of his mind. The mind does not create them, it finds them, so to speak, ready-made in nature, and then reflects them. It is customary among Soviet writers to describe the reflection theory of knowledge as the only consistent and scientific one. Under closer analysis, however, it is rather apparent that it is burdened by insurmountable difficulties. Its principal deficiency is a failure to provide standards for judging the accuracy of reflection. As long as such standards are not furnished, the assumption that the mind's reflections represent an accurate, undistorted picture of reality remains an article of faith. Soviet theorists find the proof of the accuracy of the mind's reflections in the classics, that is, in the writings of Engels, Marx, Lenin, and Stalin. But their views on this subject constitute optimistic declarations to the effect that man's mind, being a part of nature, must reflect nature accurately. To quote Engels, but if the question of what thought and consciousness really are and where they came from is raised, it becomes apparent that they are products of the human brain and that man himself is a product of nature, a product which has been developed in and along with its environment. Hence it is self-evident that the products of the human brain, being in the last analysis also products of nature, do not contradict the rest of nature but are in correspondence with it. 5. Similarly, according to Lenin, the picture of matter reflected in mind is a true picture of objective reality, 0 or an approximately true reflection of it. 7. Mind reflects accurately because it is a piece of nature reflecting other pieces of nature. These contentions represent a naturalistic aspect of the reflection theory discussed within the framework of philosophical materialism. Within this framework, man's mind appears in its natural purity. It is viewed as an element of nature unaffected by the corrupting influences of man's social experience. It is because of its natural purity that the mind's reflections of objective reality are accurate. And since in actuality these reflections assume the form of ideas or statements about objective reality, it follows that all statements are equally objective and hence equally valid. From the viewpoint of philosophical materialism, it is impossible to make a distinction between true and false statements, for all statements appear to be accurate reflections of reality. In other words, however contradictory and absurd our views of reality may be, they must be accepted on their own merit as self-evident truths. The reflection theory of knowledge has a serious bearing upon the theory of society and politics. The assumption that man's ideas are reflected from nature leads to an entirely different conception of society from the assumption that ideas are creations of the human mind. Since according to the reflection theory of knowledge all of man's ideas are reflections of nature, it is reasonable to conclude as Soviet social theorists do that the laws governing man's social behavior are also deduced from nature. But if it is true that man's social life is governed by laws derived from nature, and, in addition, if it is assumed that these are the same laws that govern nature, then social order cannot be considered to be man's creation. On the contrary, social order appears then to be an extension or a replica of natural order, a more or less perfect replica, depending upon the accuracy of nature's reflections taken by the human mind. On the other hand, the assumption that ideas are the creation of the human mind leads to a diametrically opposed conclusion to an activist conception of society. One can speak validly of social order, as distinct from natural order, only if it is assumed that social order is founded on principles, laws, or, in brief, on ideas that are of man's creation. For only if man is capable of creating his own ideas can he succeed in creating a social order distinct from that of nature. It is rather apparent that the reflection theory of knowledge ulti, in contrast to philosophical materialism, which represents entirely a theory of cognition, dialectical materialism may best be described as a general theory of nature. The expression nature is used here in its broadest, all-inclusive sense, encompassing the material world, the social world, and the world of ideas. This is significant, for if dialectical materialism were concerned only with nature in the narrow meaning of the term designating only the material world, there would be no need to deal with it in a study of Soviet political thought. The fact is, however, that dialectical materialism is based on the assumption that the material world, the social world, and the world of ideas are integral parts of a universal process of motion and development. Another assumption underlying dialectical materialism is that the universal process of motion and hence the process of development of all its constituent parts, nature, society, and ideas is governed by the same laws, namely, by dialectical or natural laws. It is these laws that constitute the principal object of investigation within the framework of dialectical materialism. Soviet theorists contend that dialectical materialism succeeded in furnishing scientific answers to such questions as the character of these laws, their sphere of operation, and their relationship to the material world, to man's actions and to his thought. In doing this, they follow Engels, who described dialectical materialism, or what he called dialectics, as the science of the general laws of motion and the development of nature, human society, and thought. Maitland leads to an anti-activist, naturalistic conception of society. Its most obvious implication is that the social values entertained by man are not of his own making, that they have an objective existence independent of man's volition, and that man mirrors them from nature. The most obvious weakness of the reflection theory is that it cannot account for the fact that men living in various societies entertain mutually incompatible values. The explanation implied by the reflection theory is that this is merely a reflection of the fact that nature is permeated by conflicting values. But such an implication is too fantastic to be fully accepted even by Soviet exponents of the reflection theory of knowledge. Consequently, it will be seen that within the framework of historical materialism they modify the reflection theory of knowledge in a way that permits them to speak of true and false values. 10. Engels' interpretation of dialectical laws. According to Engels, the science of the general laws of motion is based on a dialectical conception of nature. He derived this conception of nature from the New German philosophy which culminate in the Hegelian system. In his words, in this system and herein is its great merit, for the first time the whole world, natural, historical, intellectual, is represented as a process, i.e., as in constant motion, change, transformation, development, and the attempt is made to trace out the internal connections that make a continuous whole of all this movement and development. 10. The process of motion in which the whole world, natural, historical, intellectual is involved is not simply a mechanical one. The process represents a progressive development, a development that, as stated by Hegel and frequently repeated by Marx and Engels, proceeds from lower to higher levels. 11. It is a self-improving process, presumably directed toward the attainment of physical, intellectual, and moral perfection. The process of progressive development is fully predictable, for, in Engels' judgment, it is dominated by natural laws. These laws exist independent of man's volition and are beyond his control. They determine, with an iron necessity, the behavior of the elements of nature, man's social behavior, and his thought. As admitted by Engels, these natural laws were discovered by Hegel, but Hegel failed to understand them correctly. It is Engels and in part Marx who succeeded in explaining the true nature of these laws and their effect upon man's actions and thought. Following Hegel, Engels contended that the whole world, natural, historical, intellectual is governed by three laws. The first law cited by him is the law of the transformation of quantity into quality and vice versa, 13, which in the Soviet literature is also known as the law of precipitated or leap-like development. The discovery of this law has presumably invalidated the traditional view asserting that the process of development proceeds in a gradual, evolutionary manner. According to Engels, the gradualness in the development of nature and society is frequently disrupted. According to Soviet theorists, the science of the general laws of motion was developed by Engels and further expounded by his disciples, Lenin and Stalin. However, there are gross discrepancies between Engels, Lenin's, and Stalin's interpretations of dialectical materialism. Consequently, it is desirable to discuss them separately. By qualitative leaps, that is, by a sudden, precipitated, revolutionary change of quantity into quality and vice versa. In support of this view, Engels referred to a celebrated illustration of quantitative leaps given by Hegel. Hegel argued that, given a certain quantity of water at 0 degrees C, the slightest shock is sufficient for it suddenly to become hard, which means that the slightest lowering of temperature below this point will transform water into ice suddenly. This sudden transformation presumably represents an interruption in gradualness, that is, a precipitated or a revolutionary change into a new quality. The sudden leaps that are responsible for the precipitation of social development are the revolutions. Revolution, the employment of physical force for the purpose of changing the existing social system, appears as a necessary and unavoidable condition of social development. From Engels' point of view, revolutions appear as natural, not social, events. They appear as being superimposed upon man by the laws of nature and hence as beyond his control. In brief, the law of the transformation of quantity into quality and vice versa justifies revolutions as being both morally desirable and naturally necessary. The second law advanced by Engels is the law of the interpenetration of opposites, known in Soviet literature as the law of contradictions. This law attempts to explain the fundamental assumption of dialectical materialism, asserting that everything in existence, nature, society, thought, is in a process of motion and development. It asserts that motion and development are possible because of the clash of opposites, or contradictions, that is, the conflict between opposite elements constituting nature, society, and thought. In society, the opposites, or contradictions, assume the form of social classes, one struggling against another. From the viewpoint of the law of the interpenetration of opposites, the class struggle constitutes an unavoidable and necessary condition of social development. And, like revolutions, the class struggle appears as an event brought about by natural law and therefore beyond human control. The law of the interpenetration of opposites also has bearing upon the rules of formal logic. The rule of logical non-contradiction, as pointed out by Aristotle, asserts that the same attribute cannot at the same time belong and not belong to the same subject and in the same respect. 3. According to this rule, for example, the two statements A is here and A is not here are logically contradictory. Lenin's interpretation of dialectical laws. In recent years it has become fashionable among Soviet theorists to give almost exclusive credit to Lenin for the advancement of dia. And thus mutually exclusive, both of them cannot at the same time be true. Engels maintained that this rule is invalid because it does not correspond to objective reality. In his judgment, contradictions are objectively present in things and processes. 14. Hence, he concluded in conformity with the reflection theory of knowledge that contradictions inherent in nature not only should but must be reflected in human thought and reasoning. The third law, the law of the negation, has been characterized by Engels as an extremely general and for this reason extremely far-reaching and important law of the development of nature, history, and thought, a law which holds good in the animal and plant kingdoms, in geology, in mathematics, in history, and in philosophy. 15. This law covers a very simple process which is taking place everywhere and every day, which any child can understand as soon as it is stripped of the veil of mystery in which it was enveloped by the old idealist philosophy. 10. As an illustration of this simple process in nature, Engels pointed out a germinating grain of barley which negates itself in growth and ultimately negates its negation by producing a new seed. The illustrations from history are the various stages of man's social development, each negating another: the primitive community, the slave-holding community, feudalism, capitalism, socialism, and communism. In human thought, primitive, natural materialism was negated by idealism, and the latter in turn was negated by modern materialism. 1. In brief, the law of negation is based on the assumption that the past, the present, and the future of nature, of man's social life, and of man's thought constitute an endless process of development taking place independent of man's volition. This process evolves through certain stages, one contradictory to another, and hence one eventually superseding another, but at the same time each stage being a necessary condition for the stage following it. Taken together, All these stages represent a process of development in the sense that the transformation of one stage into another is presumably irreversible and that each stage appears to be higher, both intellectually and morally, than the stage preceding it. Lectical materialism. In fact, however, Lenin's contribution to the clarification of the problems that fall within the scope of dialectical materialism is not very impressive. His works, to be sure, are full of scattered notes on dialectical materialism, but some of these notes are almost unintelligible to one who is not thoroughly familiar with his mode of thinking. In contrast to Stalin, who modified dialectical materialism almost beyond recognition, Lenin was primarily concerned with corroborating Engels' theory of dialectical laws and with defending it from its critics. In the process of doing this, however, he somewhat extended the meaning of dialectical laws. To begin with, Lenin unquestionably accepted Engels' contention that everything in the universe is in the process of development and that this development is governed by three dialectical laws. Furthermore, he acknowledged that these laws are the laws of nature. 18 Moreover, he accepted Engels' view that these laws are deterministic in character, in the sense that they absolutely dominate man's actions and thoughts. However, on various occasions, Lenin spoke of dialectical materialism, of which natural laws are an essential part, as representing a new, dialectical logic or method. Thus, in his philosophical notebooks, these laws are no longer treated as the laws of nature but rather as methodological principles to be used for the purpose of a scientific investigation. 10 But it is doubtful that they can be used for such a purpose. A description of nature, of social reality, or of man's intellectual activity, rendered in conformity with these principles, can hardly add anything new to the assertions comprised in them. In all probability such a description would constitute merely a reassertion of the original principles, and hence would add nothing new to the object under study. The results of using the three laws as methodological principles would be similar to the use of a theological view that man's actions are determined by God as a methodological principle. A description of man's actions in conformity with such a principle would merely reassert the original premise. The application of such a method to the study of social reality would eventually lead to pure dogmatism. And it will be seen that this is frequently the case with the interpretation of social reality advanced by Soviet theorists. Another interesting point in Lenin's treatment of dialectical materialism is his interpretation of the law of the interpenetration of the other, opposites. Lenin attached a greater significance to this law than to others. In expounding the thesis that motion and development in nature and society are possible only because of the opposites or contradictions, Lenin advanced a peculiar interpretation of the relationship between them. On the one hand, he developed what is known as the theory of the unity of opposites, while on the other, he advanced the theory of the struggle of opposites. It is quite apparent that the idea of the unity of opposites plays a crucial role in Lenin's understanding of motion and development. For example, on one occasion Lenin asserted that in brief, dialectics can be defined as a doctrine of the unity of opposites. This embodies the essence of dialectics. 20. In another place Lenin stated that dialectics is the teaching which shows how opposites can be and how they happen to be identical. 21. Furthermore, according to Lenin, the identity of opposites is the recognition of the contradictory, mutually exclusive, opposite tendencies in all phenomena and processes of nature. The condition for the knowledge of all processes of the world in their self-movement, in their spontaneous development, in their real life, is the knowledge of them as a unity of opposites. 22. Lenin, indeed, was right in assuming that if opposites are responsible for motion, then they must somehow be united in the sense that there must be something holding them together, restraining them from disintegrating into a state of chaotic behavior, and preventing them from reciprocal destruction. There must be a force restraining the opposites, especially in view of Lenin's assumption that the motion and development for which they are responsible is directed toward the attainment of a definite end. Such a motion is conceivable only if the opposites are held in check and properly balanced against each other. And since, according to Lenin, These opposites in society are represented by social classes. It follows that the maintenance of a balance between the classes is indispensable for social development, otherwise, classes may destroy each other and put an end to the development. This, in part, was the view of Bukharin, who took the idea of the unity of opposites seriously and developed it to its logical end, in what came to be known as the equilibrium theory. With Stalin's ascendance to power in the late 1920s, Bukharin was stigmatized as an opportunist, for his theory asserted not only a possibility but a necessity for the reconciliation of class antagonism between the proletariat and the peasantry. Stalin, on the other hand, maintained that social progress could be assured only through the struggle of contradictions, that is, through the intensification of the class struggle and the ultimate liquidation of the peasantry by the proletariat. Stalin's position was in conformity with Lenin's theory of the struggle of opposites. While depicting the unity of opposites as a necessary condition of natural and social development, Lenin at the same time fully accepted Marx's class struggle theory of society. Under the influence of Marx's theory, Lenin argued that development is the struggle of opposites. The unity of opposites is conditional, temporary, transitory, relative. The struggle of mutually exclusive opposites is absolute, just as development and motion are absolute. 23. The result is a complete reversal of the roles played by the unity and the struggle of opposites. Previously, the unity of opposites appeared as a permanent foundation in whose framework the struggle of opposites evolved. Now, it is the other way around. The struggle of opposites appears as an absolute condition, while the unity of opposites becomes a transitory occurrence. But if the struggle of opposites is an absolute one, unbound by time, then it will never end. Consequently, there will be no end to class struggles. The implications of Lenin's theory of the struggle of opposites are clearly incompatible with the idea of communism. According to Marx, Engels, and Lenin himself, communism will be a classless society, a society without opposites and hence without struggle. If Lenin's theory of the struggle of opposites is correct, then communism is unattainable. The attainment of communism presupposes the disappearance of classes. But, taking the viewpoint of the law of the interpenetration of opposites, this is impossible, for classes constitute the instruments through which this law operates in society. Stalin's interpretation of dialectical materialism. In advancing his interpretation of dialectical materialism, Stalin claimed to have taken into account not only the views of Engels, Marx, and Lenin, but also the experience of the proletariat as the ruling class in the Soviet Union. It was presumably this experience of the proletariat that was responsible for the drastic revision of the original tenets of dialectical materialism. It will be recalled that Engels viewed dialectical materialism as the science of the general laws of motion and the development of nature, human society, and thought. Lenin accepted this view unconditionally. He also accepted Engels' conclusion that the development of nature, society, and thought is governed by three natural laws. However, at the same time, Lenin considered these natural laws to be methodological principles that could be used for the purpose of scientific investigation. In contrast to Engels and Lenin, Stalin tended to regard dialectical materialism almost exclusively as a method, that is, as the Marxist dialectical method. This method presumably is applicable to the study of both natural and social phenomena. If properly applied, it can furnish scientific answers to questions concerning the historical past, the present, and the future. Stalin stated his views on dialectical materialism in 1938, in his History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union short course. One of the most conspicuous features in his formulation of dialectical materialism is the absence of the law of negation, which Engels considered to be one of the principal laws of nature. Stalin simply discarded this law without giving an explanation. It was only after his death that Soviet theorists raised the question concerning its status. In conformity with his understanding of dialectical materialism as a method, Stalin argued that it comprises four principal features. The first feature asserts that everything in the universe is interrelated, Contrary to metaphysics, dialectics does not regard nature as an accidental agglomeration of things, of phenomena, unconnected with, isolated from, and independent of each other, but as a connect and integral whole, in which things, phenomena, are organically connected with, dependent on, and determined by each other. 21. From this view Stalin deduced a conclusion concerning the method to be used for studying natural and social phenomena, a conclusion asserting that the study of any phenomenon taken by itself is meaningless, and that if it is to be understood and explained it must be considered in its inseparable connection with surrounding phenomena as one conditioned by surrounding phenomena. 25. The second feature of dialectical materialism is, in effect, a brief summary of Engels' concept of nature in motion. As discussed previously, contrary to metaphysics, dialectics holds that nature is not in a state of rest and immobility, stagnation and immutability, but rather in a state of continuous movement and change, of continuous renewal and development, where something is always arising and developing, something always disintegrating and dying away. 26. From this interpretation of nature Stalin came to two conclusions, one concerning the method of study for natural and social phenomena, the other pertaining to the conduct of domestic and international politics. With regard to the former, Stalin maintained that natural and social phenomena should not be considered solely from the standpoint of their connection and interdependence but also from the standpoint of their movement, their change, their development, their coming into being and going out of being. 2. In respect to domestic and foreign policy he concluded the following: the dialectical method regards as important primarily not that which at the given moment seems to be durable and yet is already beginning to die away, but that which is arising and developing, even though at the given moment it may appear to be not durable, for the dialectical method considers invincible only that which is arising and developing. 28. As an illustration of this principle, Stalin referred to the fact that in the late 80s Marxists based their orientation on the proletariat, who then constituted an insignificant minority, and not on narodniki and peasants, who then constituted the vast majority of the population. And they were not mistaken, continued Stalin, for, as we know, the proletariat subsequently grew from an insignificant force into a first-rate historical and political force. 2. Supported by this fact, Stalin formulated a general principle for the conduct of policy. Hence, in order not to err in policy, one must look forward, not backward. 20. He elucidated this principle, though in equally general terms. Hence we must not base our orientation on the strata of society which are no longer developing, even though they at present constitute the predominant force, but on those strata which are developing and have a future before them, even though they at present do not constitute the predominant force. 21. The third feature of dialectical materialism corresponds to what Engels referred to as the law of the transformation of quantity into quality, which in Soviet literature is also known as the law of precipitated or leap-like development. Stalin defined it in the following manner: contrary to metaphysics, dialectics does not regard the process of development as a simple process of growth, where quantitative changes do not lead to qualitative changes, but as a development which passes from insignificant and imperceptible quantitative changes to open, fundamental changes, to qualitative changes, a development in which the qualitative changes occur not gradually, but rapidly and abruptly, taking the form of a leap from one state to another. They occur not accidentally but as the natural result of an accumulation of imperceptible and gradual quantitative changes. 32. Supporting his views with Engels' opinion that in the last analysis nature's process is dialectical and not metaphysical, Stalin argued that the dialectical method therefore holds that the process of development should be understood not as a movement in a circle, not as a simple repetition of what has already occurred, but as an onward and upward movement. As a transition from an old qualitative state to a new qualitative state, as a development from the simple to the complex, from the lower to the higher. 33. From the interpretation of nature as a progressing and self-perfecting process, Stalin deduced conclusions pertaining to society. He argued that if everything is progressing and if the dying away of the old and the upgrowth of the new is a law of development, then it follows that nothing is immutable, that there can be neither immutable social systems nor eternal principles of private property. 34. Furthermore, according to Stalin, since precipitated, leap-like changes are the necessary conditions of the natural and social process of development, revolutions made by oppressed classes are quite natural and inevitable phenomena. 35. Both of these conclusions are significant, for they assert that no social system is immutable, an assertion that can be interpreted to mean that neither a socialist nor a communist system is exempt from the law of precipitated development, and that, consequently, both of them are subject to leap-like changes by means of revolution. The fourth principal feature of dialectical materialism, in Stalin's interpretation, is identical with Engels' law of the interpenetration of opposites, or the so-called law of contradictions. Stalin formulated it in the following way: contrary to metaphysics, dialectics holds that internal contradictions are inherent in all things and phenomena of nature, for they all have their negative and positive sides, a past and a future, something dying away and something developing, and that the struggle between these opposites, the struggle between the old and the new, between that which is dying away and that which is being bomb, between that which is disappearing and that which is developing, constitutes the internal content of the process of development, the internal content of the transformation of quantitative changes into qualitative changes. 36. In support of this view, Stalin quoted Lenin as saying that in its proper meaning, dialectics is the study of the contradictions within the very essence of things, and that natural and social development. Marxism holds that the transition of a language from an old quality to a new does not take place by way of an explosion, by the destruction of an existing language and the creation of a new one, but by the gradual accumulation of the elements of the new quality, and, hence, by the gradual dying away of the elements of the old quality. It should be said in general for the benefit of comrades who have an infatuation for such explosions that the law of transition from an old quality to a new by means of an explosion is inapplicable not only to the history of the development of language, it is not always applicable to some other social phenomena of a basal or superstructural character. It takes place only because of the struggle of opposites. 37. Accordingly, he argued that the dialectical method therefore holds that the process of development from the lower to the higher takes place not as a harmonious unfolding of phenomena, but as a disclosure of the contradictions inherent in things and phenomena, as a struggle of opposite tendencies which operate on the basis of these contradictions. 38. From this conception of natural development, Stalin derived three conclusions, none of them following logically from the premise. First, he maintained that since any development presupposes contradictions, or opposite forces, social development is dependent upon class struggle and, therefore, it is clear that the class struggle of the proletariat is a quite natural and inevitable phenomenon. 39. The second conclusion, concerning the method of studying society, asserts that because of the contradictions inherent in society we must not cover up the contradictions of the capitalist system but disclose and unravel them. 40. The final conclusion at which Stalin arrived refers to the conduct of policy. It states that since the class struggle is a natural prerequisite of social development, we must not try to check the class struggle but carry it to its conclusions. 41. Hence, continued Stalin, in order not to err in policy, one must pursue an uncompromising proletarian class policy, not a reformist policy of harmony of the interests of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, not a compromiser's policy of the growing of capitalism into socialism. 42. Dialectical materialism was subjected to a further revision in 1950, in connection with the famous linguistic controversy. The principal issue underlying the linguistic controversy was whether or not the development of language is governed by the law of the transformation of quantity into quality. Stalin answered the question negatively and at the same time pointed out that this law is in general inapplicable to the social conditions existing in the Soviet Union. Compulsory for a society divided into hostile classes. But it is not at all compulsory for a society which has no hostile classes. 43. He illustrated this new thesis with the following example: in a period of 8 to 10 years we effected a transition in the agriculture of our country from the bourgeois individual peasant system to the socialist, collective farm system. This was a revolution which eliminated the old bourgeois economic system in the countryside and created a new, socialist system. But this revolution did not take place by means of an explosion, that is, by the overthrow of the existing power and the creation of a new power, but by a gradual transition from the old bourgeois system of the countryside to a new system. And we succeeded in doing this because it was a revolution from above, because the revolution was accomplished on the initiative of the existing power with the support of the overwhelming mass of the peasantry. 44 Stalin's thesis that the law of the transformation of quantity into quality is inoperative in Soviet society implied a complete negation of the previously held deterministic conception of society. Soviet society no longer appears to be dominated by natural laws. The Soviet government appears now to be capable of devising and pursuing its own policies, including the revolutions from above, independently and in spite of natural laws. The law that Engels presumed to be dominating nature, society, and thought, has been subordinated to the Soviet state. Stalin's new thesis in combination with his earlier pronouncements also served as a justification for the revision of the law of contradictions. In 1939, at the 18th Party Congress, he implied that the law of contradictions was inoperative in the Soviet Union. This implication was contained in his description of the class relationship in Soviet society. The feature that distinguishes Soviet society today from any capitalist society is that it no longer contains antagonistic, hostile classes, that the exploiting classes have been eliminated, while the workers, peasants, and intellectuals, who make up Soviet society, live and work in friendly collaboration. Whereas capitalist society is torn by irreconcilable antagonisms between workers and capitalists and between peasants and landlords resulting in its internal instability, Soviet society, liberated from the yoke of exploitation, knows no such antagonisms, is free of class conflicts, and presents a picture of friendly collaboration between workers, peasants, and intellectuals. It is this community of interests which has formed the basis for the development of such motive forces as the moral and political unity of Soviet society, the mutual friendship of the nations of the USSR, and Soviet patriotism. 45. The view that the law of the interpenetration of opposites was no longer applicable to Soviet society became generally accepted by Soviet theorists only after the publication of Stalin's Marxism and Problems of Linguistics. V.P. Chertkov, a philosopher, advanced a typical argument in support of the new interpretation of the law of contradictions. First, he gave his understanding of this law to be that all objects and phenomena of nature are intrinsically contradictory, and that these inner contradictions, the inner struggle of the new with the old in the objects and phenomena, constitute the source of self-development, of self-motion of nature and society. 48. But the same author continued, under socialism we find something else. The basic contradiction that exists under capitalism is absent under socialism. Under socialism, principally different laws operate, relations of production are not contradictory but correspond completely to the forces of production in society. It is precisely this complete correspondence, discovered by J.V. Stalin, that accounts for the fact that in its development socialism does not take the course of disintegration but, on the contrary, the course of constantly increasing consolidation of its forces. These new laws and motive forces, discovered by J.V. Stalin, show very resolutely that the basic law of dialectics manifests itself differently in the conditions of the Soviet socialist system than in conditions of a society divided into antagonistic classes. 47. The contention that under Soviet conditions the law of contradictions manifests itself differently than in the capitalist countries was in line with Stalin's revision of the law of the transformation of quantity into quality. The latter law asserted that an explosion, that is, a revolution, is a necessary and inescapable condition of social development. Such an explosion was assumed by Engels, Marx, Lenin, and originally by Stalin, to be an inevitable result of the operation of the law of contradictions. The recognition of the universal validity of these laws implied that even the Soviet regime must eventually be overthrown and replaced by a more progressive one. Among other things, it was this politically undesirable implication that made Stalin deny the effectiveness of dialectical laws in the Soviet Union. 22. The materialist theory of history. Following Marx and Engels, Soviet theorists attached an enormous significance to history because of the assumption that knowledge of the past makes it possible to predict the future. It is in view of this assumption that Marx and Engels were preoccupied with tracing the history of man's social development. Primarily, however, they were interested in finding out the causes underlying man's social actions. Are man's actions spontaneous, that is, are they an expression of man's desires, fears, and intentions, or are they determined by forces beyond his control? Stated differently, Marx and Engels were interested mainly in the question: does man make his own history, or is history made for him? To this question they offered different answers. In various places Marx and Engels seem to have committed themselves to a distinctly activist view of history. For example, in Ludwig Feuerbach, Engels argued that the history of the development of society proves to be essentially different from that of nature. In nature, there are only blind unconscious agencies acting one upon another. Nothing of all that happens is attained as a consciously desired aim. In the history of society, on the other hand, the actors are all endowed with consciousness, are men acting with deliberation or passion, working toward definite goals. Nothing happens without a conscious purpose, without an intended aim. 52. A similar activist view was stated by Engels in Dialectics of N.A. Society. 45. According to Stalin, historical materialism is the extension of the principles of dialectical materialism to the study of social life, an application of the principles of dialectical materialism to the phenomena of the life of society, to the study of society and of its history. 41. Similarly, according to Lenin, historical materialism is the consistent extension of dialectical and philosophical materialism to the domain of society. 50. Following Lenin, Soviet theorists contend that historical materialism is one of the greatest achievements of scientific thought and that it constitutes a strikingly integral and harmonious scientific theory. 5. The major problems to be discussed within the scope of historical materialism are the following: the materialist theory of history, the theory of necessity and freedom, the theory of basis and superstructure, the nature of ideology, the Marxist conception of social classes, and the principle of partisanship. 2. With man we enter history. Animals also have a history. This history, however, is made for them. On the other hand, the more that human beings become removed from animals in the narrow sense of the word, the more they make their history themselves, consciously, the less becomes the influence of unforeseen effects and uncontrolled forces on this history, and the more accurately does the historical result correspond to the aim laid down in advance. 53. An even more activist view of history was implied by Marx and Engels in The Holy Family, in which they took issue against Bruno Bauer, who conceived of history as something superimposed upon man. History does nothing, it does not possess immense riches, it does not fight battles. It is men, real, living men, who do all this, who possess things and fight battles. It is not history which uses man as a means of achieving as if it were an individual person its own ends. History is nothing but the activity of men in pursuit of their ends. 54. It is debatable, however, whether these activist views on history were intended by Marx and Engels to be taken seriously. These views appear primarily in their earlier works and are incompatible with the assumptions underlying dialectical materialism which they developed later. The view of history that appears most frequently in Marx's and Engels' writings is clearly deterministic. It ensues directly from the propositions of dialectical materialism, which have been discussed earlier. Stated briefly, Marx and Engels viewed history as representing a process of development, a process governed by natural laws that operate independent of man's volition. 55. This process of development is progressive, or self-perfecting, in the sense that it proceeds through inevitable stages, each stage being morally, intellectually, economically, politically, etc., superior to those preceding it. It started with a primitive community and proceeded through a slave-holding community, feudalism, capitalism, socialism, toward communism. In contrast to dialectical materialism, in whose scope the process of natural and historical development appeared to be infinite, the view of history advanced within the framework of historical materialism is based on an assumption that the process of historical development will eventually come to an end. The highest stage of this: necessity and freedom. The problem of necessity and freedom concerns the relationship between man and natural laws. It has been seen earlier that, according to dialectical materialism, everything in the universe is dominated by natural laws. The same view found expression in Marx's and Engels' deterministic interpretation of history. They assumed that the process of historical development is governed by natural laws independent of man's volition. According to Marx, these laws are working with iron necessity toward inevitable results. 57. This could only be interpreted to mean that history is not made by man but rather that it is made for man. If it is assumed that history, meaning man's actions and thoughts, is determined by natural laws, then it seems reasonable to conclude that the relationship between natural laws and man expresses natural necessity. It does this in the sense that man, confronted with these laws, appears to be incapable of alternative behavior. He must behave in one specific way, namely, the way determined by these laws. But if man must always act in the way determined by natural laws, then it is impossible to speak of him as being free. For it would be just as meaningless as to say that a piece of iron exposed to heat is free to expand or not to expand. This, however, is not the view of Marx, Engels, and their Soviet followers. They contend that the fact that man's behavior is dominated by natural laws is compatible with the idea of freedom. In their development, and hence presumably the endpoint of historical development, will be the stage of communism. It will be the stage in which man's action is no longer dominated by natural laws. Man at this stage of development will become free, for the forces that dominated him in the past will be subordinated to his will. From that point on, man will be able to make his own history. In Engels' words, the laws of his own action, hitherto standing face to face with man as laws of nature foreign to and dominating him, will then be used with full understanding, and so mastered by him. Man's own social organization, hitherto confronting him as a necessity imposed by nature and history, now becomes the result of his own free action. The extraneous objective forces that have hitherto governed history pass under the control of man himself. Only from that time will man himself, more and more consciously, make his own history. It is the ascent of man from the kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of freedom judgment. These laws express a blind necessity only as long as man is not cognizant of the fact that they are dominating his behavior. Once man comes to know this fact, and especially after he acquires the understanding of the nature of their operation, he becomes free. Then, to use Engels' expression, necessity becomes transformed into freedom. The laws that previously dominated man become subordinated to his will. 58. As indicated earlier, such a transformation of necessity into freedom will take place under communism. Under the latter conditions there can be talk of real human freedom, of an existence in harmony with the laws of nature that have become known. 59. There, the laws of his own social action, hitherto standing face to face with man as laws of nature foreign to and dominating him, will then be used with full understanding, and so mastered by him. 60. It is quite apparent that real human freedom raises a metasocial problem, a problem that is distinct from social or civil freedom. Freedom as a social problem concerns the relationship between individuals and, in turn, their relationship to the existing political authority. On the other hand, the freedom with which Engels and Marx were preoccupied concerns man's relationship to natural laws. But man's relationship to natural laws has as little to do with man's social freedom as the theologian's concern with man's relationship to God. Man can be free from natural laws or God, yet be socially enslaved. Conversely, man can be dominated by both natural laws and God, yet be socially free. Man's social freedom is not contingent upon his relationship to natural laws, it depends upon his relationship to other individuals and to social authority. This, however, is not the way Soviet thinkers are accustomed to viewing the problems of freedom. They argue that social freedom expressed in the form of legal rights is a sham. In this respect they follow Engels, whom they quote as having stated that political freedom is a false freedom, worse than the worst type of slavery, it is an illusory freedom and, consequently, a true slavery. 61 Soviet social thinkers are interested in true freedom, that is, in freedom from natural laws which presumably dominate man's thought and actions. Their preoccupation with true freedom is responsible for an almost complete de-emphasis of the problem of civil freedom in Soviet political thought. Furthermore, it gives rise to the claim that there is real freedom in Soviet society, a claim that was advanced even at the height of Stalin's autocratic rule. A Soviet philosopher, P. Yudin, advanced a typical argument along those lines. He first indicated that the laws of historical necessity will remain in existence forever, but men will more and more get to know and to master them. The results of social development will more and more coincide with the will, desires, and aims of men. 03 According to Yudin, though, such developments are bound to take place only under socialism. In fact, in his judgment, the victory of socialism in the USSR has brought about victory over the natural forces of the social laws of development, over the blind forces of historical necessity. A leap took place from the realm of necessity into the realm of freedom. 63 This is in contrast to conditions under capitalism, where, in Yudin's opinion, the laws of social development confront men as alien and hostile forces and where they impose themselves upon men as natural calamities. 01 The victory over natural forces. An historical necessity under socialism was possible because the Communist Party adhered to Engels' indisputable scientific conclusion that freedom consists in acting and behaving in conformity with the laws of nature and the laws of society. 05 The party formulated its policies on the basis of a thorough study of natural and historical laws. Consequently, its actions are always in conformity with natural necessity. In doing this the party transforms necessity into freedom. 00 In other words, the party assumes the role of an agent of nature. The theory of basis and superstructure. Another problem that occupies a prominent place in the scope of historical materialism is the theory of basis and superstructure. In effect, this theory represents an economic interpretation of society, and as such is logically unrelated to the naturalistic propositions of dialectical materialism. The term basis designates a certain type of social phenomena, broadly called economic, while the term superstructure is used as a designation for all remaining social phenomena. The principal question that this theory raises is one concerning the causal relationship between basis and superstructure, that is between economic and non-economic social phenomena. This question is not as clear and simple as it would appear on the surface. Soviet social thinkers are in agreement that Marx and Engels elaborated the theory of basis and superstructure. Furthermore, they also agree that this theory is crucial to the Marxist understanding of society. They disagree, however, about the relationship between basis and superstructure. The ground for their disagreement is to be found in Marx's and Engels' conflicting interpretations of that relationship. According to Marx, the economic basis, or the mode of production, determines all non-economic, superstructural phenomena. The mode of production in material life determines the general character of social, political, and spiritual processes of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence but, on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. 7 Apart from occasional discrepancies concerning the social phenomena that constitute the economic basis, Marx consistently maintained that basis and superstructure stand one to another as a cause to an effect, the former always dominating the latter. The superstructure was frequently described by Marx as being ideological, meaning that it is causally ineffective vis-a-vis the economic basis. Before Marx's death, Engels concurred with him that the ultimate explanation of the whole superstructure, that is, of juridical and political institutions as well as of the religious, philosophical, and other ideas of a given historical period, must be sought in the economic basis. Furthermore, Engels agreed with Marx that basis and superstructure stand one to another as cause to effect. Basis dominates superstructure, consequently, each change in basis brings about a corresponding change in superstructure. This interpretation of the relationship between basis and superstructure is of utmost significance to social theory in general and to political and legal theory in particular. Its most obvious implication is that superstructural phenomena, such as social, political, religious, and philosophical ideas, juridical and political institutions, and positive law, are causally ineffective. Being merely ideological reflections of the basis, superstructural phenomena appear to be passive, that is, unable to act upon the basis. This interpretation of the relationship between basis and superstructure represents an extreme case of economic determinism, in the sense that causal capability is attributed exclusively to the economic basis while fully denied to the superstructure. As such, this interpretation conforms to the monistic assumption underlying philosophical materialism, which states that matter was prior to thought and therefore determines thought. Applied to man's social sphere of existence, this assumption resulted in the conclusion that economics are prior to, and hence determine, all other aspects of man's life. To be sure, after Marx's death, Engels revised his own and Marx's original interpretation of the relationship between basis and superstructure. First, in a letter to Bloch, he contended that their views had been misinterpreted. Trademark. Then, in a letter to Mering, Engels admitted his mistake in attributing an exclusive causal capability to the basis while denying it to the superstructure. One of the latest and presumably the most authoritative statements on basis and superstructure was made by Engels in a letter to Starkenberg. In it, as in the previous letters, he argued that there is a causal interaction between basis and superstructure, political, juridical, philosophical, religious, literary, artistic, etc. Development is based on economic development. But all these react upon one another and also upon the economic base. It is not that the economic position is the cause and alone active, while everything else has a passive effect. There is, rather, interaction on the basis of the economic necessity, which ultimately always asserts itself to the effect of Engels' new interpretation was a clear modification if not a renunciation of economic determinism. The deterministic view of the relationship between basis and superstructure was consistently rejected by Stalin. Even in his early lectures on foundations of Leninism, Stalin denounced Trotsky for his adherence to the productive forces theory. This theory, in Stalin's judgment, leads to political fatalism, for it asserts that the productive forces, the economic basis of society, determine all aspects of man's social life independent of his will. In other words, the productive forces theory denies the ability of the superstructural phenomena, among them political ideas and organized movements, to act upon the basis. According to this theory, man cannot act contrary to the level of the productive forces existing at a given time. Whatever happens in society, the productive forces are to blame. That is the precise explanation vouchsafed to us by Mr. Trotsky's theory of the productive forces. And whoever does not believe in that theory is not a Marxist. The role of the parties? Their importance for the movement? But what can a party do against so decisive a factor as the level of the productive forces? 73. Stalin reiterated his anti-deterministic views in his essay on dialectical and historical materialism. 74. Finally, he assigned an even more active and independent role to the superstructure in an essay written in connection with the linguistic controversy in 1950. 75. There he stated that the base is the economic structure of society at a given stage of its development. 76. On the other hand, the superstructure consists of the political, legal, religious, artistic, and philosophical views of society, and the political, legal, and other institutions corresponding to them. 77. Furthermore, the superstructure is a product of the base, but this does not mean that it merely reflects the base, that it is passive, neutral, indifferent to the fate of its base, to the fate of the classes, to the character of the system. On the contrary, no sooner does it arise than it becomes an exceedingly active force, actively assisting its base to take shape and consolidate itself, and doing everything it can to help the new system finish off and eliminate the old base and the old classes. 78. Stalin's emphasis upon superstructure as an exceedingly active force sought to liquidate the remnants of vulgar materialism which 30. Ignores the mobilizing, organizational, and reformist role of progressive theory. 70. In other words, he aimed at putting an end to the views of many Soviet thinkers who argued that social ideas and institutions are merely a passive reflection of the economic basis and hence are deprived of an independent causal ability. Stalin's activist view of superstructure was in conformity with his reinterpretation of dialectical laws. In his treatment, man no longer appears as a blind instrument in the hands of certain presupposed natural or economic forces. Rather, man appears as an active being, capable of shaping his social life in conformity with his own subjective desires. However ironical it may sound, Stalin himself laid the doctrinal foundations for social ascetivism and individualism which have been on the upsurge since the de-Stalinization of the Soviet Union. The nature of ideology. The problem of ideology is related to the reflection theory of knowledge, which was discussed in the preceding section on philosophical materialism. One of the assumptions underlying philosophical materialism is that the function performed by the human mind is one of reflecting natural reality. What is significant is that in the scope of philosophical materialism, man's mind is viewed as an intrinsic part of nature and consequently as reflecting it faithfully. Like philosophical materialism, historical materialism, or rather one of its parts, namely, the theory of basis and superstructure, also deals with the problem of the ability of the human mind to reflect the world surrounding it. However, in contrast to philosophical materialism, which views man and the world surrounding him in their natural purity, historical materialism deals with a socially corrupted mind, a mind whose reflecting function is affected by its social surroundings. Marx and Engels maintain that the reflections of external reality taken by a socially corrupted mind have an ideological character. These mental reflections are ideological in the sense that the picture of natural and social reality appears in them in an inverted form. In Engels' words, in all ideology men and their circumstances appear upside down as in a camera obscura, the cause appears as an effect, the superstructure as the basis. 00 Under certain social conditions such an inversion takes place in practically all spheres of man's existence. For example, an inversion of cause and effect takes place in a money market economy, that is, in a capitalist system of economy. Economic, political, and other reflections are just like those in the human eye, they pass through a condensing lens and therefore appear upside down, standing on their heads. Only the nervous system which would put them on their feet again for representation is lacking. The money market man sees only the movement of industry and of the world market in the inverted reflection of the money and stock market, and so effect becomes cause to him. 81 Marx used the treatment accorded commodities as an illustration of an inversion of cause and effect. A commodity, in his judgment, is a product of the labor process at a certain stage of social development. Economists, however, have assumed that commodities lie at the basis of the labor process. In their interpretation, commodities acquire an existence independent of the labor process and of the men engaged in their production. 82 Another example of inversion, given by Engels, is the conflict between the social classes, just as the movement of the industrial market is reflected in the money market and, of course, in inverted form, so the struggle between the classes already existing and already in conflict with one another is reflected in the struggle between government and opposition, but also in inverted form, no longer directly but indirectly, not as a class struggle but as a fight for political principles, and so distorted that it has taken us thousands of years to get behind it again. 83 legal principles, according to Engels, represent another case of an inverted reflection of economic reality. The reflection of economic relations as legal principles is necessarily also a topsy-turvy one. It happens without the person who is acting being conscious of it. The jurist imagines he is operating with a priori principles, whereas they are really only economic reflexes, so everything is upside down. 88 Finally, Engels cited religion and philosophy as examples of ideologies which soar still higher in the air. 85 In the sense that their connection with the economic basis becomes almost entirely lost, still higher ideologies, that is, such as are still further removed from the material, economic basis, take the form of philosophy and religion. Here the interconnection between the ideas and their material conditions of existence becomes more and more complicated, more and more obscured by intermediate links. But the interconnection exists. 88. Why does social reality become inverted in the reflections taken by the human mind? Or, why do man's ideas of social reality have an ideological character? Is it a matter of choice or of necessity? To these questions Marx and Engels gave contradictory answers. According to some of their statements, the inversion of social reality does not appear to be a deliberate act on the part of man. Indeed, it seems to take place independent of man's volition. Man is not even aware of the fact that he is producing an ideology. In Engels' words, it happens without the person who is acting being conscious of it. Furthermore, the real motives impelling him remain unknown to him, otherwise it would not be an ideological process at all. 88 If in all ideology men and their circumstances appear upside down as in a camera obscura, this phenomenon arises just as much from their historical life process as the inversion of objects on the retina does from their physical life process. 89 What is responsible for the ideological character of man's ideas of social reality is the peculiar mode of production, or the material basis, which determines the content of intellectual production. 90 More specifically, the picture of social reality in man's mind becomes inverted because this reality itself is inverted and contradictory. For example, speaking about religion as an ideology, Marx argued that this state, this society, produce religion which is an inverted world consciousness, because they are an inverted world. 01 Furthermore, the fact that the worldly basis stands out against itself and an independent realm establishes itself in the skies can be explained only by the fact that the worldly basis itself is split and contradictory in itself. 93 Consciousness, that is, a false consciousness, one that inverts the picture of social reality, must rather be explained from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social forces of production and the material relations of production. 01 From this point of view, the distortion of social reality in man's ideas appears not as a matter of choice but rather as a matter of necessity. Man living under certain social conditions cannot help 33. But produce a distorted view of the reality surrounding him. He does not know, and presumably is not in a position to know, that contradictory social reality affects his mind in such a way that it cannot produce a true picture of this reality. To be sure, however, Marx and Engels also advanced a diametrically opposed interpretation of the reasons underlying the ideological character of man's ideas. According to this interpretation, the inversion, and hence the distortion of social reality in man's ideas does not appear as a matter of necessity but rather as a matter of choice. More specifically, the distortion appears as a deliberate act, an act of deception and justification. This view of ideology is apparent in Marx's and Engels' description of the ruling class as the ruling intellectual force. The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas, i.e., the class, which is the ruling force of society, is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. The individuals composing the ruling class possess among other things consciousness, and therefore think. Insofar, therefore, as they rule as a class. Rule also as thinkers, as producers of ideas, and regulate the production and distribution of the ideas of their age, thus their ideas are the ruling ideas of the epoch. 04. The view that an ideology is the product of a rational act is even more evident in Marx's and Engels' description of the division of labor among the members of the ruling class. The division of labor manifests itself also in the ruling class as the division of mental and material labor, so that inside this class one part appears as the thinkers of the class, while the other's attitude to these ideas and illusions is more passive and receptive, because they are in reality the active members of this class and have less time to make up illusions and ideas about themselves. 05. The thinkers of the ruling class, in Engels' words, become the undisguised ideologists of the bourgeoisie and the existing state. 00. Their function is to justify the rule of the bourgeoisie by presenting its subjective interests as universal ones, for each new class is compelled, merely in order to carry through its aim, to represent its interests as the common interest of all the members of society. Put in an ideal form, it will give its ideas the form of universality and represent them as the only rational, universally valid ones. 07. The identification of the ruling class interests with the common interest of all the members of society results in idealizing phrases, conscious illusions, and deliberate deceits. 08. And the more they are condemned as falsehoods, and the less they satisfy the understanding, the more dogmatically they are asserted and the more deceitful, moralizing, and spiritual becomes the language of established society. Marx's and Engels' interpretation of the reasons underlying an ideology leads to two conclusions. On the one hand, they argued that under certain conditions man's ideas of social reality must inevitably be ideological in character. Individuals entertaining these ideas assume that they are true, but the fact of the matter is that under the existing social conditions truth is inaccessible to them. On the other hand, Marx and Engels maintain that individuals living under the same social conditions are capable of knowing truth. But truth is presumably detrimental to the ruling class. Consequently, conceptive ideologists of the ruling class deliberately distort the picture of the existing social reality for the purpose of deceiving the exploited classes and thus justifying the ruling class. At any rate, according to Marx and Engels, ideology occurs only under social conditions that are contradictory, that is, conditions under which there is a conflict between the forces and the relations of production, or, in brief, in a society divided into antagonistic classes. Consequently, to get rid of ideology it is necessary to remove the conditions that produce or require it. In Marx's words, the call to abandon their illusions about their conditions is a call to abandon a condition which requires illusions. 100. Ideology comes to a natural end, of course, as soon as society ceases at last to be organized in the form of class rule, that is to say as soon as it is no longer necessary to represent a particular interest as general or the general interest as ruling. 101. Specifically, according to Marx and Engels, the solution to ideology will be communism, the harmonious society of the future. A communist society will be non-contradictory, for there will be no classes and the relations of production will be in full harmony with the forces of production. Consequently, it will neither produce nor require an ideology. 35. Theory can hardly be overstated. Marx, Engels, and their Soviet followers attribute quite a number of social consequences to the existence of classes. To begin with, classes are viewed as the media through which the laws governing the universe operate in society. Furthermore, classes appear to be the phenomena that determine the peculiar content of history, namely, the fact that all history, with the exception of its primitive stages, was the history of class struggles. 102. More specifically, classes are linked with the disintegration of the primitive community, with the rise of law and state, with the antagonism and struggle in society, with social revolutions, with the existence of peculiar forms of government, and with the rise of ideology. On the other hand, the disappearance of classes is connected with the evanescence of law and state, with the replacement of a class morality with a real human morality, with the removal of economic and political inequality, conflict, and exploitation, and with the creation of a communist society. Since Marx and Engels attributed so many social occurrences to the presence or absence of classes, it is of the utmost significance to determine what the phenomena called classes are, how they come into being, and what the features distinguishing them from one another are. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels asserted that separate individuals form a class only insofar as they have to carry on a common battle against another class, otherwise they are on hostile terms with each other as competitors. 103 In a polemic against Karl Heinzen, Marx argued that classes are based upon economic conditions independent of their will and are set by these conditions in a relation of mutual antagonism. 104 This view coincides with Engels' assertion that the warring classes of society are always the product of the modes of production and exchange, in a word, of the economic conditions of their time. 105 In an unfinished chapter of Capital, Marx argued again that the answer to the question what constitutes a class can be found by answering another question, what constitutes wage laborers, capitalists, and landlords into three great social classes. 100 Thus, in his judgment, the owners of mere labor power, the owners of capital, and the landowners, whose respective sources of income are wages, profit, and rent of land, or in the capitalist mode, other words, wage laborers, capitalists, and landowners, form the three great classes of modern society based on the capitalist mode of production. 107 The most obvious implication of the above quoted statement seems to be that the source of income is what distinguishes the three great classes. In fact, Marx indicated the possibility of such an understanding by stating that at first glance it might seem that the identity of revenues and source of revenue is responsible for the three classes. 108 However, he continued, from this point of view, physicians and officials would also form two classes, for they belong to two distinct social groups, and the revenues of their members flow from the same common source. 100 But, according to Marx, neither doctors nor public officials constitute a class. 110 Hence, he concluded, the source of revenue cannot serve as a criterion for determining classes. Another feature used by Marx and Engels for the purpose of distinguishing one class from another is the division of labor. For example, in the German ideology they maintain that the division of society into classes has taken place with the rise of towns and with the subsequent development of antagonism between the towns and the country. Under these conditions, first became manifest the division of population into two great classes, which is directly based on the division of labor and on the instruments of production. 111 The main characteristic of that division is the subjection of the individual. Under a definite activity forced upon him, a subjection which makes one man into a restricted town animal, the other into a restricted country animal, and daily creates anew the conflict between their interests. 112 Since country animals are peasants, it follows that peasants are one of the two great classes. But speaking of the French peasants in 18th Brumaire, Marx contended that they are not a class but merely a vast mass. He justified the latter conclusion by stating that insofar as millions of families live under economic conditions of existence that divide their mode of life, their interests, and their culture from those of other classes, and put them into hostile contrast to the latter, they form a class. Insofar as there is merely a local interest among these small peasants, and the identity of their interests begets no unity, no national union, and no political organization, they do not form a class. 113 The definition of classes that is most frequently quoted by Soviet writers belongs to Lenin. In this judgment, that the existence of classes is only bound up with particular, historic phases in the development of production, that the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat, that this dictatorship itself only constitutes the transition to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society. 125. The principle of partisanship. The principle of partisanship, or in the Russian language, partynost, is a logical outgrowth of the assumptions underlying dialectical and historical materialism. Partisanship, i.e., the interpretation of social phenomena in conformity with the party's line, had been advocated by an earlier Soviet social theorist, 126. But it was only formulated as an exclusive methodological principle of Marxist science in the mid-40s. Since then, the principle of partisanship has become a standard and the most outstanding feature of the Marxist-Leninist method. It constitutes a significant clue for comprehending the intricate nature of the Soviet concept of social sciences. Briefly stated, the principle of partisanship is diametrically opposed to the rationalist view, which insists on a separation of social science from politics and on an abstention from value judgments within the scope of scientific activity. It denies the possibility of a scientifically objective theory, objective in the sense that its content is not determined by certain social, example political, religious, or moral, preferences. To justify the employment of the principle of partisanship in the field of social science, Soviet writers usually refer to Lenin's views. In his lecture on the state, Lenin maintained that there is scarcely another question that has been so confused, deliberately or not, by the representatives of bourgeois science, philosophy, jurisprudence, political economy, and journalism, as the question of the state. 127. He amplified the statement in the following way. Arguing along similar lines in materialism and empirio-criticism, Lenin denounced bourgeois philosophers, economists, and bourgeois professors in general for the partisan character of the assumptions underlying their theories. Lenin stated a similar view in an essay on the three sources and the three component parts of Marxism. This question has been so confused and complicated because it affects the interests of the ruling classes more than any other. The theory of state serves as a justification of social privilege, a justification of the existence of exploitation, a justification of the existence of capitalism. And that is why it would be the greatest mistake to expect impartiality on this question, to approach this question in the belief that people who claim to be scientific can give you a purely scientific view on the subject. When you have become familiar with this question and have gone into it deeply enough, you will always discern in the question of the state, in the doctrine of the state, in the theory of the state, the mutual struggle of different classes, a struggle that is reflected or expressed in the conflict of views on the state, in the estimate of the role and significance of the state. 12. Not a single one of these professors, who are capable of making very valuable contributions in the special fields of chemistry, history, or physics, can be trusted one iota when it comes to philosophy. Why? For the same reason that not a single professor of political economy, who may be capable of very valuable contributions in the field of factual and specialized investigation, can be trusted one iota when it comes to the general theory of political economy. For in modern society the latter is as much a partisan science as is epistemology. Taken as a whole, the professors of economics are nothing but scientific salesmen of the capitalist class, while the professors of philosophy are scientific salesmen of the theologians. Throughout the civilized world the teachings of Marx evoke the utmost hostility and hatred of all bourgeois science, which regards Marxism as a kind of pernicious section. And no other attitude is to be expected, for there can be no impartial social science in a society based on class struggle. In one way or another, all official and liberal science defends wage slavery, whereas Marxism has declared relentless war on wage slavery. To expect science to be impartial in a wage-slave society is as silly and naive as to expect impartiality from manufacturers on the question whether workers' wages should be increased by decreasing the profits of capital. 13. It is evident that Lenin considered partisanship to be a major defect of bourgeois social science, philosophy, and epistemology. But nowhere in his writings did he indicate that the same might be true of Marx's and Engels' theories of society. On the contrary, he implied that their partisanship was conducive to science. For example, in his materialism and empirio-criticism he acknowledged partisanship and the partiality of Marx's theory while at the same time asserting that the theory is permeated throughout with objective truth. 3. In economic content of populism Lenin argued that the superiority of Marx's materialism over all other theories lies in the fact that materialism comprises, so to speak, partisanship, which enjoins the direct and open adoption of the standpoint of a definite social Group in any evaluation of events. 33 Soviet writers use these views as a justification of partisanship in their interpretations of social reality. But they disagree with Lenin on the reasons underlying partisanship. In Lenin's interpretation, partisanship in social theories appears as a deliberate act, as an act of volition and choice. Lenin does not preclude the possibility that bourgeois social thinkers can elevate themselves above partisanship. In fact, he explicitly states that they are capable of making very valuable contributions in the special fields of chemistry, history, or physics. It is only when they identify themselves with the interest of the ruling class that they adopt a partisan point of view. But there are also those who do not identify themselves with the ruling class and who, consequently, are capable of producing a nonpartisan, scientifically objective theory of society. That presumably was the case of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. While living under bourgeois conditions, they elevated themselves above the interest of the ruling class and produced a scientific explanation of social reality. Such a possibility is precluded by Soviet writers. For example, M. A. Arjanov argues that the content of social theories produced in a class society must inevitably be partisan. In his judgment, the principle of partisanship rests on the recognition of the inevitability of the class and partisan character of social opinions, convictions, theories, etc. In a class society. 33 Social thinkers living in a class society may be suffering from the illusion that their theories are objective, but, in fact, these theories are permeated with partisanship in favor of the ruling class. 42. An objective, or what Arjanov calls a truly scientific theory of society, is attainable only under social conditions such as those existing in the Soviet Union. But paradoxically, in his judgment, the truly scientific theory is not bound by the prerequisite of impartiality. Partisanship is a deficiency of bourgeois theories but not of a truly scientific theory. The truly scientific theory, that is to say social theory developed by Soviet thinkers, is admittedly partisan. Indeed, it is permeated with the spirit of militant partisanship. 134 Arjanov justifies this paradox by asserting that Marxist theories defend openly the principle of partisanship in science because the interest of truth, of science, and the interest of the working classes do not contradict one another but, on the contrary, coincide completely. 135 Or, as stated by another Soviet writer, partisanship of the Marxist theory of state and law secures a truly scientific approach toward the study of the state and law and helps to develop a true science, which furthers the progressive development of society. 13*5 According to an editorial in Voprozy Istorii, communist partisanship is not contradictory to, but fully complementary with, scientific objectivity because, the subjective class aims of the proletariat coincide with the natural laws of the development of humanity that are independent of the will and consciousness of man. 137 The same editorial stated that the principle of partisanship is organically connected with the fundamental premises of dialectical materialism, political economy, and historical materialism. Three component parts of our great revolutionary theory which is transforming the world. 138 The view that partisanship is organically connected with dialectical and historical materialism is indeed correct. Although neither Marx nor Engels spoke of the principle of partisanship, partisanship was implicit in their naturalistic theory of history. It will be recalled that they viewed history as a process of development governed by natural laws. This development represents a self-perfecting process in the biological as well as the moral sense. It started with a primitive stage and will eventually culminate with a stage of calm. 43. Communism, the highest stage of historical development. Thus, communism, as the inevitable result of historical development, coincides with communism as the ultimate social value presupposed by Marx and Engels. History, as an impersonal process, appears to be working toward the same end as that chosen by Marx and Engels. From a rational point of view, it might be argued that theirs is a partisanship delusively projected into history. But such is not the view of Soviet writers, who, following Marx and Engels, maintain that there are objectively existing values. These values are objective because, presumably, they exist independent of human volition, their source is nature, and their depository is history. 130 Soviet writers claim that their partisanship is based on these objectively existing values, and from this they conclude that the partisanship of Marxist philosophy secures the most thorough and the most accurate knowledge of objective truth. 110. Parti Revolutionary. Intellectualism of the 1920s. Introduction. OK 5. 47. The 1920s in the Soviet Union represented the period of intellectual ferment, optimism, and impatience. The social forces unleashed by the Bolshevik Revolution generated an unprecedented number of problems that called for immediate solution. The solution of these problems had to conform to the requirements of immediate political expediency, yet at the same time had to be in accordance with the ultimate objectives of the Bolsheviks, namely, communism. Bringing about such solutions was not an easy task, for the requirements of immediate expediency were frequently in conflict with ultimate ends. This is why the first attempts to formulate Soviet political theory, that is, the determination of ultimate and immediate policy objectives and the means for their materialization, were made soon after the October Revolution. The first step in this direction was Lenin's State and Revolution, which sought to fix the place of the proletarian revolution within the framework of general historical development, to describe its inevitable consequences, and to outline the main features of the future communist society. However, Lenin's work was too far removed from existing reality and hence could not contribute much to the solution of the immediate problems. The political thought that affected post-revolutionary events considerably was produced by Soviet thinkers in response to the rising political problems. That is, the foundations of were laid by writers who discussed theoretical issues in connection with immediate policy objectives. Among those writers were Lunacharsky, Goikhberg, Kozlovsky, and Stuka. The essays by these writers are included in this book, and the reader should find them illuminating. They discuss crucial political problems with which Bolsheviks were confronted between 1917 and 1920. Each of them speaks as a Marxist, yet it is rather apparent that none of them is sufficiently familiar with the writings of Marx and Engels. Thus, to justify the creation of the proletarian court, Lunacharsky finds it necessary to invoke the views of such German and Russian bourgeois writers as Goldzinger, Knapp, Munger, Jelinek, and Petrozhitsky. In discussing the goals and methods of the Bolshevik Revolution, Goikhberg is clearly influenced by the French writer Léon Duguet. He even quotes Woodrow Wilson to support some of his arguments. Similarly, Stuka uses the writings of Voltaire and Renner to support his views. At any rate, early Soviet writers, most of whom occupied crucial positions within the governmental structure, possessed a scant familiarity with the original writings of Marx and Engels. Rather, they derived their knowledge indirectly, primarily from German interpretations of Marx and Engels. Surprisingly enough, they seemed to be unfamiliar with Lenin's writings also, for references to his works did not appear until the early 20s. The first attempt to formulate a more systematic Marxist foundation for Soviet political thought was made by Jaworsky in an essay on dialectical realism, written in 1920 but published in 1922. This essay, as its author admitted, reflects general confusion on social problems that prevailed in the minds of Soviet thinkers at that time, but especially a confusion of Marx's and Engels' philosophical assumptions with those of Hegel. Jaworsky's controversial article gave impetus to a more thorough study of the original works of Marx and Engels. This study eventually led to the painful realization that there are definite discrepancies between Marx and Engels. It also revealed a young and an old Marx, each speaking a different philosophical language. Furthermore, there was a growing realization among Soviet thinkers that Marx and Engels had failed to provide a specific description of the period of transition to communism. It now became apparent to many of them that the Soviet government would have to improvise and that at times it would have to resort to measures that were overtly contrary to Marx's general outline of the transition period. Moreover, some writers concluded that the introduction of socialism as the indispensable transition period would be impossible for some time because of the ideological, scientific, and technological backwardness of the Soviet Union. The saving grace for Soviet thinkers in the early 20s was their profound faith in Marxist methodology. Following the views of Rosa Luxemburg, they maintained that political economy as a science found its completion and its end in Marx's theory. 1. The attainment of the ultimate knowledge of economic phenomena was due, in their judgment, to a peculiar method developed by Marx. This method was assumed to be grounded on propositions that had the character of eternal truth. 2. If properly applied, this method would furnish correct solutions to scientific and political problems. The anticipated results failed to materialize, however. The application of the Marxist method to the study of various social phenomena produced mutually incompatible interpretations. At first there was a tendency to attribute the failure to the misapplication of the method, but gradually Soviet social thinkers became aware of the deficiencies inherent in the method itself. This awareness led them to a searching re-examination of their earlier attitude, which resulted in endless methodological controversies. Eventually, by the end of the 20s, methodological problems were relegated to professional philosophers. The methodological controversies were reflected in the treatment accorded by Soviet writers to various social problems, especially law and the state. Law and the state occupied the most prominent positions from its very inception. The preoccupation with these social phenomena on the part of Soviet thinkers was quite natural in view of their commitment to communism as the ultimate social value. Communism, conceived of as the morally most desirable and the historically inevitable end, was to be an entirely new social order. It was to be based on principles diametrically opposed to those underlying all previous social orders. Negatively speaking, communism was supposed to represent a classless, lawless, and stateless society. In terms of its positive content, communism was variously described by Soviet thinkers as a harmonious society, as conditions of full equality and true freedom, and as conditions under which all of man's material and spiritual needs will be fully satisfied. Apart from differences in the degree of emphasis placed upon one or another positive aspect of communism, Soviet writers were in agreement that the elimination of law and the state constitutes an indispensable condition for the advent of communism. It is in view of this consideration that they were preoccupied with the problem of law and the state, that is, with their nature and the conditions of their disappearance. Another reason for the preoccupation with law and the state in the 20s was the fact that Soviet authority, professedly committed to the liquidation of these social phenomena, was increasingly resorting to the use of law and was taking determined measures towards strengthening the state and its bureaucratic apparatus. Early Soviet writers were puzzled by this development, for most of them had assumed that law and the state would automatically and immediately disappear after the nationalization of land and the means of production and distribution. This assumption was soon discarded and replaced with a less optimistic one. By the mid-20s the prevailing argument was that while law is an intrinsically bourgeois and hence evil phenomenon, it is a necessary evil that must be used for bringing about the transition to communism. It would wither away in the future, presumably the near future, but no one could foretell precisely when. Eventually, in the latter half of the 20s, some writers began to argue that Soviet law had acquired a new content, that it now served the consolidation of the proletarian revolution, and that, consequently, it was possible to speak of proletarian law as distinct from its bourgeois predecessor. This view, in a partially implemented form, became an official view in the 30s. These, and earlier mentioned considerations, were responsible for the intense preoccupation with law on the part of Soviet social thinkers during the 20s. Unable to find the answers in the classics of Marx and Engels, Soviet writers began to study Western literature on this subject. Originally, they intended to subject various Western theories of law to a Marxist analysis, hoping that in the process they would develop a systematic Marxist theory of law. This attempt, however, proved abortive. Its outcome was a split among Soviet writers into various schools of thought roughly corresponding to those in the West. Thus, there was the sociological school of law which corresponds to the new economic conditions created by the revolution. Furthermore, the revolutionary class brings a new juridical consciousness as well as a new concept of good and evil. The revolution itself is a fact of contract opposing a new law to the old one, an act of a popular mass trial over the hated system of privilege. The creation of a new civil and criminal law, a new state structure, new organs of power, judicial organs included, strengthens the revolution and at the same time formulates and materializes the new revolutionary legal consciousness, which has been brought forth by the new class interests and the new economic planning. On October 25, the greatest revolution ever known was accomplished. For the first time, the working masses have not simply won but, unlike the March of 1917, they have preserved the fruits of victory in their own hands. Can one then expect that, having accomplished the revolution, having become the political and military masters of our country, the proletariat and the peasantry will tolerate the old judges and the old laws, as did the Kerensky pseudo-revolutionary government? Can we expect that the new master of the situation, the working people, would tolerate bourgeois verdicts that had been handed down in the spirit of capitalism and in the name of a government overthrown and destroyed by these working people? Could we expect the working people to allow the Senate to make laws in the name of the overthrown regime? 54. Revolution was accomplished for the purpose of creating a new law and the opportunity for a new legal consciousness to be translated into reality. This is why a victorious people should immediately start building new courts and a new code, building them in practice at first gropingly guided by their revolutionary consciousness, but gradually formulating a new law and crystallizing new, fine, and firm forms of a true people's court. To destroy the old court, the weapon of our enemy and our fetters, is the first duty of revolutionaries. Natural fighting spirit directs them toward this. Then to outline the foundations of the new court, even if in a most general way. Thirdly, to assign the remaining tasks to the creativity of the revolutionary people. Like the Roman world, the bourgeoisie, which took root in feudal society, stood firmly for the absolute recognition of private property. Hence it was able to replace the law of the old regime with the available Roman law, only slightly modified to new conditions. The proletariat cannot choose such a path. The proletarian movement is a progressive one, not retrogressive. There is no precedent in history for a proletarian law. Since under capitalism the proletariat was deprived of the opportunity to develop its legal creativity, it has no choice now but to learn how to adjudicate pragmatically and create its own customary law, deducing it from the sources of the same spiritual movement that led the proletariat to the victorious revolution and that reflects its class character, its growth, and its significance in the social life. The Council of the People's Commissariat, abolishing the czarist and bourgeois courts, urges the Russian working people towards such creativity. Let the bourgeois jurists argue that what we have said today, and what the people will do tomorrow, is unheard of, and, from the judicial point of view, monstrous. It is inadmissible only from the viewpoint of a stagnant pseudoscience that constitutes the artificial foundation and justification of the inhuman law of its masters. Even some honest and talented bourgeois scientists, who have sought to ground their juridical theories in the true sciences of biology, psychology, and sociology, have spoken our language long before our revolution as though foreseeing it. We urge our enemies, before they begin criticizing us, to read a few paragraphs from the writings of the theorists whom they recognize as authorities in the field. These paragraphs sound as though they were written yesterday, and as though they were written specifically in defense of the type of courts that we are forced by the existing circumstances to create. We also urge our friends to listen to what such true scientists, though not Bolsheviks, have to say about the revolutionary creation of law. Thus, Berolzheimer speaks about an entirely new law which, though it appears in the form of a demand for a new justice, is brought forth by the Fourth Estate. He also speaks about the impending transition period, in which, in an intense conflict, the last remnants of the old, disappearing system and the first elements of the new system will meet. One Menger has even made an attempt to formulate this law, which is rooted in the consciousness of the new rising class, and which will be materialized in a new, popular workers' state. 5. Also, Jelinek, a master professor, quite flatly recognizes the existence of law that is engendered in the womb of the bourgeois state, and that is not produced by means of juridical methods. For example, he speaks about norms, which on the social, though not judicial, level function as written law, despite the fact that they were not created in a formal legislative order. Knapp, a student of the great Feuerbach, has grasped quite distinctly the difference between the new and as yet unrealized law and the dominant, written law. This jurist writes the following concerning the revolutionary epoch: the problem of right is frequently decided in the revolutionary street battles or in hardships of a world war. The right always appeals to an objective might, which alone can secure the external right. This is exactly the problem we are confronted with. Following the transfer of power into the hands of a new class, we must transform the inner legal consciousness into a young, mighty law. Professor Petrashitsky, in whom official Russian science takes pride as one of the greatest authorities in Europe, has described most vividly the relationships between the positive, i.e., written law, and the intuitive law of the new social forces, i.e., their ideal of justice. To quote Petrashitsky, the simultaneous existence and functioning of the positive law with the intuitive law is possible only if there is a general agreement between them. If the discord reaches a certain degree, then the disintegration of the positive law becomes inescapable, in a case of opposite. 56. The disintegration is brought about through a social revolution. Such a revolution took place on October 25. It would be beyond comprehension if bourgeois positive law continued to exist by some miracle even after the revolution, especially since the revolution had been aroused by the craving to destroy it. Petrashitsky describes in detail how the new legal ideal grows among the lower classes, under the influence of changing conditions. He states that the sense of justice becomes even more offended when it encounters opposition, then it reaches a fanatical hatred of the existing order with its laws, and ultimately it arouses an explosion in the revolution. One Petrashitsky is not frightened by even such manifestations of the new, popular, and revolutionary legal consciousness, which, of course, will never accompany the proletarian revolution, however repulsive the guillotines of the revolution and the destruction of the cultural centers are. They are an inescapable result of the insulted popular sense, a spontaneous vengeance for the suppression of rights, i.e., people's inner legal consciousness. The conclusion is obvious: the people engender a new intuitive law, which calls, first of all, for the destruction of all organs of the old law that are perceived by them as complete injustices. This intuitive law can be distinctly formulated only in the process of a direct, revolutionary legal creativity. Such is the law of revolution, especially great revolutions that have no precedents. Down with the court's mummies, with the altars of the dead law. Down with the judges' vampires, who are ready to drink the blood of the living on the fresh grave of tyrannical, capitalist rule. Long live the people who create a new law in their courts, which are boiling and fermenting like a new wine, a just law for all, a law of the great fraternity and equality of the working man. The proletarian revolution, proletarian not only in terms of forces that brought it about, but also in terms of the goals pursued instinctively or consciously by the masses carrying it out, aims at replacing sooner or later the old bourgeois individualistic system with a socialist collectivist system. With a complete socialization of production and exchange first, and then of consumption, and with the elimination of any and all struggle between men in the process of acquiring the material means of existence, full opportunity will be opened for the unhindered, thorough development of man, of man's personality, not as a separate individual but as an organic part of the organic whole that is called humanity. Then the struggle from the sphere of relationships between men will be carried over into the sphere of relationships between humanity and nature. In a persistent struggle with nature, men will wring from it more secrets, learn new forces of nature, master these forces, adapt them to the growing needs of mankind, and transform themselves from slaves of unintelligible and elemental forces into their conscious masters. At the present time it is difficult to foresee the end of man's struggle in the sphere of conquering natural forces, which is aimed at creating a beautiful, diversified, and free life for mankind. But this long struggle, perhaps the struggle of generations, will be a struggle between neither men nor groups of men divided by geographical, state, or class boundaries, but will be the struggle between humanity and nature. Then the period of struggle and wars between men will become a legend. Men as harmonious parts of a single integral organism of humanity will combine their powers for the common good and will not direct them for defeating, conquering, oppressing, or enslaving one another. The source of coercion will disappear in the relationships between men. Also, the law, which is called forth by the constant struggle of men as separate individuals, groups, states, etc., will then disappear as an organization of coercion in the sphere of human relationships. Not only will civil law disappear with the consolidation of collectivism, but also law in general. The harmonious coexistence of men will be based not on the principle of social coercion and social necessity or, in other words, on law, but on the principle of complete social freedom. Then, for the first time, humanity will need no guarantees against the freedom or even the arbitrariness of its separate organic parts, i.e., of the individuals comprising it. Completely changed conditions of human existence will bring about such a regeneration of social psychology that the individual arbitrariness, which disturbs the harmony of humanity's life, will become such an infrequent anomaly that it can either be disregarded or eliminated by means other than the contemporary legal guarantees. But, if such will be the end result of the creation of the socialist system, does it mean that immediately after the outbreak of the proletarian revolution, which is confined to only one country, decrees can be issued abrogating the whole previous bourgeois legal structure, and that the creation of new socialist relationships can be left to the natural course of events? Is an unregulated transition from the anarchistic arbitrariness of the bourgeois individualistic system toward the harmonious freedom of the socialist social system possible? The questions themselves imply that the negative answer is self-evident. It is self-evident that during the transition period some spheres of law will be blossoming, will attain unprecedented intensity, whereas, at the same time, other spheres of law will fall into decay, fade, shrink, approach the non-being, or finally disappear. Thereby the changes will assume a more violent character in the sphere of legislation than in the sphere of operative law which comprised the nucleus of the new system in the past. But the decrees by themselves do not provide for the final solution of the problem. Decrees which in brief but harsh statements have abolished survivals of the past, have untied old fetters that bound men and hindered their activity, and thus have given to individuals a complete freedom of action, while assuming or hypocritically pretending that the clash of free egos would produce general well-being were appropriate and have attained their goal in the period of the exemplary French bourgeois revolution, which aimed at creating a system of anarchistic individualism in the sphere of economic relations. But the proletarian revolution, which pursues entirely different goals and which faces the task of constructing and consolidating a diametrically opposed system of regulated collectivism, cannot, obviously, limit itself to the mere negative activity of issuing decrees. The positive task of regulating relationships, which should replace the previous chaotic intellectualism in the 1920s 59. Concerning this subject, we find the thoughts of a most prominent young Marxist, Karl Renner, to be quite deep and interesting in a recently published work. In one of the chapters dealing with the differences between the bourgeois and the proletarian revolutions, K. Renner develops the following thoughts. What the bourgeois revolutions do in the economic sphere is very simple and relatively quickly attainable. They untie and free men and material elements of production from all traditional, feudal, or class fetters and leave them alone. In the name of these revolutions, the state tells man, from now on you are a person, and economically you are free to do whatever you desire. Your higher and fundamental right in this sphere is to be entirely independent of me. In exactly the same way, the state addresses itself to material things. From now on you are nothing but commodities, regardless of whether you are plots of land, fruits, animals, products of labor, or anything else. I see no difference between you. You have the right to be in circulation without my help. Persons and commodities, you have to act on the basis of free contract, my task is merely to provide coercion for the fulfillment of your contracts. It is quite obvious that such non-interference requires no creative economic activity from the state and that it can be accomplished at any time by simple decrees. Regardless of the amount of time that passed before the feudal society became disorganized to the degree that it began to conceive of itself as a simple society of commodity possessors, and regardless of the political efforts that had to be spent by the bourgeoisie in gathering political power, formally the bourgeois revolution was accomplished by means of decree, declaring, "Men and commodities, move. You are free." No additional organizational work was to be done by the bourgeois revolution, with the exception of the creation of a justly arbitrating state, of a Rechtsstaat, of the highest realization of the bourgeois ideal of social life, above which even such great bourgeois minds as that of Kant were unable to see, and which Ferdinand Lassalle ironically called a night guardian. It would be absurd to assume that the proletarian revolution will become a copy of a bourgeois revolution, that it will perform the same function, and that it will adhere to the same forms. On the contrary, system is of great significance in the legal sphere of the transition period. Since it represents a recent and a higher historical formation, the bourgeois form of revolution and its formulas are reactionary in comparison to the proletarian revolution. The non-limitation of men and things which bourgeois ideology calls freedom is an anarchy from the viewpoint of the proletarian revolution and thus is something reactionary. The proletarian revolution foresees a new system in the future, in place of the capitalist system it sees a socialist economic and social system. Living in this bourgeois world, whose anarchistic character was so clearly described by Friedrich Engels, Marx stated the following. What you call absence of restraint and freedom is, in fact, universal social dependence. Having failed to consciously create a social order for yourselves, you fell under the material law of capital which dominates all participants of production, you are the slaves of things but, as persons, you assume that you are free. But this law of capital compels you to unite, and one day it will even force society to dethrone it, to replace it with conscious social guidance, and to create conditions in which the economy would not dominate the society but society would dominate the economy, in which the bourgeoisie would not dominate the state but the state would dominate the bourgeoisie until organized society would finally dissolve the bourgeoisie. Capitalism gives birth to its own gravedigger, namely, socialism. In this sense, socialism means a conscious domination of organized society over economy. An organized society is not an anarchistic conglomeration of individuals but their merging into one general will. Unfortunately, this merging can be brought about neither by decree nor in one day. Ask any political representative of any locality, or any representative of the local labor union, how much time, effort, and adroitness is needed to lead a few hundred people to one thought and will, to uproot from their minds bourgeois prejudices of anarchistic free individuality, and to replace them with the awareness that it is better to be a free member of a free society. Take a look at our professional, cooperative, and political organizations and you will see that years and decades will be needed for the psychological regeneration of the proletarian upheaval, and that it will be achieved not by means of violence or decrees but by means of work and education. Having taken all this into consideration, one can understand the deep contrast between the bourgeois and the proletarian world. The essence of a bourgeois system is the juridical title, property, the essence of a proletarian system is work, a protracted process of work that cannot be replaced with any ingenious invention, the virtue of a bourgeois system is the sovereignty of the individual, the virtue of a proletarian system is a disciplined incorporation into the general will, into the organization. The organized society takes rule over the economy into its own hands, such is the material task of the new proletarian formation. The domination over economy is a feature that not only distinguishes it from the bourgeois state system but makes it diametrically opposed to it. The bourgeois system constitutes a domination over men by means of law, in other words, by means of command and obedience or, in brief, by means of legal enactments, The organ of this system is the jurist, its higher form is legislation. At the present time, during the war, even a layman sees that simple legislation is powerless, and especially powerless in coping with the economy. In fact, domination over the economy has already ceased to be domination. It consists of drafting and fulfilling plans of work, of technical ideas and technical work. This demonstrates the tremendous difference. The bourgeois law declares, you, subjects of bourgeois law, may or should build houses with such and such legal limitations. Such an order is issued with one stroke of the pen. On the other hand, the social, general will proclaims, we will build accommodations for everyone. The latter law is no longer an order but a program of work. After the passage of decrees on August 4, which was the culmination point of the French Revolution, the free citizens could begin to dance blissfully on the plazas of Paris. They were free persons, they were unrestrained proprietors, and the commodities circulated freely in all markets. The development of the capitalist mode of production could now begin. However, the moment the proletariat establishes its rule in the state, work, not dancing, will begin. Years will pass, indeed years rich in work until, for example, each member of society is furnished with worthy accommodations. A correct understanding of the form and content of the proletarian upheaval can be acquired by examining the measures taken by the bourgeoisie in anticipation of this upheaval. The bourgeoisie, desiring to obtain the greatest possible exploitation of work, could not wait for each worker to privately acquire the training necessary for the production process by means of free competition between the private teachers and educators. It created the public schools, thus adopting in this sphere methods that are available to the socialist system and that are the only suitable methods. At first the bourgeoisie carried out its decision by means of law. Thus, for example, in 1869, a public 62. School law was issued in Austria. But law is simply a word, and, in addition, a word that is not at all similar to the biblical words used during the 6 days of creation, let it be and it became. Let the school building be, let the school teachers be. As a true social law, this law was a program of work. We wish to build schools, we wish to create teachers' colleges, we wish to develop methods of teaching and school facilities, we wish to give each child an education in 8 years. Almost half a century has passed since this law was issued, yet not all school buildings are yet erected. The preparation of teachers is still unsatisfactory, school equipment is still unavailable. None of these school needs will ever be attained, because time rushes forward, and the government merely follows, far behind, in satisfying the needs. In their very nature, all the tasks of the government are endless. Equally endless will be the economic tasks of socialism. It may suffice to mention only one example, namely, the task of organizing agricultural production. Each step uncovers new problems during this process. Nothing is more dangerous than injecting into the proletariat the faith in decrees which prevailed during the French Revolution. Nothing is more dangerous than to expect miracles from socialism like those that took place in the days of the creation. Let it be and it became. The day the proletariat establishes a dictatorship over the economy, the phantom of the state will disappear and the work of the administration will begin. Indeed, this work will be free of any private interests. It will be capable of producing faster and more efficiently and will precipitate social development. Miracles, however, will not take place. The temple of bourgeois authority is legislation and its fetish is the law. The temple of the socialist world system is administration and its divine service is work. It is by no accident that the political ideals of the bourgeoisie are embodied in parliamentarism and the Rechtsstaat, whereas, the socialist community is, in its very nature, primarily a community of administration. A socialist and Marxist, K. Renner is not the only one to notice the transition from legislation to administration. He merely depicts, in a most salient and bold manner, the distinctions between the bourgeois and the proletarian methods. In the works of many bourgeois scientists one can also find references to the fact that sovereignty, commands, and legislation begin to play the secondary role even in bourgeois society and give way to the direct satisfaction of communal needs, administration, and economic management. For example, Du Guet, a French professor, has devoted a whole book to this question. In part, the same thoughts can be noted in the book published in the past century by the present American president, Woodrow Wilson. In his book, for example, we find the following lines. The legislative power is but a part of government. Legislation is but the oil of government. It lubricates its channels and speeds its wheels, it lessens the friction and so eases the movement. It is even more important to know how the house is being built than to know how the plans were conceived by the architects and how the necessary materials were figured out. It is better to have skillful work, stout walls, reliable arches, unbending rafters, and windows sure to expel the winter's flaw than a drawing on paper which is the admiration of all the artists in the country. 3. Les transformations du droit public. 4. Gosudrslvenie stroy so edinenek shlatov, a Russian translation of Wilson's Congressional Government, pages 257-58. The tasks of the proletarian revolution can be carried out neither by means of decrees nor by means of legislative acts that provide for juridical titles and procedures through which certain rights can be acquired. Even more so, they cannot be carried out by means of norms, which are based on the premise that the corresponding relationships should be regulated by voluntary private contracts, and which begin to function only when the persons who have entered into certain relationships forget or overlook some details of these relationships. These tasks will be carried out, not by rejecting the interference of the state, but, on the contrary, by organized administration, by economic management, by accommodating the material, spiritual, and cultural needs of the population. Naturally, the outlining of these tasks and the drafting of such plans will also be done at first in the form of decisions that, on the surface, may resemble previously written laws. But will the legislation dealing with civil rights, as they have been understood earlier, be included in the system of legislation as its independent part? Or, will we have to admit that civil law is to be abolished? Or, more precisely, that the relationships that previously were regulated by civil law should be regulated by norms of an entirely different type, not the bourgeois individualist but the organizational social type? But what, in fact, is the nature of civil law? The disputes concerning the limits of civil and public law and the essential features distin. 64. But can the proletarian state authority, established for carrying out the tasks of the proletarian revolution, play a neutral, pilot-like role in relation to the economy while accommodating the material and spiritual needs of the people? Can it, as a rule, abstain from the direct regulation of relationships that play the decisive role? Can it tolerate the situation under which the sphere of material private relationships would be based on the principle of freedom to trade in private property? Can it tolerate the situation under which the sphere distinguishing civil law from public law are far from being resolved in Western European literature? The same is true of our country, despite the fact that since 1864 a rule has existed asserting that all controversies concerning civil rights are subject to judicial decision. In general, however, one can accept the explanation of the nature of the public law given by Professor I. A. Pokrovsky as the most satisfactory. The method of juridical centralization constitutes the essential feature of civil law. Different methods are employed in the domains in which law is regarded as belonging to the private or civil sphere. In the latter case, the state authority abstains, as a rule, from a direct regulation of relationships. It does not put itself in the position of an exclusive regulating center but, on the contrary, leaves the regulation to a multitude of other small centers which, like other independent social units, are conceived of as legal subjects. In the majority of cases, such legal subjects are individuals, men. All these small centers are assumed to have their own will and initiative and consequently are responsible for the regulation of the relationships between themselves. The state does not determine these relationships in any way, it merely assumes the role of an organ protecting that which has been determined by others. The state does not prescribe to a private person to become a proprietor, an heir, or a husband. All this depends upon the private person himself or upon several private persons, but state authority will protect relationships established by private will. As a general rule, the state authority resorts to action only if for any reason private persons do not fulfill their obligations. Thus, for example, in the case of the absence of a will, the state determines the order of inheritance in conformity with law. Consequently, as a rule, the norms of private law do not have a coercive but merely a subsidiary or supplementary character and can be abrogated or replaced by private decisions. Thus, whereas public law is a system of centralized juridical relationships, civil law, on the contrary, is a system of juridical decentralization. Its very existence presupposes the existence of a great number of self-determining centers. 5. Of legal relationships would rest on the principle of freedom of contracts and agreements? Can it tolerate the situation under which the sphere of post-mortem proprietary relationships would rest on the principle of the freedom of wills? The proletarian state authority, i.e., the class authority whose life depends upon the organization, unification, centralization, but not the atomization and decentralization of work, cannot do this. That could not be done even by bourgeois authority, which was forced, by the development of economic relationships, to take care of the regulation of some material, civil, and hereditary relationships. But was the unlimited freedom of property, contracts, agreements, and wills really preserved in bourgeois legal systems? Even the most extreme individualists, for example, Professor I. A. Pokrovsky, are forced to acknowledge the possibility of a different regulation of the relationships that at times were regulated by civil law. 0. Is it conceivable, especially at the present time, in view of problems raised by war and starvation and the transformations that either have been or soon will be accomplished, that the state authority will, as a matter of principle, abstain from direct interference in the sphere of relationships regulated by the private law? Can one really argue that the right to own belongs to the sphere of the civil law discussed earlier, especially since not only the property right has been limited but the main object of the private law, the land, has been withdrawn from arbitrary private domination and regulation? Can one speak of freedom of contracts and agreements when the hiring of labor and the renting of lodgings is regulated by the state authority, when the latter determines the profit limit of both individual and collective enterprises, when the main part of production and exchange have become nationalized, and when general labor conscription is in preparation? 7. We have seen that the relationships that originally were exempt from the interference of the bourgeois state authority became the objects of an increasing state interference even before the proletarian revolution. The interference will be intensified further by the state authority, which is an instrument of the proletariat, and which is responsible for the transition toward full collectivism. 66. The private, civil, bourgeois law, which is based on the individualistic principle of laissez-faire, laissez-passer, is in the process of decay everywhere. At the time of the proletarian revolution, this law is in a state of agony and will be replaced with the social law of the transition period, a law that is based on planned and centralized accounting and whose aim will be the satisfaction of the material and spiritual needs of men, members of the great and constantly expanding collective. Individualistic civil law dies away finally in the period of the proletarian revolution and is replaced by an entirely different law, social law. From this point of view, it may appear that the proletarian revolution is confronted in this sphere with two independent tasks, the task of abolishing and the task of creating, and that the former task is very easy and identical with the abolishing function of the bourgeoisie, example the French Revolution. This is not, in fact, the case. The abolishing aspect of the proletarian revolution's task is fundamentally different from the abolishing task of a bourgeois revolution and is carried out with tremendous difficulties that are not encountered in the materialization of the legal tasks of the bourgeois revolution. The abolishing aspect of the proletarian revolution is indissolubly connected with its creative part. Not only are the old relationships abolished, but also the mode of regulating new relationships is changed in the most radical and unusually complicated manner. The non-organizational mode of regulation is replaced by an organizational one. For example, the carrying out of the abolishing task in the sphere of the inheritance law would be quite easy if it consisted only in abolishing, in the non-recognition of property relations of the deceased person, if it were decided that the property belonging to the dead person during his life should cease to be attached to, or connect with, anyone, that his debts should be cancelled, that all his claims be terminated, and that his personal property be free and accessible to anyone. The difficulties arise, however, when the task is different, when the previous order for regulating the property relations of the deceased person is abolished and replaced with another more complicated one, when the state authority must determine all details concerning the disposal of the property of the deceased. But these difficulties are of a different nature from those indicated by the critics of the abolishment of the private inheritance law. Thus, the previously mentioned Professor I. A. Pokrovsky, among others, argues in the following way. All these fears are rather more apparent than real. First, when we are confronted with the task of abrogating wills and the private right of inheritance, the economic system is not any longer based on the principle of private initiative. Second, no one can know, not even approximately, when his life is approaching the end. Third, even the critics admit that at the present time the stoppage or discontinuance of enterprise does not depend upon man's will. 9. Fourth, in most cases, the useless waste and squandering of money does not imply the destruction of property but its transfer into other hands. Finally, it is quite conceivable that the desire to take care of the needy and to work for the general good, i.e., for the state, may become a stimulus for the intensification of one's initiative. In fact, bourgeois thought leans toward the acceptance of this view. Our difficulties are to be sought somewhere else. The abolishment of part of the decree, that part which repeals inheritance, is indissolubly connected with the creative part. The property, i.e., all property remaining after a person's death, should remain intact, should be registered, and instead of being used for the satisfaction of individual and arbitrary wishes and claims, it should be used for a standardized security for the needy people and for the purpose of general welfare, i.e., for the needs of the state. For this is needed, the creation of organizations that would account for such property, of organizations for the investigation of such property that would determine satisfactory methods for urgent, temporary, and final satisfaction of needy people, and, finally, of an appropriate organization for the managing of such property. All this work requires much time. But, above all, social law, which is directed at restraining individual. As long as the economic system is based on the principle of private initiative, the abolition of the right to dispose of one's property in case of a death will lead to a number of difficult negative consequences. If people were deprived of the right, in case of their death, to take care of close persons, who are not legal heirs, or to give their property for any other purposes that were dear to them during their life, people would lose the most effective stimulus for the development of their economic energy and initiative. Instead, at the end of the life the tendency toward useless waste and squandering of money may develop. 5. Tendencies, aspirations, and claims in favor of society, calls for time and struggle if it is to materialize. Hence, generally speaking, the struggle takes place not only for the creation of a new law but also for the materialization of existing laws. Both the struggles de leg ferenda and de leg lata are in existence. 10. Frequently, a much greater part of the struggle is wasted on the implementation of the law than on its creation. This calls for a constant and energetic defense of the law by interested persons. In particular, concerning the law abrogating inheritance, it is indispensable that interested persons and institutions, political organs, and members of the community should regularly and energetically defend the norms of this law. Not only should they abstain from evading it, but they should act against attempts by others to do so. The law finds itself and asserts itself only in struggle. The abolishing and the creative tasks of the proletarian revolution both require energetic and practical work for their materialization. At the same time, the carrying out of these tasks constitutes the materialization of the program of work, practical everyday work, socio-psychological regeneration. The decrees merely furnish the stimuli that accelerate movement in this direction. Their elimination *. Law and crime, their origin and the conditions of M. Kozlovsky. Among ideologies, by means of which the ruling classes hold the oppressed masses in the sphere of their influence, law deserves an especially honorable place. Since its duty was to protect the relations of production and to secure the exploitation of labor by the capitalists, law had to be transformed into a higher mystical authority, into a fetish. Official theories have been explaining the origin of law from the very moment of its birth until now in a metaphysical way. At the dawn of the history of class society, the establishment of law was attributed to the deity. Later, its origin was attributed to other mystical forces or metaphysical beings, such as nature, emanational spirit, objective spirit, general will, collective will, the will of the state, reason, and similar fictions. Marx, the great proletarian thinker, removed the veil of mystery from this sacred, bourgeois phenomenon. He demonstrated that law is a social relationship, that it grows from the relations of production, that it is brought about by, and corresponds to, the relations of production, that it changes, develops, and dies away with them. All that was needed to ascertain the moment of the birth of law was to lay bare the roots of social relationships. The naturally progressive process of the development of law can be reduced to the following brief formula: a communist system knows of no law. Law comes into being together with economic inequality, with the split of the population into classes. The legal system of antiquity reflected the exploitation of slave labor. Feudal law up to the 19th century reflected the exploitation of serfs. Bourgeois law since the French Revolution has represented a reflection of the exploitation of free labor by the capitalists. The transition period from capitalism to socialism brings forth a law never known before. It is no longer a law in the proper meaning of the term. It is a proletarian law, but a law nevertheless, in the sense that it serves as a means of suppressing the resistance of the minority by the working classes. Law, as an external protection of the relations of production, continues to function in a socialist society, but it gradually withers away, and, with the transition into communism, it completely disappears. Having originated in economic inequality, in the future communist society law dies away together with economic inequality. Such is the life process of law. Mankind has already gone through the major part of this process. At present, our country is experiencing the epoch of proletarian law. What is its destiny? With the final suppression of the bourgeoisie, the function of proletarian law will gradually diminish and be replaced by the organizational rules of economic life: production, distribution, and consumption. The organs of law will be transformed into economic, administrative organs. Judges will be replaced increasingly by workers, overseers, and bookkeepers. Proponents of the so-called sociological school of law are in agreement with the view that the legal order will be transformed gradually into an economic organization, but they refuse to accept the view that law will disappear completely. In defense of this scientifically hopeless position, they advance arguments taken from the field of criminal law, that is, from the sphere of crimes. Menger argues that, regardless of the type of society, the possibility of the disappearance of crime is inconceivable because of the basic instincts of man's nature. He admits only the possibility that crime will become a less frequent occurrence. It is evident that his argument is based on a fetishist view of law as something eternal. We know that the prerequisite of the state, law, and crime is economic inequality, which arose because of the division of society into classes. Consequently, with the disappearance of the class system and the subsequent disappearance of inequality, all these, including crime, will disappear. To a Marxist, crime is a product of the irreconcilability of class antagonism. The anarchy in capitalist production gives rise to excesses, extremism, and crime, indeed, most atrocious crimes. Exploitation of the masses produces want, misery, ignorance, savagery, and vice. These manifestations will vanish only in the more advanced phase of communism, but will remain in the transition toward communism in the form of rudimentary remnants of the past. Mankind cannot emancipate itself at once from this bloody legacy of centuries-long servitude. It will hound us for a long time, until finally humanity will transform conditions of necessity into conditions of freedom. The transition system towards socialism received an unusually great inheritance of criminality from imperialism, which is responsible for the unheard-of slaughter of the peoples, for famine and brutality. The proletarian government is confronted with an extraordinarily difficult task to take care of this evil. What are the measures it will have to take for fighting this evil during the transition period? To begin with, our punitive policy will put an end to the principle of retribution, for the reason alone that we do not assume that the offender is in possession of a free will or simply a will. Being determinists, we accept as axiomatic the proposition that an offender is a product of the social milieu and that his actions and motives are independent of his own and our will. It would be absurd to give him his due for something of which he is not guilty. Torture and cruel punishment should be rejected. We think that the attempts to reform a criminal are futile. At best, we can only laugh at the sentimental methods of re-education that are being practiced in some countries abroad, such as high-calorie diets, long walks, massages, bathing, calisthenics, etc. In conformity with our view of the causes underlying criminality, the only aim of the imposed punishment should be self-defense or the protection of society against encroachments, in which case the government will have to take decisive, surgical measures, that is, measures of terror and isolation. There is no need to think about general preventive measures, because life itself will be working for us, bringing us closer to communism, where there will be no crime, no violence, and hence no punishment and no law. In the meantime, however, as long as we cannot yet proclaim Periat Lustitia, Fiat Mundus, our work in the punitive sector will be directed, by our class interests. It will be a rigid suppression of encroachments against society on the part of the parasitic minority in conformity with the interests of the working masses of the population. To work out a detailed plan of the measures to be used in the struggle against criminality and to put it into the form of a legal code would be tantamount, at present, to inventing a more or less ingenious utopian system. What is necessary now is to give the revolutionary masses an opportunity to demonstrate their own law creativity. The healthy class instinct of the workers will point the proper way to them. Law and right are inherited like an eternal piece stucca. If, in considering the law, we have in mind only its bourgeois meaning, then we cannot speak of a proletarian law, for the goal of the socialist revolution is to abolish law and to replace it with a new socialist order. To a bourgeois legal theorist, the term law is indissolubly tied in with the idea of the state as an organ of protection and as an instrument of coercion in the hands of the ruling class. With the fall or rather the dying away of the state, law in the bourgeois meaning of the term also dies away. When we speak of a proletarian law, we have in mind law of the transition period, law in the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat, or law of a socialist society, law in a completely new meaning of the term. For, with the abolition of the state as an organ of oppression in the hands of one class or another, the relationships between men, the social order, will be regulated not by means of coercion but by means of the conscious goodwill of the workers, that is, the will of the entire new society. In this respect the tasks of bourgeois revolutions were considerably easier than the task of a socialist revolution. Voltaire's revolutionary statement is well known: if you intend to have good laws, then burn the old and create new ones. We know that this requirement was not fulfilled by any bourgeois upheaval, not even by the Great French Revolution. The latter mercilessly burned feudal castles and the titles to these castles, liquidated privileges and the holders of these privileges, and replaced the feudal system with a bourgeois one. Notwithstanding, the oppression of man by man survived, and some old laws remained unboomed and binding. The legal monument of the French Revolution, Napoleon's civil code, came into being only 10 years after the revolution, and only after the victory of the counter-revolution. In one of his earlier writings, Marx vividly outlined the basic difference between bourgeois and socialist revolutions. A bourgeois revolution dissolves old feudal forms of organization through the political emancipation of independent persons, without tying and subordinating them to a new economic form. It divides the person into man and citizen, whereby all the socio-economic bourgeois revolution did not always adhere to Voltaire's words. It did not burn old laws as resolutely as it should, and when it burned them it failed to eradicate them from the minds of the people. As pointed out by Renner, the human mind is a reliable storehouse in which Moses' stone tables with his commandments are as real as any recent decree issued by the government. In it the ancient historical elements are interwoven with contemporary elements into a single reality. This is the source of all theories of the divine origin of such institutions as sacred property, the inborn character of class privileges, the natural right of the master to the services of the worker, etc. Whereas socialist theory is a merciless critique of everything in existence, the proletarian revolution is a merciless destroyer of the existing state and social system. As in other fields, in the field of law the proletarian revolution is first to fulfill the prerequisites of true democracy. It translates Voltaire's words into reality and solemnly throws into the fire the 16 volumes of the collection of laws of Es Urban Sich, Gesetz und Recht. Wie in which Krankheit fort. Relationships of citizens belong to the sphere of their private affairs which are of no interest to the state. Man appears to be leading a double life, a heavenly and an earthly life, in the political community, where he is a citizen, and in a bourgeois society, where he acts as a private person and either looks upon other men as means, or lowers himself to a means or a toy in the hands of others. Private interests are indifferent, for, regardless of whether a man in bourgeois society is satisfied or hungry, whether he is physically fit or incapacitated, whether he has time to satisfy his spiritual needs, this is his private affair, the egoistic interest of each separate person, with which the state does not interfere. The state can be turned into a free state without turning man into a free man. What the bourgeois revolutions did was merely to put into power a new class in place of the old one, or along with the old, and to change the form of the organization of state power. The mode of oppression was freely changed without changing the text of old laws. The continuity of law seems to be the essence of the stability of human society, which is based on the principle of exploitation of man by man. Thus, the laws of slave-holding Rome survived not only the feudal system but even all phases in the development of capitalism, imperialism included. 74. Gentlemen, what do you understand under the protection of the rule of law? The protection of the law which belongs to the past social epoch, law that was made by the representatives of social interests that are no longer in existence or are passing away, interests that are contradictory to the needs of society. Social system is not based on law. This is a juridical prejudice. On the contrary, law should be based on the existing social system. Law inevitably changes with the changing conditions of life. Protection of old law at the expense of the needs and demands of social development is in essence nothing but a protection of obsolete separate interests at the expense of the present-day interests of the entire society. Such defenders of the rule of law proclaim as governing the interests that in fact are no longer governing. Such a defense thrusts upon society laws that are contradictory to the conditions of life and even to the mode of production. Such phrases about the rule of law constitute either a conscious deception or an unconscious self-deception. The Russian Empire together with its empire and its imperialism. Some of our revolutionaries tried in vain to preserve some of its parts spared by fire. Instead of creating new, truly revolutionary law, the proletarian revolution calls for creativity. It must be courageous, not only in a destructive work, but also in a law-creating role. It may seem that the references to the old law in the decrees of the workers' peasants' government are highly inappropriate, for the laws of the earlier governments should have been burned. But the socialist upheaval is not simply a leap into the unknown. It is a protracted, more or less long process of civil war, a process that results in the transformation of the bourgeois social system, with its division into classes of oppressors and oppressed, into a socialist system. This transition period requires a special transitional law, in part because the bourgeois system cannot be transformed into a socialist system instantly, and in part because the old system remains in existence in people's minds as a past tradition. This feeling prevails also among all strata of the proletariat, which are merely awakening now and still whirl in the traditional ideology and nourish themselves with the intellectual leavings of the bourgeoisie. The workers'-peasants' revolution found a formula that correctly solves this problem. The decree on court asserts that new courts are guided in their decisions and verdicts by laws of the overthrown government only if they were not repealed by the revolution and are not contradictory to revolutionary conscience and revolutionary law consciousness. This, on the one hand, was an answer to the attempts to retain old laws that, although burned, were still living in people's minds. On the other hand, this was an answer to our right-wing Marxists, who reproached us for having anarchistic tendencies, namely, for our rejection of the laws of earlier governments. I then gave the following answer to our opponents. What was the reaction to my answer? Some Marxists stigmatized my answer as anarchistic, and I had to reveal the secret that it was taken literally from Karl Marx's famous speech, delivered to a trial jury in Cologne. No, we are not anarchists, we assign a great, and at times perhaps even too great a significance to law, but only to law of the new system. Like any state, the Workers'-Peasants' Soviet Republic is a class state, but its task is not the oppression of the poor in the interest of a clique of the rich. On the contrary, its task is the dictatorship of the poor, i.e., the overwhelming majority, for the suppression of an insignificant minority, that is, the bourgeoisie, with the aim to liquidate the exploitation of man by man and to establish socialism under which there will be no division into classes and no state authority. A unification of the working citizen and the working man into a whole takes place in the Soviet Republic. All revolutions begin with the destruction of Montesquieu's theory of the division of powers. The Soviet authority, which came into being in the RSFSR, on October 25, 1917, is at the same time legislative, executive, and judicial authority. It does not reject a technical division of labor, but it rejects the hypocritical theory of the independence of one branch from another. The dictatorship of the proletariat and of the poor peasants constitutes a single power. We too are told that even today, 2 years after the October Revolution, we do not yet have a written proletarian law. We could answer that the Great French Revolution came into possession of the Civil Code only 15 years after the Revolution, and only after the victory of the counter-revolution. But, as always, we are frank and therefore we state directly that such a written proletarian code will never come into existence in our country. When we speak of the proletarian law, we have in mind a transient law. Our great achievement in the revolution of law is a clear understanding of the meaning of law and court. Law is a system or an order of social relationships, corresponding to the interests of the ruling class and protected by an organized force. Hence, without classes, there will be no class organization, no law, and no courts. Dialectical realism as a method of cognition of D. Jaworsky social phenomena *. 76. To an unenlightened man whose thinking is disorganized, the problem of being is non-existent. The stream of his psychic experiences, in which his ego is immersed, is taken by him for the true being. A chaos of sensations and sensory images constitutes the world of his experience. A credulous acceptance of anything that appears in his consciousness and a superficiality in ascertaining facts, the causes generating them, and their significance are the features characteristic of the man whose thinking is undisciplined. His picture of the world surrounding him is unstable and contradictory. Indeed, one could argue that a picture of the world is non-existent for him there are only separate, disjointed facts, facts that are contradictory, at times meaningless because of their isolation from the whole, and colored with the sensory experiences of both the cognizing subject and his environs. Living in this distorted world, in the world of sensory phantasmata and contradictory facts, man acts, i.e., strives to change the existing reality, but fails to attain desired results. The world of objective being refuses to subordinate itself to him. A mastery over the world is attainable only through organized thinking, which alone is in a position to organize the existence with which it is confronted. The real world does not directly manifest itself to man's consciousness. Man's experience is a product of protracted sedulous work and of a specifically refined and raw technique of thinking. That being determines consciousness, is a truth that constitutes the cornerstone of any realistic philosophy, and in particular the philosophy of dialectical materialism. As stated by F. Engels, a method has been found to explain man's knowing by his being, instead of, as heretofore, his being by his knowing. 1. Thus, from the point of view of the philosophy of realism, our consciousness and our experience are deeply rooted in being, are determined by it, and find in it the supreme criterion of their truthfulness. In practice, says K. Marx, man must prove the truth, i.e., the reality and power, the this-sidedness of his thinking. This is what distinguishes the philosophy of realism from psychologism, from relativism, and from subjective idealism. Consciousness is determined by being, but at the same time consciousness is not a passive object mechanically reflecting this being. Man's cognitive experience is the product of the activity of the consciousness and of its attitude toward being. An act of contemplation is not contradictory to practice, it is a species of the same genus, of purposive activity. Consciousness is a purposive activity aimed at revealing being, whereas practice is a purposive activity aimed at changing being. Both these activities are closely related, complementary one to the other and each dependent upon the other. Speaking of the general nature of cognitive activity, we should distinguish three basic phases. The first phase does not constitute an act of cognition, yet at the same time it is an indispensable prerequisite of cognition. It is a life with objects. Living with objects. We are with them in a condition of mutual penetration, but, being penetrated by objects, we do not know them. Our cognitive activity, which produces an abstract knowledge, begins to work in this initial stage of penetration. In the second phase of cognition, a split in the initial life with objects takes place. We contrapose ourselves to objects. Only on the ground of contraposition of one's self to objects is any knowledge possible. But abstract knowledge is still deficient, because it splits the whole object into separate objects of cognition. Only in the third phase do we attain the real goal of cognition, the contemplation of the true object. From the point of view of real knowledge, the preceding phases are merely instruments in its attainment. The contemplation of the real object is the ultimate aim of our cognitive activity. The above-mentioned second and third phases of cognition are not. Stanley begin to contemplate it, but it appears as something that is covered with the haze of vagueness. Only through the differentiation of individual objects does the haze begin to disappear, and my contemplation approaches its goal, the true contemplation of the crystal clear living object. The dependence of thinking upon being demonstrates a close dependence of a method of cognition upon the nature of the object of cognition. The methodological principles uncover the object of our cognition and, because of this, blend the gnoseological element with the ontological element. Methodological principles, being a definite point of view on the object of our experience, make possible for us the direct contemplation of this object. The directness of contemplating the object of cognition by means of a methodological principle fosters an illusion of creation of this object by the subject. The history of the idealist system brilliantly demonstrates this constantly recurring cognitional illusion. One of the most vigorous attempts to overcome this idealistic self-deception of the 19th century was the creation of the philosophy of dialectical materialism. The idealism, represented by Hegel, aspired to overcome the closed circle of subjective thought by means of objectivizing and identifying it with the world process. But Hegel's thought, arrested in itself, was incapable of resolving itself into the living, real world. The dialectic of the concept itself, says F. Engels, now became merely the concise reflection of the dialectical motion of the real world, and Hegel's dialectic standing on its head was placed upon its feet again. For the world, revealed by organized consciousness, is a world of organic unity, is a non-contradictory system purified from sensuous elements. Interrelatedness, interaction, unity, and development are the features characteristic of the organic nature of true being. Looking from the point of view of the history of the development of human thought, we see that human consciousness succeeded in revealing the specific aspects of being only gradually. At first, only the crude world, the most noticeable world, the world directly affecting man's sensory organs, i.e., only the world of physical being, was revealed to human consciousness. Concepts of space and time, characteristic of this type of being, were regarded for a long time as being indispensable for any being. But gradually a new type of being revealed itself to human consciousness, a type of being in which the concept of space is not inherent. This new type is the world of psychological being. For a long time human consciousness rested on the discovery of these two types of being, attempting to attribute all experiences either to the physical or to the psychological being. But the concept of causality and power, characteristic of these two worlds, cannot account for the multiformity of the unfolding world. New facts call for new generalizations, for new points of view. Finally, the conception of a superspatial being comes into existence, that is, the conception of the teleological or ideal being. Because of the habit of contemplating separate spheres of being in their isolation and in their specific exclusiveness, human consciousness becomes incapable of comprehending the living objects that constitute the various spheres of being. This inability of philosophical idealism to comprehend the living, organically united, interacting, and developing being was noted by the founders of dialectical materialism. They characterized it as a metaphysical or a mechanistic mode of thinking and contract opposed to it organic, dialectic, and realistic thinking. As stated by Engels, investigation in the field of natural science has brought about a few positive results, but this method of work has also left us as a legacy the habit of observing natural objects and processes in isolation, apart from their connection with the vast whole, of observing them in repose, not in motion, as constants, not as essentially variables, in their death, not in their life. 5. Furthermore, Engels continued, the metaphysical mode of thought reaches a limit, beyond which it becomes one-sided, restricted, abstract, and lost in insoluble contradictions. In the contemplation of individual things, it forgets the connection between them. In the contemplation of their existence, it forgets the beginning and end of that existence, of their repose, it forgets their motion. 0. In contrast to the metaphysical mode of thought, the cognitive task of dialectical realism or materialism is the concrete, living total ity of being, contemplated in its formation and change. But some followers of dialectical materialism have either simplified or distorted it. For example, some regard the idea as something alien to being, as a product of the brain's transformation of the sensations and the feelings that man receives from the external world. Such a view, on the one hand, simplifies and vulgarizes reality by depriving it of its teleological element, and on the other hand, it separates thinking from being. In their numerous writings, the founders of dialectical materialism have indicated that the ideal has an existential nature, that thought is fused with real or material being. For example, K. Marx asserted, from idealism, which, by the way, I have equated with Kant's and Fichte's idealism, one arrived at the conclusion that the idea is to be sought in the reality 7. Furthermore, it is not enough that thought strives to be translated into reality, what is necessary is that reality itself should lead to thought. 8. In the writings of F. Engels we find the following view, without making blunders, thought can bring together into a unity only those elements of consciousness in which or in whose real prototypes this unity existed before. The view that idea is not abstracted from being itself, that it is a product of man's psyche leads to a dichotomy between thinking and being, to the very dualism that dialectical materialism seeks to overcome, and in fact overcomes, by finding the idea in reality itself. The fundamental features of being are universal. The worlds of cosmic, biological, and social life comprise an organic whole. Interconnectedness, interaction, and dialectical development. The idea dissolves itself in all forms of being and permeates the concrete, living reality. To the unity of being corresponds the unity of methodological principles, which lies at the basis of all types of scientific cognition. Most investigations conducted in the field of social phenomena have either a purely empirical or a utilitarian applied character. Knowledge of the nature of social being in its organic totality is a result of protracted development of scientific social thought. Law, politics, economics, ideology, etc., have been studied for a long time in isolation from total social life. Instead of being studied as functions of the whole, they were studied as independent and isolated phenomena. All 19th and 20th century ventures to study the world of social life as a sui generis being fall into two types: studies from the point of view of the law of causality, studies from the non-behavioral, teleological, value point of view. Ventures of the first type were conducted under various sociological banners, ventures of the second type were conducted under socio-philosophical banners. For a long time, researchers of both integrated social life and its individual manifestations sought to reduce them to the spheres of the earlier discovered being, either to the sphere of physical being or to the sphere of psychic being. Finally, however, the truth has been grasped that the physical and psychic factors merely condition social being but do not constitute its specificum. As pointed out by Baldwin, the banks are not the river. Chemistry is indispensable to life but is not life. Environmental forces are indispensable to evolution but they are not the vital forces. Life processes are indispensable to consciousness but they themselves are not psychic processes. Consciousness is indispensable to society but not every consciousness is a social consciousness. 10. In approaching social being and its phenomena as a sui generis being, sociological schools have, for the most part, dwelt only on its causal and power aspects without noticing the ideas by which social being is penetrated. Furthermore, they have failed to notice its organizational volitional nature, as well as the living, organic totality of this multiform being. The object of study was completely beyond their ideological grasp, and all their attempts to contemplate and to act upon social being failed, because social being is not exhausted by the mere mechanics of power. We indicated earlier that the second type of studies of social being and its phenomena was conducted under the banner of philosophy, that is, the philosophy of history, law, ethics, aesthetics, etc. In the writings of Kant, Fichte, Hegel, and, at the present time, in the writings of Cohen and Rickert, we find examinations of social being and its phenomena. Whereas the first type of theorist treats the object of study as belonging to the sphere of causal power being, the second type of theorists investigates the object of study from the point of view of a non-behavioral, teleological, value being. Arrested forms, abstract schemes, and lifeless objects, which replace the concrete, living, social being, are frequently the results of such an approach. The nature of social being requires that it should be contemplated both in the sphere of causality and power and in the sphere of values and teleology. Overcoming the narrowness of each of these two modes of thinking is indispensable for a social scientist. Value and power are blended in social reality. Hence, the true task of social science is to study their confluence in the various spheres of social life. Only one who regards theory as a prelude to action is capable of grasping the nature of social being, for social being is a continuous action. K. Marx, the great social theorist, applied to the study of social being the same principles that he applied to the study of nature. The organic totality of social being is the first axiom of Marxism. According to Marx, man is not an abstract being inhabiting the outer world. Man's world is society, the state. Human essence is no abstraction inherent in each single individual. In its reality it is an aggregate of social relations. 12. The interdependence of the subjects of social life was thus declared to be the first and the fundamental feature of social being. Again, according to Engels, it is not occasion so much of the motives of single individuals, however eminent, as of those motives that set in motion great masses, whole peoples, and whole classes of the people, and here, too, not the transient flaring up of a straw fire which quickly dies down, but a lasting action resulting in a great historical transformation. 13. Furthermore, in the history of society all acting forces are endowed with consciousness, and are acting with deliberation and passion, working toward definite goals. But this distinction, important as it is for historical investigations, particularly of single epochs and events, cannot alter the fact that the course of history is governed by general inner laws. Though stressing the inner laws of historical process, F. Engels has cautioned that it is not a mechanical, automatic process. Men make their own history, whatever its outcome may be, in that each person follows his own consciously desired ends, and it is precisely the resultant of these many wills operating in different direct ions and of their manifold effects upon the outer world which constitutes history. 15. Similarly, K. Marx reproached both Feuerbach, for not viewing human activity as an objective activity, and the materialistic doctrine, which asserts that men are products of circumstances and upbringing, and which neglects the fact that circumstances are changed precisely by men and that the educator must himself be educated. 10. In noting the totality, interdependence, and activism of social being, Marxism deems it to be its principal task to discover inner tendencies of social being, tendencies that determine and condition the activity of men, classes, and people. By knowing the inner laws of social development, man will be able to master social being to the same extent that he is capable of mastering cosmic and organic forces. Knowing the nature of social being, man will be capable of changing it, thus helping the basic inner tendencies of social development to assert themselves. As pointed out by K. Marx, the philosophers have interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. Thus we see that an aggregate of actions of interdependent social subjects constitutes the substance of social life. Owing to this, social action is the central concept in investigating the nature of social being. Action in general is a purposive activity aimed at changing being. 16. If the action of a social subject is examined apart from the actions of other social subjects, it does not lead us to the process of social life. Purposive moment in social action has been stressed by K. Marx, who described it as an inevitable element of man's social life. What distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is this, that the architect raises his structure in imagination before he erects it in reality. At the end of every labor process, we get a result that already existed in the imagination of the laborer at its commencement, that existed, so to speak, ideally. Man not only effects a change of form in the material given by nature, but he also projects into this material his own conscious goal which, like the law, determines his mode of operation, and to which he must subordinate his will. 10. Social actions may be directed either directly toward the attainment of social ends, or toward the actions of other people. In both cases the attainment of the ends intended by social action necessitates definite rules that would promote their attainment. In the former case, methodological, aesthetic, technical, etc., rules are necessary. In the latter case, legal norms are necessary. Legal norms are rules demarcating, coordinating, and directing actions of social subjects, thereby the directing property of legal norms may either promote or bring to a stop definite actions of social subjects. To put it differently, law channels and shapes spontaneous social actions. Law connects organically all actions of social subjects. In directing social actions, law itself is subject to change, either directly during its application, or under the influence of the principal inner forces of social life, which, in the final analysis, determine the actions of social subjects. Just as the conduct of one individual is evaluated by another individual, the conduct of individual members of a society is evaluated from the point of view of the norms governing that society. A legal norm states how a given member of a given society ought to behave. The totality of all legal norms in a society stipulates conditions under which all members of society ought to behave in a specific way, that is, it teaches how the society in which they live should be organized. Thus the question arises, what is the source of norms? In answering this question, we encounter complex economic, ideological, and political forces that give rise to norms. At times we see human actions that cannot be brought under a common denominator, uncoordinated actions seeking to attain common goals. The forces of the developing collective give rise to norms that demarcate and coordinate the actions of social subjects, i.e., organize previously unsystematized actions. Concentrating on our environment, but especially on the class struggle and, in general, on the conflicts between social groups, we begin to discern the delicately woven pattern of social forces and causative and purposive interactions that give rise to social norms and to social organization. Now, penetrating the real nature of law, we shall examine conditions that determine human actions. According to Engels, everything that sets men in motion must go through their minds, but what form it will take in the mind will depend very much upon the circumstances. The actions of every man are determined by the necessities generated by his existence. Thus it is a question of what the many individuals desire. 21 Though, since we study social being, we should not deal with individual persons but with collectives, hence, of special interest to us are the necessities of collectives. It is not a question so much of the motives of single individuals, however eminent, as of those motives that set in motion great masses, whole peoples and whole classes of the people, and here, too, not the transient flaring up of a straw fire which quickly dies down, but a lasting action resulting in a great historical transformation. 22 Human necessities are of two types, economic and ideological. In examining the development of social being, we notice that the relationship between human necessities is governed by a definite law. The primary necessities of the collective life, which must be satisfied before any other, are economic. Only after the minimum of economic necessities has been satisfied does man turn to the satisfaction of ideological necessities. The development and the satisfaction of the ideological necessities of the masses take place on a basis nurtured by economic stimuli and lead the masses to action. The foregoing leads us to the conclusion that the ideological side of social existence is historically conditioned, that is conditioned by its economic side. Nevertheless, it would be wrong to establish a constant law of causal dependence of the ideological being upon the economic. Economic phenomena precede, condition, determine, but do not engender ideological phenomena. All changes in economic phenomena are reflected in ideological phenomena, which makes us conclude that there is a functional dependence between economic and ideological phenomena. Nevertheless, the functional dependence between economic and ideological phenomena is not an exclusive and sole principle of the development of social existence. At a certain point of their development, ideological phenomena, which have grown on the foundation of economic structure, begin to exert influence and to condition the economic side of social life. 23 The law of dependence of the ideological side of social existence on its economic side has a historical, not an absolute meaning. It has been effective in history till now, but its force will be surmounted in the course of development of social existence. From economic necessity toward ideological freedom, this is the social ideal that the masses should strive to realize. In other words, when humanity has mastered nature, has decreased labor waste, has completely satisfied economic necessities, it will, owing to perfection of technology and collectivist organization of production and distribution, arrive at a point at which it will make a leap from the realm of necessity into the realm of freedom. 24 This will be a society of creative people, or, to use Marx's words, it will be an association in which free development of each is the condition for free development of all. 25 But the future, free human society is being born in the pangs of historical process. Economic necessities of the collective give rise to its economic organization. Historical process reveals great social antagonisms in the system of economic organization, which is shaped and secured by the corresponding legal organization. The social process of producing economic values is at the same time a process of the disintegration of the collective into antagonistic groups. The class structure of society makes an imprint upon the entire legal organization of society as well as upon the goals pursued and materialized by social authority. This is so because the economically dominant class holds in its hands the state authority, and the legal system is geared toward reflecting in its norms the ideals of the ruling class. The science of law should not limit itself to the study of the social forces that gave rise to legal orders. It should also point out the ways for the creation of a new legal order. A legal theorist cannot be a passive observer of social life, he must be its active builder, he should be a social technician in the full meaning of the term. The science of law, the objective of which is the study of the nature and types of social organization, is a mighty instrument in the struggle of classes and political parties. The ability to organize one's class or party and to disorganize one's opponent is the prerequisite for a quick and lasting victory. At all times the ruling classes have recognized the significance of jurists as social organizers of the legal system, which strengthens the authority of these classes. The ruling class has assigned a task, and jurists, through their interpretation of the application of legal norms, have found the most elastic and expedient forms for the materialization of the policy of the ruling class. The jurist has become accustomed to this policy and to the forms of its materialization to the degree that the entire system of positive norms and institutions has become his second nature. His mentality was developed and permeated by the spirit of the positive law. Jurists always have been the most valuable servants and agents of the ruling classes. Being brought up on the positive law and being permeated by its ideology, they have been the most conservative element in revolutionary movements. A new class arising in the arena of social life would find in them most savage and uncompromising enemies, they would be incapable of being permeated by the spirit and the form of new law. As members of new institutions, they would fail for the most part in adapting themselves to the spirit and activity of these institutions. Even if they wanted to, the defunct institutions still would be alive in their consciousness and would persist in governing their will. Therefore, the task of a new class, of a class asserting its authority, is to create new jurists, new social technicians, who would build new institutions and direct their transforming activity. The proletariat is entering the arena of world domination. Its task could be expressed in the following slogan: not death to all law and all jurists, but death to old law and its old servants, life to the education of new social technicians, of new jurists. The proletariat should advance future jurists from its own womb, for its class consciousness should be the departure point of its legal practice. The science of law has been a mighty instrument in the hands of monarchy and bourgeoisie. The working class should exploit the science of law for the construction of the organs of its own dictatorship. However, the builders of the organs of the proletarian dictatorship should be aware that they are specialists merely for a brief period. The dictatorship of the proletariat is transitional, and the time is near when it will be transformed into labor cooperation, in which everyone will be a participant and a builder of free forms in a creative life. 87. The Marxist Class Theory of Law *. Had I to write for a Marxist journal on the Marxist understanding of mathematics, astronomy, or religion, I would feel much better than when writing on law, for who will read an article on law and a theoretical one at that? We are more interested in the questions of our relationship to distant planets or to even more distant gods than in the question of relationships between men. Were we asked about our Marxist understanding of law, then, I am afraid, it would become apparent that we do not have, and cannot have, such an understanding, for, on the question of law as on many other questions we think in a purely bourgeois manner. I might add that this is quite understandable and natural. In an introductory lecture to the courses for People's Judges delivered in 1918, I happened to use the following phrase: at the moment we are not so much in need of jurists as of communists. In saying this I had in mind, of course, old bourgeois jurists whom I contract opposed to communists with the revolutionary legal consciousness. I did not realize at that time that my contraposition had been presaged at one time by Engels. In the process of writing my work on the Marxist theory of law, I encountered an interesting editorial in Die Neue Zeit directed against juridical socialism. This editorial, I found, had been written jointly by Engels and Jaworsky, who stated, religious banners waved for the last time in England in the 17th century, and hardly 50 years later a new world outlook appeared, undisguised, in France. This new world outlook was destined to become the classical outlook of the bourgeoisie, the juristic world outlook. It was a secularization of the theological outlook. Man-made law took the place of the dogma of divine law, the state took the place of the church. Since Engels opposed the Christian world outlook to the juridical or bourgeois world outlooks, we ought, quite legitimately, after the victory of the proletariat, to oppose the bourgeois or juridical world outlook to the proletarian or the communist world outlook. To be able to oppose such a new world outlook, however, it must be formulated, for it does not exist in nature in a ready-made form. And, as long as we have not yet formulated it, the old, i.e., bourgeois or juridical, world outlook will prevail, unnoticed, in our minds as before. If we intend to expand our understanding of Marx and Marxism, and if we do not want to arrive at the point of full degeneration, then the problem of law must assume one of the prominent places in historical materialism. Together with the problem of social classes and the class struggle. Class and law. I place the problem of law in the forefront to stress the fact that I am not as concerned with legal problems as with class problems, i.e., with the fundamental problems of the Marxist world outlook, and ultimately, with communism. Still, not long ago, we were unable to comprehend adequately the problem of the classes and class struggle. However, to be able to explain the idea of a class law and the class protection of this law, we must have, primarily, a clear view of the idea of classes and the class struggle. Certainly it is not an accident that Jaworsky contended that a class represents not only a common source of income but also, arising from the latter, common interests and a common antagonism toward other classes, each seeking to use the source of income of another for its own enrichment. Should class be defined according to the distribution of income, however, then the class struggle is reduced to the struggle for income of one class at the expense of another, i.e., for the distribution of products. This would mean that the struggle is reduced to an economic struggle of the classes, all of them tied together by this common goal. Such an explanation would be susceptible to any Scheidemanist, especially with the stipulation given by Jaworsky that a similar antagonism of interests also exists between the individual subdivisions within these classes. Marx explicitly stated that the principal factors responsible for the division of people into social classes is the distribution of the people in production and the distribution of the means of production among them, and that in its turn the process of production determines the process of distribution of products. Fininotievsky gave a reply to Jaworsky in 1906 in which he proved, by quoting Marx's words, that classes are determined by the distribution of the elements of production and that classes are determined by their role and their relationship in the process of production. The revolutionary class struggle is, consequently, nothing but the struggle for a role in production, for the distribution of the means of production. Hence, since the distribution of the means of production is expressed and secured in the law of private property, the struggle for the role in production becomes the struggle for or against the right of private ownership for these means of production. The revolutionary class struggle is thus a struggle conducted around the law, because of the law, and in the name of one's own class law. If, under law, we understand a definite order of social relationships, then it becomes obvious to us that such an order cannot be eternal or immutable, that, in fact, it changes with the victory of the classes. Since it is a product of the class struggle, law always has a class character. Bourgeois science failed to arrive at such a conclusion and, therefore, even its finest representatives find themselves in an impasse from which there is no escape. Socialists, not excluding Marxists, keep company with bourgeois scientists. Thus, we are accustomed to speaking of class judiciary. However, prior to the revolution of 1917 we opposed it in favor of an independent, impartial judiciary. The same is still being done by all socialists who either have forgotten or are unfamiliar with Marx's words. What an unreal illusion a nonpartisan court is when the legislator himself is partisan. Of what value is an impartial judicial decision when the law is partial? They also spoke about the class state but compared it to a pure, genuine democracy. Even communists who recognize the class character of all states and who oppose the bourgeois class judiciary to the class judiciary of the proletariat have failed to understand the idea of class law. Could there be, in fact, a class law and a class justice? At this point we shall not argue with the proponents of the idea of eternal, sacred, divine, etc., law. However, we shall take, as an example, a Marxist scientist who plays an outstanding role in the theory of Soviet law. In Comrade Mizherovsky's article 1 the following is to be found: among the totality of social relationships and, in particular, among economic relationships, some stand out that are fixed by the collective, through means of social norms, as relationships externally binding to all members and safeguarded by society against violation. This system of externally binding social norms, supported and protected by society against violation, is, precisely, the law, and the social relationships regulated and organized by this law are legal relationships. It is evident that Mizherovsky's views closely approximate our definition of law. He speaks of the legal relationships and of the system. My book The Revolutionary Role of Law and State demonstrates that the bourgeoisie could not find a scientific definition of law and also of state, because it failed to adopt the class point of view. Indeed, it could not afford to adopt this point of view since it would have been tantamount to the recognition of the proletarian revolution. I have shown in the preceding section that law is purely a class idea of social relationships. But, while we assert that the system of social relationships is supported and protected by the class state, i.e., by a class, he maintains that it is supported and protected by society, or, as he states elsewhere, by a collective. This means that the social will or the social contract is the source of law. As a result, law appears not as a class but as a social institution. We read further that as long as we are studying the law of a class society, the socio-class point of view has an unconditional validity for us, and the law of this society will constitute a system of externally binding social norms, supported and protected against violations by the economically ruling class of this society. Something is incorrect here, for, according to one definition, law is a product of the whole society and is protected by the whole society, while, according to another definition, it is protected merely by a class. Hence it would appear that Comrade Mizherovsky has failed to find one definition of law. In one case it is a social law while in another case it is a class law. Were we to follow the valuable acquisition of the bourgeois sociological school, who states that law is not simply an aggregate of norms but is a system, i.e., an order of social relations, then it will become clear to those of us who recognize the theory of revolutionary class struggle that this order is an object or a result of the class struggle, or rather a result of the victory in this struggle of one or another class, which is to say that the law in this society is a class law. The ideas of class and law especially at the present time are inseparable. We use the term law for defining the distribution of people in production, i.e., the distribution of the means of production and the role of people in production, protected by the state power of a class state. This is precisely the society that is known as a legal order or a Rechtsstaat. The class struggle is reduced now to all-out protection of this legal order on the one hand, and to an attempt to overthrow the state and social order on the other. First, our definition of law asserts that law is a system or an order of social relationships. Secondly, that the determining element of this order or the system is the interest of the ruling class. Thirdly, that this system or this order of social relationships is maintained in an organized way, i.e., that it is supported and protected against violations by the organization of the ruling class, the state. Hence, in law we distinguish its content and the form of its regulation and protection. Such a distinction was made by Marx when he spoke of property and of forms for securing this property. It was in the famous preface to his Critique that he spoke of relations of production, or speaking juridically, property relations. In another instance he illustrated that any mode of production, that is to say any society, has its own specific type of property. Therefore, taking into account the achievements of the sociological science of law, we are able to define law as a system or an order of social relationships. While we place at the basis of law its content, some writers place at its basis the form of law, i.e., the system or the aggregate of norms, or, more specifically, of social norms, which are manifestations of the will of neither a society, a people, nor a class. In other words, they commit the same error as the bourgeois jurists who, speaking of law in the objective sense, had in mind an aggregate of written laws. In turn, the relationships regulated by this objective law are conceived by the bourgeoisie as law in the subjective sense. Here we see clearly the dividing line between us and the bourgeois world outlook, the world outlook of a society of goods producers. We designate social relationships as the objective content of law, the bourgeois jurists designate the form of law, the manifestation of a will, or, simply, a will. We consider the form to be a subjective element, while the bourgeoisie attributes subjectivity to the content of law. Bourgeois jurists consider the form, the subjective element, as the basis, and the content or the objective element as the superstructure. In this respect law constitutes no exception. That is why, if we desire to remain Marxists, we must break off with the volitional theory of bourgeois science, because it does not lend itself to the adaptation to Marxism. At the same time, the interest theory of bourgeois jurisprudence is a direct forerunner of the Marxist conception of law. One has only to introduce the class point of view. 92. In our judgment, the decisive role belongs to the objective element, to the interest which determines the will of the individual and, to an even greater degree, class consciousness. In the aggregate of norms we see merely the form of law, its subjective element. Hence, to be able to put an end to all idealist survivals, we must break off once and for all from the volitional theory of law. The volitional theory of law had a real meaning when people believed in the will of a higher being or in the creative force of an absolute idea. But volitional theory is also being connected with the teleological theory. According to this theory, the purpose of law is merely a part of the world's and humanity's purpose. In this category belongs the ultimate purpose of the eloquent, idle-talking Stammeiler, who is quite popular in our country. His unconditional, final purpose of human society is an ideal unity. It will be a society of free-willing people. To be sure, we do recognize goals, and in issuing written laws we seek to achieve them. That is why some contend that our class will, the aggregate of our decrees, is our class law. But this proves precisely the contrary. The aggregate of our decrees has never embraced, and does not now embrace, the entire sphere of legal relationships. That is why we introduced the idea of a revolutionary legal consciousness. At the time when we were threatening speculators with severe punishment, they were celebrating at Sukharovka and elsewhere the orgies of their profiteering relations. And the fact that today we are legalizing some of these orgies hardly corresponds to the free will of the proletarian class. No, the will of a statute is not the single creator of law, this will is powerless against the economic laws of nature. Shchedrinsky's Pompadour in vain issued ukazy to stop the flow of water in the rivers. As long as we were guided by the laws of economic development in issuing our decrees, we hastened the advance of history. What is the point, then, to speak about will as the decisive element when it is merely a reflection of the true consciousness of the class interest? We should not be blamed for disregarding law in general. On the contrary, at times we have placed too great a trust in the force of decrees. We will be on the right path when we adopt our scientific definition of law, according to which law is a system, an order, of social relationships or, in other words, a system of organized protection of the class interests. Law is a sphere of social life to which Marxist thought, and in particular the founders of dialectical materialism, paid little attention. While adequate attention was given by them to the study of philosophy of economy and even to the study of the state, a phenomenon closely connected with law, the nature of law remained beyond the scope of their study. The theory of state in the transition period from capitalism to communism was carefully developed by K. Marx in a number of his works, but of law in the transition period we know little. Law exists not only in societies divided into social classes. There were, and there will be, classless societies that had, and will have, law. At the present time there are societies existing within the framework of a class which also employ law. Law is necessitated not only by inter-class contradictions in a society but also by a society's relation to nature and to other antagonistic societies. Law existed in a primitive communist society because their man depended extensively upon external nature, which necessitated the creation of an extraordinarily rigid legal order, an order that would ensure the possibility of the physical existence of society. Law has also existed, and is existing, in all class societies. It organizes the dominant class economically, subordinates to its will the exploited class, and thereby prevents society from disintegrating. Law will also exist in a classless socialist society. Only in the communist society, when man has subordinated to his will not only social forces but also natural forces, can he forsake an externally binding order of social relationships of any kind, and law will die away because of uselessness, as the state dies away in the preceding period. But as long as there is a class society there is law, and the law of this society constitutes a system of externally binding social norms, supported and protected against violations by the economically dominant class of this society. Between the capitalist and the communist society lies the period of revolutionary transformation from one to the other. There corresponds to this also a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. These are the views of the great founder of scientific socialism, who deduced an exact, though abstract, formula for the future transition period between capitalism and communism from his analysis of social reality. The period between 1917 and 1921 reveals to us the concrete content of the political form of this transition period, namely, the form of a Soviet republic. The law of the RSFSR offers a most vivid and typical example of a regime of the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. The great monument to the revolution is the law that has been brought forth by the revolution. The October Revolution overthrew the bourgeois system of Russia as well as the entire system of legal relationships, which supported and organized the class rule of Russian landlords and capitalists. After the victorious revolution, the proletariat brilliantly exploited the organizational force of legal norms. The developing social struggle forced the class that took the power into its hands to create a simple and elastic, but nevertheless militant, organizational apparatus. The preservation of victory required the ability to organize oneself and to disorganize the ranks of the class enemy. Soviet law, engendered in the womb of the proletarian spirit, has brought about an unprecedented system of social organization. It sought to accomplish simultaneously and collaterally two tasks: to create a powerful apparatus for the class struggle directed against both the Russian and the international bourgeoisie, and to prepare conditions for the construction of a socialist society. The Declaration of the Rights of the Working and Exploited People proclaims that the principal goal of Soviet Russia is the merciless liquidation of the exploiters as well as the establishment of the socialist organization in society. 2. Recognizing that the system of state power rests on the system of economic organization and on the form of economic power, and, furthermore, recognizing that he who holds economic wealth also holds political power, the Russian proletariat has proclaimed socialization of land, nationalization of forests and natural resources, nationalization of banks, and workers' control over production as the first step toward transferring the means of production into the hands of the Soviet Republic. In the bourgeois state, the state authority was the center for guiding the network of capitalist organizations. Having seized the state authority, the proletariat accomplishes two goals: it smashes into pieces the organizational center of the bourgeoisie, it builds up a most powerful apparatus for guiding the organizations of the workers and the exploited. The class struggle, after the proletariat's seizure of the state authority, enters a new phase of its development. All aspects of the struggle acquire an unprecedented systematic character. However, in contrast to the bourgeoisie, which took power into its hands for the purpose of securing the principle of private property forever, and of creating an immutable order of the exploitation of man by man, the proletariat seizes power with the aim of destroying the exploitation of man by man and building up socialism, in which there will be no classes and no state authority. 3. In studying Soviet law, we note, before anything else, its dual nature. On the one hand, it is still directed toward the past, toward bourgeois society, it still comprises elements of bourgeois law. On the other hand, it is directed toward the future, toward a socialist society, and, owing to this, it comprises elements of socialist law. Soviet law has a dual nature because of the nature of social relationships, but, in particular, because of the production relationships in the Soviet system, which determine both the form and the content of law. The Soviet system does not destroy the bourgeoisie, it remains in existence as a class. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx stated the following: the proletariat will use its political power to wrest, by degree, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., in the hands of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total amount of productive forces as rapidly as possible. Following this statement, Marx enumerated the significant measures that will be introduced by the proletariat, which has elevated itself to the dominant class in the most advanced countries. These measures are: abolition of private ownership of land and application of all rents of land to public purpose, a heavy progressive or graduated income tax, abolition of all right of inheritance, confiscation of the property of all emigrants and rebels, centralization of the means of communication and transport in the hands of the state, and centralization of credit in the hands of the state. Marx thought that even in the most advanced countries the bourgeoisie, removed from political power and restricted in its property rights, would continue to exist, though in a framework determined by the proletariat, to the moment when, in the course of development, class distinctions have disappeared and all production has been concentrated in the hands of the united members of society. In its Declaration of the Rights of Workers and Exploited people, the Constitution of the RSFSR proclaims the main goals and tasks of the Soviet Republic and enumerates the measures that will create the economic foundation for the political authority of the proletariat, and which, essentially, correspond to the measures outlined in the Communist Manifesto. However, among these measures, neither the state monopoly of the instruments of agricultural production nor the state monopoly of domestic commerce is listed, nor is the inevitability of a complete nationalization of production mentioned. In the chapter devoted to Soviet electoral law, the various categories of citizens who are deprived of electoral rights are listed. This demonstrates that the bourgeoisie and bourgeois relationships will continue to exist in the Soviet regime. From this we deduce that neither the Communist Manifesto nor the Soviet Constitution presupposed that the measures we took in the epoch of so-called war communism were absolutely necessary. The new economic policy, functioning within the existing framework, neither deprives the Soviet Constitution of its economic basis nor restrains it. Mention should be made in this context of the principle of equalization of wages advanced in the epoch of war communism. In Critique of the Gotha program, Marx stated that even in a socialist society, in which class distinctions are absent, the same principle prevails in the distribution of products among producers as in the exchange of commodity equivalents. A given amount of labor in one form is exchanged for an equal amount of labor in another form. 1. The rights of the producers are proportional to the labor they supply. The equality consists in the fact that the measurement is made with an equal, standard labor. This right tacitly recognizes unequal individual endowments and, thus, unequal individual productive capacities as natural privileges. 7. But these defects, Marx continued, are as inevitable in the first phase of communist society as they are when they have just emerged after prolonged birth pangs. From capitalist society, rights can never be higher than the economic structure of society and its cultural development conditioned thereby. 8. Only in a communist society, when man has subordinated natural forces, and when, owing to this, the quantity of products has reached such abundance that each man can be satisfied according to his needs, does the law become useless and die away. 0. Economic necessity forces Soviet law to apply the principle of individual and collective interestedness in remunerating the producers, that is, the principle of the bourgeois law. Thus, we see the following features of the Soviet system: the bourgeoisie remains in existence, the economic rights of the bourgeoisie are restricted by the proletariat, the bourgeoisie is cast away from the apparatus of state power, the proletariat holds power in its own hands through the nationalization of land, banks, transportation, and individual branches of heavy industry, the personal interest of the workers regulates the intensiveness of labor. The enumerated factors describe a part of the real social relationships that constitute the basis of Soviet law. These relationships of production, and along with them the relationships of exchange, constitute the peculiar relationships of state capitalism. They are peculiar because state capitalism under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie is a system of the expanded economic power of the bourgeoisie, whereas state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat is a system of the restricted economic power of the bourgeoisie. The old relationships of production have not yet been destroyed by the proletariat, which became the ruling class, but are changing in the following ways. The proletariat has confined them to a definite framework. The proletariat determines economic goals that the bourgeoisie must inescapably materialize. Indeed, the bourgeoisie remains as a bourgeoisie, but now it serves the aims of the proletariat. This is the meaning of state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat. The remaining relationships of production which constitute the basis of the Soviet law are the peculiar relationships of the agrarian atavism. Their peculiarity consists in that agrarian atavism under the dictatorship of both the bourgeoisie and the landed class constitutes a system of expanded power of these classes, whereas, under the dictatorship of the proletariat, agrarian atavism expands the power of the proletariat in its union with the peasantry. Social relationships of agrarian atavism under the dictatorship of the proletariat have the following features: the private ownership of land has been abolished and, owing to this, the class of landlords has been destroyed, the ownership of land is in the hands of the state power is in the hands of the proletariat in conjunction with the peasantry has the right both to use the land and to devise the forms of its use. The proletariat, as a result of its monopoly of credit and foreign commerce and of its leading role in industry, regulates agricultural production. The significance of Soviet law in consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat is obvious. Unfortunately, inadequate recognition of this fact is quite widespread, both among the party workers and among Soviet workers in general. This is detrimental to attempts to set up a Soviet apparatus, to regulate social life, and to conduct a desirable policy. Law is a very sensitive instrument, and unskillful handling of law may backfire upon the one who uses it. Marx used the contraposition of basis and superstructure as a figurative expression, but he did not invent it. Neither his nor Engels' use of this picture was especially consistent. In the Critique of Political Economy, Marx spoke about the economic structure of society as the real basis above which rise juridical and political superstructures, etc. He described this immense superstructure as juridical, political, religious, etc., in one word, ideological forms of man's consciousness and struggle. In 18th Brumaire he stated the following: above the various forms of property, above social conditions of existence, rises the whole superstructure of various and peculiarly made-up sensations, illusions, and views on society. In his theories of surplus value, we encounter the phrase that contradictions in material production made necessary a superstructure of various strata of ideologists. In Anti-Delayering, Engels spoke of the investigation of human living conditions, social relations, legal and state forms, together with their ideological superstructures. At any rate, it is difficult to believe that Marx and Engels had in mind a Philistine architectural picture of a multi-storied building with the first, second, etc. floors rising above the solid foundation. It seems to me that Marx had in mind simply a figurative expression of his philosophical views on being and consciousness, nothing more nor less. Nevertheless, economic relations, and legal relations as their concrete legal expressions, i.e., as a concrete system of social relations among men, belong to the basis, while their abstract form belongs to the superstructure. Law, a system of norms or a system of social relationships? A normative conception of law. Podvolotsky vs. Podvolotsky. We have advanced the view that law is a system of norms, determined by the economic relationships and interests of the dominant class. These norms sanction existing relationships and make them compulsory for society as a whole. Economic relationships, secured by legal norms, acquire a form of legal relationships. This, however, is not the view of Comrade Stuka. In his opinion, law is precisely a system of social or production relationships. Those who view law as a system of norms are stigmatized by Stuka as bourgeois jurists. In view of this, we shall point out the difference between our conception of law and that of the bourgeoisie. We have indicated on numerous occasions that, according to bourgeois jurists, law develops by itself, and that its existence is independent of social conditions. For example, R. Stammeiler asserts that we do not deduce external social norms from an objective reality but find them a priori. Thus, it appears that economic relationships are being formed by a presupposed external norm and that presupposed norms determine social life, instead of vice versa. According to our view, social and production relationships bring forth legal norms are their juridical expression. Furthermore, bourgeois jurists identify legal norms with the general will, with the will of the people, whereas we assert that they are class norms reflecting the interests of the dominant class. Hoping that Comrade Stuka will see the difference between our concepts and bourgeois concepts, we shall continue our analysis. At the very outset we raise the question, if social relationships and law are identical, why use two designations? Why, then, do we speak of law at all? The designation system of social relationships is completely sufficient. It stands to reason, though, that Comrade Stuka knows that these two phenomena are not identical, otherwise, he would have had to cease to speak of law. Or, if these phenomena are distinct, why does Comrade Stuka attribute to them the same meaning? It is evident that Comrade Stuka's position is indefensible. If the law and the system of production and other social relationships are the same, we are justified to use these expressions alternately. For example, the statement production relationships determine classes should then be identical with law determines classes. The statement social relationships determine the state should be identical with law determines the state. Naturally, the results following the identification of law with production or social relationships are very non-Marxist. Therefore, one should not assert that law is a system of social relationships, i.e., one should not transpose them. But what is law? If we look at the surface of the phenomena in social relationships, both production and other social relationships appear in their legal uniforms. Here law blends with social relationships. Indeed, the same is true of the process of man's social life, which appears as a single process. But in order to comprehend it, we divide this single process, by means of analysis and abstraction, into its component parts. Without doing this, scientific knowledge of social life would be unattainable. Without an analysis and abstraction we would continue to see merely the surface of these phenomena without acquiring knowledge of the mechanism that motivates them. Comrade Stuka has done exactly this. He took a look at the surface of the phenomena and began to paint the portrait of law, instead of examining them analytically, part by part. For example, we shall examine the act of sale and purchase, of which Comrade Stuka speaks. The question is whether this act is a legal or an economic act. Indeed, it is both a legal and an economic act. But does this mean that law is an economic relationship? At first glance one could deduce such a conclusion, and, in our opinion, that is what Comrade Stuka did. The history of Roman law demonstrates that at the time when the act of sale and purchase arose as an economic fact because of the necessities of economic development, it was neither recognized nor sanctioned by society. There was no guarantee that an acquired article could not be taken away. In other words, the new forms of barter were not yet recognized as relationships compulsory to society. But eventually these new forms asserted themselves and were recognized and sanctioned by the economically dominant class as relationships compulsory to the whole society. This recognition, this sanctioning by society, is the law. Thus, on the one hand, the act of sale and purchase is an economic act while, on the other hand, it has also a juridical side, its recognition by the class in power, which is the law. And an economic act, protected by law, is a legal act. Of course, barter came into being, not because it was recognized by law, but, on the contrary, the law came into being because, prior to it, barter existed as an economic, non-legal phenomenon. The same is true of the system of economic relationships taken as a whole. On one hand, there is a system of economic relationships, on the other hand, the dominant class makes the system compulsory to everyone, makes a law reflecting this system which, having received legal sanction, becomes a legal system. Therefore, laws are coercive norms, making the existing system of relationships compulsory. We demonstrated earlier that Marx and Engels have also comprehended law as a system of norms established by the dominant class for the purpose of sanctioning existing relationships. To quote Marx again, both political and civil legislation have always merely expressed recorded demands of economic relationships. Another quotation from Marx gives us an even more vivid description of the nature of law: law does nothing but sanction existing relationships. Again, Marx stated in the Communist Manifesto, "Your law is the will of your class elevated to a law, a will whose content is determined by the economic conditions of the existence of your class." To be sure, Comrade Stuka throws a suspicion upon Marx himself, suspecting him of idealism because of the use of the term will. But Marx quite clearly indicates what determines the will. Hence, where is idealism? Does Comrade Stuka not recognize the will as a factor of historical development? If not, then he should admit it openly, and we shall gladly place his name on the register of economic materialism. Since Comrade Stuka mistrusts Marx, we shall quote an unequivocal statement made by Engels: "State and public laws are determined by economic relationships." The same, of course, is true of civil law, the role of which is in essence to sanction the existing economic relationships between individuals, relationships that are normal under the given circumstances. 2. The views quoted demonstrate quite clearly the substance of law and its inevitability in a class society. The production relationships as well as the social relationships have always existed in the past and will exist in the future. But is the same true of law? No, law will not exist forever. Why, then, is law necessary in a class society, in addition to production relationships? Law is necessary in a class society because it is a society with antagonistic relationships and because class society is hostile to the majority. That is why the dominant class makes the system a legal system, i.e., one that is coercive and compulsory to everyone, and why it secures the system with legal norms reflecting its will and its interest. The principal theory of Marx, namely, the theory of basis and superstructure, suggests that law alone is a superstructure and that, consequently, it should not be confused with the basis, which is the system of economic relationships. Nevertheless, Comrade Stuka confuses this point and, in addition, attributes it to Marx himself. According to Comrade Stuka, Marx committed a sin in his famous preface to Zur Kritik. When he asserted that at a certain stage in their development, the material forces of production in society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or juridically speaking with the property relationships within which they are developing. Comrade Stuka infers from the quoted paragraph that, according to Marx, law is the relationship of production. But if this is true, then, according to Marx, the forces of production come into conflict with the law then appears to be the basis of society. This is tantamount to saying that Marx was not a Marxist. It is obvious that Comrade Stuka has misinterpreted Marx. What is the meaning of the expression juridically speaking? In the preceding pages we have demonstrated that a juridical or legal phenomenon is an economic fact, or economic relationship, that, according to Marx, is sanctioned, or, according to Engels, sanctified, by legal norms. In the paragraph quoted by Comrade Stuka, Marx intended to say that property relationships are relationships of production, i.e., economic relationships, sanctioned by law or expressed juridically. And this means that Comrade Stuka is completely wrong. He could have seen this by himself, had he read the lines that precede and follow the quoted paragraph. Marx has stated there the following view: the sum total of the relationships of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rise legal and political superstructures. Furthermore, Marx asserted, in considering revolutions, the distinction 104 should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, and the juridical, and the political. In short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict. It is evident that, contrary to Marx's suggestion, Comrade Stuka has failed to see the difference, and has confused the superstructure with the basis. There is, however, another question that should be raised in this context. Comrade Stuka and some of his opponents confuse the law with legal phenomena. We saw earlier, though, that law and legal phenomena are two entirely distinct things. Law is a system of norms, the sanction of existing economic relationships. Law is a superstructure that grew up from certain relationships of production, i.e., from the basis, and that in turn reacts upon the basis, sanctioning it, securing it, and making it compulsory. Under the influence of the superstructure, the basis, i.e., the economic relationships, become legal relationships. Consequently, legal relationships are economic relationships affected by the reaction of the superstructure, i.e., of the law. This is the result of the interaction between basis and superstructure. Form and content. In examining law from Comrade Stuka's point of view, we have seen that he confused the superstructure with the basis. Once he made the error of one anti-Marxist confusion, he then committed an additional mistake which is logically related to the former. That is to say, he confused the form with the content, and he stigmatized as bourgeois jurists those who do not accept this interpretation. In his theses on law, he asserted the following: the answer to the question of whether law is a system, an order, of social relationships, i.e., the content of norms, or whether it is a system or an order of norms, i.e., a form of the system of relationships, depends upon the point of view we adopt in approaching this question. To a bourgeois jurist, law, in its objective meaning, is the form, i.e., the sum total of norms. To a Marxist, on the contrary, law is the system of relationships, the content of norms. 3. It is beyond any doubt that the economic relationships constitute the basis, the foundation. The law, according to Marx, does not belong to the basis, it is merely a superstructure that enables the basis to function legally. Thereby, law does not become the content of legal phenomena, it remains always merely the form, the uniform, in which the economic facts are clothed. According to Marx, the juridical forms, in which economic transactions appear as acts of the will of interested persons, as expressions of their common will and of their obligations, simply as forms, cannot determine the content of transactions but merely express it. 4. The quoted views brilliantly reveal the full nature of law. Marx demonstrates that laws are coercive norms used by the state for securing certain economic relationships, that law is merely a sanction of the existing economic relationships, that law is merely the form of these relationships. Since the content of these relationships is determined by the economy, the norms merely formulate it. Marx's view fully reveals the falsity of Comrade Stuka's views, which are based on his confusion of superstructure with basis and of form with content. We do not doubt that Comrade Stuka had good intentions. He intended to smash to pieces the normative theories of the law of the bourgeois jurists. However, he exaggerated the significance of the economy to the degree that he became incapable of solving the problem correctly. First of all, he failed to notice that legal norms are not self-developing, are not universal norms, as it is contended by bourgeois jurists. Second, and even more serious, he placed the superstructure on the same level as the basis, or, stated more precisely, he confused them. In doing this, Comrade Stuka performed a bad service for historical materialism. Instead of strengthening materialism, he reinforced idealism by declaring the superstructure to be the basis of society. Very truly, everything has its own dialectic. P.S. Our manuscript was completed when we became acquainted with a new article by Comrade Stuka, Materialist or Idealist Understanding of Law. 5. Our pessimistic fears were justified. Comrade Stuka has arrived at the logical end. In his new article he not only places law on the same level as economy but declares the system of economic relationships to be part of this law. The system of relationships is the material element of law, whereas the system of norms is the idealistic, element of law. 0. Thus, the system of relationships is merely an element of law. Or to put it differently, the basis is a part of the superstructure. Comrade Stuka's mistake is too obvious. But he remains undisturbed. He deliberately turns Marxism inside out, and in full seriousness contends that Marx used the contraposition of the basis and the superstructure as a figurative expression. 1. Everything is very clear and simple. The old man, Marx, took a fancy to the expressions basis and superstructure, he simply blurted them out. And prior to Comrade Stuka's revelation, we, the sinful, thought that the concept of basis and superstructure constituted the foundation of the materialist theory of history. Indeed, Comrade Stuka is free to place law as the basis of society and to declare production and other relationships to be elements of law, but he has no right to attribute this view to Marx. Having depicted law as all-inclusive, as embracing all elements of man's social existence and consciousness, Comrade Stuka at the same time contends that law appears in 3 forms: the concrete form of social relationships, an abstraction of social relationships, i.e., the legal form of a social phenomenon, and the intuitive form, i.e., man's legal experiences. 8. Translated into Marxist language, Comrade Stuka's juridical conceptions mean the following: the first form of law is economy, the second form is the sanctioning of the economy by the power of the dominant class, i.e., legal norms or law, the third form is legal consciousness. To be sure, however, neither the first form, i.e., the economy, nor the third form, i.e., legal consciousness, is a law. Consequently, only the second form, i.e., the norm sanctioning the economy, is law. In fusing 3 distinct things into one concept, Comrade Stuka introduces into the theory of law an anti-Marxist vagueness. Reaction of the law upon the economy. Comrade Stuka's main mistake leads to some additional misunderstandings. Thus, according to Stuka, the assumption that law is a system of norms implies that norms regulate the economy. Such a view, in his opinion, is unacceptable to a Marxist, for, according to the latter, the economy determines the norms, not vice versa. Needless to say, Comrade Stuka's approach to the problem contains not even an element of the dialectic. It is self-evident that laws reflect the economy through the prism of class interest. Once legal, Comrade Stuka ought to know that law does not merely reflect economic relationships, but, as we have stated earlier, reflects them through the prism of the interests of the dominant class. In doing this, a distorted, and incorrect, reflection may take place. As pointed out by Engels, in a modern state, law must not only correspond to the general economic position and be its expression but must also be an expression that is consistent in itself, and that does not, owing to inner contradictions, look glaringly inconsistent. And in order to achieve this, the faithful reflection of economic conditions is more and more infringed upon. All the more so, it rarely happens that a different course in the development of law and economy. Norms come into being. They regulate economic relationships. First, as previously indicated, they make economic relationships legal, and second, they regulate the economic relationships in conformity with the will of the dominant class. We hope Comrade Stuka does not deny the role of the classes and does not reduce everything to economy. This would be contrary to Marx. Law not only regulates but also exerts an influence upon economy. It can hinder economy or it can secure the correct course for economic relationships by protecting and strengthening them and by providing space for their development. Finally, Comrade Stuka should be aware of the fact that legal acts are capable of producing changes in the economy. Law, like any other superstructure, does not arise from the basis only, but, in its own turn, exerts influence upon the basis. This has been unequivocally stated by Marx. The influence of law upon the consolidation of the relations of distribution and, owing to this, the influence upon production, is the object of a special examination. 0. Engels expressed himself even more strongly on the subject of the influence of law upon economy, political, legal, etc. Development is based on economic development. But all these react one upon another and also upon the economic basis. 10. Indeed, Comrade Stuka had to reject these views because he maintained that law is a system of relationships. It stands to reason, though, that this system cannot act upon itself. Code of law is the blunt, unmitigated, unadulterated expression of the domination of a class. A true reflection, one that would vividly reveal the class nature of the law, is inconvenient for the dominant class. To be sure, however, law, like any superstructure, depends upon the course of the economy. This is a literary truth. Nevertheless, Comrade Stuka should know that law, while being determined by the course of economy, has its own path of development. Earlier we have seen that, in the case of the law of private property, the same legal norms can accommodate two different economic systems. In the English case we have seen that, owing to a rapid development of economic relationships, the old legal norms are slowly changed, and a new economic content is infused into the old legal forms. The case of the Prussian land law is an example of the adaptation of the trade law to feudal relationships. Finally, the civil code offers an example of replacing an old legal system with a new one and of bringing law into step with economy. All this took place because law is not determined by economy alone, it is also determined by the relationships of class forces, by other social superstructures, and by the dynamism of the development of legal ideology. Engels stated, the basis of the law of inheritance, assuming that the stages reached in the development of the family are equal, is an economic one. But it would be difficult to prove, for instance, that the absolute liberty of the testator in England and the severe restrictions imposed upon him in France are only due in every detail to economic causes. Both, however, react back upon the economic sphere to a very considerable extent because they influence the division of property. This problem also remains incomprehensible to Comrade Stuka. He quotes a passage from the introduction to Zur Kritik, in which Marx stated the following: a genuinely difficult problem, which should become an object of study, is the following: why do production and legal relationships pursue different courses of development? The best example of this is the relationship of Roman civil law to modern production. Comrade Stuka contends that this problem still remains unexplained. It stands to reason, however, that only one who is not Acquainted with Marx's description of the transformation of a simple barter economy into a capitalist one can advance such a contention. Indeed, looking from Comrade Stuka's point of view, this problem must remain unexplained. If law is a system of economic relationships, then it is inconceivable that law could pursue a course of development different from that of the economic relationships. What Comrade Stuka has failed to notice is that, in the quoted passage, Marx had indicated that one should not confuse law with economic relationships. And that is exactly what Comrade Stuka has done. There is another problem that should be mentioned. Comrade Stuka seems to recognize, though in a vague way, the simultaneous existence of two systems of law, that is, the law of two classes existing at the same time. He illustrates this with the diarchy, where, besides the old power, there exists also a parallel power of another class, which has the same power, or almost the same power, as the official political authority. As an example of a diarchy, he cites the February Revolution, when the diarchy existed, both openly and formally, in the form of a bourgeois government side by side with the Petrograd Executive Committee, which represented the actual power of the working class and petty bourgeoisie. Indeed, it is true that the Soviets existed alongside of the provisional government. Nevertheless, looking from a class point of view, one must admit that the state machine was then in the hands of the capitalist class. The socialists, who played the leading role in the Soviets, were far from being capable of resolving the tasks of the working class. The mass of the workers was not yet ready for the conquest of political power. As a result, the Soviets, who had voluntarily renounced their power to the bourgeoisie, had become an appendage of the bourgeois political machine. When the masses became ready for conquest, when the Soviets became transformed into organs of their will and their interest, then the provisional government was swept away, for two governments two classes cannot exist at the same time. What about the system of law? It is, indeed, naive to speak about the existence of two legal systems at a time when capitalistic relationships are definitely dominant, when the government is in the 110 hands of the capitalist class. Regardless of many concessions on the part of the losing class, the law remains the law of the capitalist class so long as the political power remains in its hands, i.e., as long as the capitalist system of relationships is still in existence. Only the revolution was able to put an end to class law. Hence, looking from a class viewpoint, two systems of law cannot exist at the same time. One law is only possible, namely, the law of the ruling class. Apart from the above said, the problem is quite simple if it is approached dialectically. The old state was in the process of disintegration. A new state was coming into being but was not yet a state. The existing class organizations of the proletariat, i.e., the Soviets and the party, were the only potential political authorities. Equally, the proletariat's class interests and its political program were still a law in becoming. They became the law only after the proletariat's conquest of power. Prior to that, the positive law was the law of the bourgeoisie. To conclude, laws are coercive norms, sanctioning social relationships in the interests of the ruling class. Therefore, the law is always the law of the ruling class. Law comes into being because of the contradictions within a class society. The system of relationships within a class society is hostile to the suppressed majority of the people. Owing to this, the ruling class sanctifies the dominant relationships as binding upon the whole society and regulates them with legal norms. These legal norms reflect the existing relationships faithfully or incorrectly depending upon the needs of the class interests. The ruling class makes legal concessions, depending upon the relationships between the classes, and, in doing this, moderates the struggle. Therefore, like all superstructures, law depends upon economy, but law also has its own inner logic of development and this in turn reacts upon the economy. Law as an instrument of class domination */ Podvolotsky. Law is both a historically inevitable and a transitional phenomenon of a class society. It constitutes a system of coercive social norms that reflect the economic as well as other social relationships of a given society. It is a system of norms created and protected by the state power of the dominant class for the purpose of sanctioning, regulating, and consolidating these relationships, and, consequently, for consolidating the domination of a given class. In a capitalist society, the bourgeois system of law, which is created and protected by the power of the capitalist class, regulates and consolidates capitalist relationships and the domination of the capitalist class. This is the reason for its being a system of the bourgeois law. However, we are confronted with the question, what type of law will exist during the period of the proletarian dictatorship? The answer is bourgeois law. This answer calls for a further explanation. At first glance, it appears that the substantiation of this answer can be found in the works of Marx and Lenin. We have in mind especially Lenin's analysis of the views Marx stated in the Critique of the Gotha program. Marx said that in the first phase of communism, when realization of the principle from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs is not yet possible, equal pay for labor is still in fact an unequal bourgeois law, for neither men nor their families are equal. In Marx's words, indeed, we have equal law here, but it is still a bourgeois law, which, like every law, presupposes inequality. We shall examine later the question, will law exist at a higher stage of communism? However, an obvious conclusion seems to follow from the quoted views, a bourgeois law will exist in the transition period. We stated earlier that, judging by their external manifestations, i.e., by their form, elements of bourgeois law will undoubtedly 112. Remain in the transition period, for commodity relationships will still be in existence. Will it, however, be a real bourgeois law? The answer is no. What is the meaning of bourgeois law? Bourgeois law is a law of the bourgeois class, protecting its domination through preservation of the capitalist social system. We demonstrated earlier that our civil law does not seek to protect and strengthen domination of the bourgeoisie. But, in addition to civil law, we also have constitutional law, i.e., basic law, which quite clearly provides for the class domination of the proletariat. Furthermore, we have criminal law, which, like civil law, frequently comprises provisions like those found in bourgeois criminal codes but performs a completely different function. Previously, criminal law protected the class domination of capital and, consequently, was a capitalist law. Now these legal norms are in the service of the proletariat and, therefore, they are the proletariat's law. The example of criminal law alone demonstrates that one should not judge the nature of law by its form. In evaluating its nature, one must always determine whose social system it strengthens and, consequently, whose class domination it protects. Thus, our constitutional law, criminal law, and civil law, indeed, our whole legal system, is in the service of the proletariat and is protected by the proletariat's power. Therefore, it is a system of proletarian law. The private law, which constitutes a part of this system, is, therefore, proletarian law, in spite of the fact that it reflects commercial relationships and in spite of the fact that it is formally a bourgeois law. Following Marx and Lenin, one have placed the expression bourgeois law in quotation marks. I did this, in order to demonstrate that bourgeois law has an entirely different meaning from bourgeois law and that, consequently, they should not be confused. Both of them have the same form, but each has its peculiar essence. Lenin was also of this opinion. The following statement indicates that he thought bourgeois law could exist only within a system of capitalist relationships. Bourgeois law, with respect to the distribution of articles of consumption, inevitably presupposes the existence of the bourgeois state, for law is nothing without an apparatus capable of enforcing the observance of the law. Why it is quite evident that, when Lenin designates the distribution of articles of consumption in the first phase of communism as bourgeois law, he defines this law in terms of its form and projects into it an entirely new content. Lenin states quite clearly that bourgeois law, in terms of its content, i.e., bourgeois law per se, is conceivable only in a bourgeois state. Therefore, there can be no bourgeois law in the proletarian state, i.e., law reflecting the interests of capital and serving its domination. But does the proletariat need law in general? Yes, beyond any doubt. The proletariat has overthrown bourgeois authority but has not yet succeeded in destroying classes and antagonisms in society. Antagonisms still exist, not only the antagonism of the defeated class of the bourgeoisie toward the proletariat, but also conflict between the proletariat and the peasantry, as well as contradictions within the proletariat. And as long as antagonisms exist, as long as resistance is still possible, the proletariat must secure the new system of relationships with legal norms that are compulsory for all strata of society. Having suppressed an active bourgeois resistance in the struggle, the proletariat must place the bourgeoisie in a legal straitjacket, in a position where it could not interfere with the proletariat's work. Therefore, law is inevitable as an instrument of systematic siege, as an instrument for peaceful suppression of the opposition. Like every law, the proletarian law also regulates the conduct of the members of the proletarian class, subordinating the will of each member to the collective will, to the interests of the whole class. To be sure, this law is different from all previous forms of law. It is the law of a majority, whereas all previous law was the law of a minority exploiting the majority of society. In addition, all previous legal systems sought to secure class domination forever. The proletarian legal system seeks to secure domination by the proletariat only for the purpose of overcoming any class domination and, at the same time, for rendering law unnecessary. Are we also in the sphere of law growing organically into the state of the future, or should we find our own social law which would replace the bourgeois law by means of contemplation? Our present work is devoted to the conversion of law and, in particular, to the transformation of the bourgeois law into the social law of the future society. So reasons Karner, 1, while Jaworsky simply speaks of socialist law. Apart from small mistakes, such reasoning contains two colossal errors. First, we do not wait for a peaceful transformation of the bourgeois state and law, instead, we destroy them and replace them with our own proletarian class state and our own system of proletarian law. Second, after the revolution, the process of the transformation of society into communism will not be accompanied by the transformation of the proletarian state and proletarian law into the state and law of the future society or into the socialist law. On the contrary, both will gradually wither away. Regarding the state, Lenin has examined its future quite thoroughly in his book State and Revolution. Regarding law, we have made an attempt to state the views of Marx and Engels. According to their views, law is a class phenomenon and, consequently, the transformation of bourgeois law into socialist law is inconceivable. Bourgeois law must be destroyed and replaced with a system of proletarian law. Now our task is to demonstrate that no law will exist in a communist society. The task of the proletarian dictatorship is to destroy classes and class antagonism in society. The proletariat cannot accomplish this task without law. Naturally, with the transfer of all means of production to the hands of society, the bourgeois class, qua class, will begin to disappear. Also, its resistance to new social order will disappear. Consequently, law, the role of which is to sanction the existing social relationships, will not be needed as long as these relationships are observed voluntarily. However, in spite of the fact that the means of production will be in the hands of society, the productivity of labor will not permit, during the first period of communism, a completely free distribution of products. The slogan "from each according to his abilities, and to each according to his needs" will not have materialized. Consequently, it will still be necessary for society to organize the distribution of products in conformity with certain principles. Earlier, we quoted Marx as saying that, during the first period of communist society, an equal remuneration is in fact unequal and unjust, because people are unequal in terms of their abilities, family situation, etc. This is why Marx designated the equal remuneration of individuals for their work, which results in inequality, as bourgeois law. We indicated earlier that to both Marx and Lenin the expression bourgeois law had a relative meaning. We also stated that in the transition period bourgeois law exists only in form, not in content. The same applies to what Marx designated as bourgeois law in the first period of communism. In this stage of communism, bourgeois law no longer exists, there is only law, in quotation marks law, which is withering away. It is still law, though in very big quotation marks, because, in spite of the socialization of the means of production and, consequently, the impossibility of exploitation, the revival of opposition against the existing social relationships is still possible on the part of the previously exploiting class, which has not gotten rid of its ideology. To be sure, however, the transformation of law into simple social norms is possible in the first period of communism if the antagonistic groups and class antagonisms in general disappear. Therefore, the phenomenon designated by Marx as bourgeois law will be neither bourgeois law nor law in general, because, in view of the fact that classes and class antagonisms disappear, there will be no domination by one part of humanity over another, and society will become united. These are no longer norms established by a class in its own interest, to which society must subordinate itself. These are simply norms for the distribution of products, norms established by the unified society itself. Distributed products cannot become means for the domination of man by man, because the means of production are in the hands of society and the relationships between people are no longer disguised in a fetish-like veil. As stated by Marx and Engels, communism will prevent no man from appropriating the products of society, all that it 116 does is to deprive him of the opportunity to subjugate the labor of others by means of such appropriation. 2. Thus, while losing their legal character, the norms for the distribution of products will still remain in the first period of communist society. But, as this society develops in a higher phase of communist society, when the enslaving subordination of man to the division of labor, and with it the antithesis between mental and physical labor, has vanished, when labor is no longer merely a means of life but has become life's principal need, when the productive forces have also increased with all-around development of the individual and all the springs of social wealth flow more abundantly, only then will it be possible to transcend completely the narrow outlook of bourgeois law, and only then will society be able to inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. 3. We indicated earlier that under bourgeois law Marx understood simply the norms of the distribution of products. In a completely developed communist society these norms will become obsolete and will thus wither away. Since each man will be able to get products according to his needs, the norms of distribution will be as necessary for society as the right to walk on two legs. Naturally, we do not deny the possibility of excesses by some members of communist society. Such excesses will be the behavior of defective persons, a manifestation of atavism, the eructation of the class past on the part of some persons. It is quite obvious that these singular cases will call for an attentive attitude on the part of society, medical treatment and influence, applied from case to case. But no a priori fixed, obligatory norms will be needed, as no norms prohibiting certain conduct to mental patients are now needed. Consequently, neither law nor any other norms will be transformed or regenerated into social norms, they wither away because of their obsolescence. As pointed out by Marx, undoubtedly, it will be said, religious, moral, philosophical, political, and legal forms have been modified in the course of historical development. But religion, morality, philosophy, politics, and law constantly survived this change. There are, besides, eternal truths, such as freedom, justice, etc., that are common to all phases of social development. But communism destroys eternal truths, it destroys all religion and morality, instead of Thus, law, which expressed interests of the ruling class attributed to the whole society, existed at all stages of class society. Hence, by its very nature, law is an instrument of suppression and inequality. In vain some quasi-Marxists think of transforming it into a social law equal for all. With the disappearance of classes and social antagonisms, when society will become a society of equals, when it will be recognized by all as such, and when social ideas will be accepted by each member of society as his own, then there will be no need for law. Then, this flower of class society, from which the fragrance of sweat and blood emanates, will fall into decay and will die away, because it will lose the ground on which it grew up, the ground of tears, sweat, blood, class oppression, slavery, and exploitation. Statuting them on a new basis, it therefore acts in contradiction to all past historical development. What does this accusation reduce itself to? The history of all past societies was founded on class contradictions, contradictions that assume different forms in different epochs. But whatever form they may have taken, the exploitation of one part of society by the other is a fact common to all past ages. No wonder, then, that the social consciousness of past ages, despite all the multiplicity and variety it displays, moves within certain common forms of consciousness, which will vanish completely only with the total disappearance of class contradictions. The communist revolution is the most radical rupture with traditional property relations. No wonder that its development involves the most radical rupture with traditional ideas. Imitators of Marxism exclaim self-righteously, but what about the freedom of the individual, press, speech, assembly, etc., etc.? Are they also, in your judgment, class rights and not individual rights? These freedoms have succeeded in revealing their ungainly class nature to the extent that there is hardly anything to be said about them. But since necessity forces us to prove that black is black, we shall refer our Marxists to Marx himself. For the first time, says Marx, I used the expression modern mythology as a designation for the goddesses of justice, freedom, and equality, who are beginning to reign once again. Thus, to Marx, all this is a mythology, a deception. Freedom, equality, are to Marx as unreal as goddesses. Nevertheless, some Marxists are intoxicated with freedom, equality, etc., and extol them as eternal and pure truths. But an abstract, eternal freedom was alien to Marx. Be not deceived by an abstract word, freedom. The question is, whose freedom? This word does nor signify man's freedom from other men. It signifies the freedom of the capitalist to suppress the worker too. This is the way Marx posed the question. To him an eternal goddess of freedom, the fetish of freedom, is non-existent. What does exist is only freedom for a certain class. In a capitalist society, it is the freedom of the capitalists to suppress the working class. We shall quote a long paragraph from Marx's The 18th Brumaire, hoping that the quasi-Marxist blockheads will be able to see that freedom in a capitalist society is freedom for capitalists alone. Engels' views are in full conformity with those of Marx. The so-called rights of man were in fact restricted by the bourgeois ruling class. The suppressed class has always been deprived of them either directly or indirectly. 3. In examining social relationships, Marx and Engels have discovered that freedom in a capitalist society signifies the freedom of capitalists to protect the social safety of their system, and that the rights of the suppressed classes amount to nothing. But some Marxists consult only constitutions and find in them solemn proclamations of eternal and universal freedom. Consequently, they fail to see that this freedom does not exist in reality, for its existence would be contrary to the interests of social safety. There are, however, other reasons responsible for the fact that the three prawoskostany semi, chostnoi sobstvenosti I gosударства, p. 54. Limited insofar as it is not limited by the equal rights of others and the public safety, or by laws that are intended to mediate just this harmony of the individual liberties with one another and with the public safety. For example, the citizens have the right of association, of peaceful and unarmed assembly, of petition, and of expressing their opinions, whether in the press or in any other way. The enjoyment of these rights has no limit save the equal rights of others and the public safety. Education is free. Freedom of education shall be enjoyed under the conditions fixed by law and under the supreme control of the state. The home of every citizen is inviolable except in the forms prescribed by law, etc., etc. The Constitution, therefore, constantly refers to future organic laws that are to put into effect those marginal notes and regulate the enjoyment of these unrestricted liberties in such manner that they will collide neither with one another nor with the public safety. And later, these organic laws were brought into being by the friends of order, and all those liberties were regulated in such a manner that the bourgeoisie in its enjoyment of them finds itself unhindered by the equal rights of the other classes. Where it forbids these liberties entirely to the others or permits enjoyment of them under conditions that are just so many police traps, this always happens solely in the interest of public safety, that is, the safety of the bourgeoisie, as the Constitution prescribes. In the sequel, both sides accordingly appeal with complete justice to the Constitution, the friends of order, who abrogated all these liberties, as well as the Democrats, who demanded all of them. For each paragraph of the Constitution contains its own antithesis, its own upper and lower houses, namely, liberty in the general phrase, abrogation of liberty in the marginal note. Thus, so long as the name of freedom was respected and only its actual realization prevented, of course, in a legal way, the constitutional existence of liberty remained intact, inviolate, however mortal the blows dealt to its existence in actual life. Freedom of the proletariat in a capitalist system is a fiction, a deception. These reasons are independent of the fact that capitalism permits and protects only the freedom that does not conflict with the social safety, i.e., with the domination of the capitalist class. Under conditions of the economic domination of the bourgeoisie, the freedom of private property is transformed into the privilege of capital, into a right favoring the capitalist system and domination by capitalists. Equally, under the conditions of economic and political domination by capital, freedom and democracy are instruments of the bourgeoisie in suppressing the exploited classes. As stated by Marx, slavery in the bourgeois society creates an appearance of full freedom, for it appears as a legal form of individual independence. Whereas, in fact, it is a complete enslavement and a complete rejection of man. In the bourgeois society, right took the place of privilege. 4. The bourgeoisie possesses entire economic power, whereas the proletariat possesses nothing. Because of the economic power of the bourgeoisie, freedom and democracy remain a fraudulent claim. It is freedom of the bourgeoisie to exploit the working class. As pointed out by Engels, political freedom is a false freedom, worse than the worst type of slavery. It is an illusory freedom and, consequently, a true slavery. The same applies to political equality. 5. Such is the problem of freedom, seen apart from political oppression and moral enslavement. It should be kept in mind, though, that the bourgeoisie holds in its hands political power in addition to control over prisons, the army, churches, and schools. The bourgeoisie oppresses economically, but it also enslaves people morally. If the latter two fail, the bourgeoisie resorts to the employment of sheer physical force. With the increase of oppression, the bourgeoisie calls on its agents in the labor movement to increase the extolling of bourgeois freedom and democracy. The proletarian revolution will put an end to bourgeois freedom. The dictatorship of the proletariat will destroy the bourgeois system and will bring forth a classless, communist society, a society without class antagonisms and, consequently, without the state and law. Only in a classless society, in a society without state and law, will man be free. It is absurd to speak of freedom under the law. Law is incompatible with freedom. Consequently, in a society where freedom prevails, there will be no law. Justice, the ideology of law, and revolution *AG Goitbarg. 121. With the grace of God, the feudal state was a religious state. On the other hand, the bourgeoisie designated its state as a Rechtsstaat, as a state of law. Religion and law are the ideologies of the suppressing classes, the latter gradually replacing the former. Since we must, at the present time, fiercely struggle against religious ideology, we will, in the future, have to struggle against the ideology of law to a considerably greater degree. Any conscious proletarian either knows or has heard that religion is the opium of the people. But only a few, in my opinion, know that law is an even more poisoning and stupefying opium for the people. In his The 18th Brumaire, Karl Marx stated that the traditions of the deceased generations haunt the minds of the living like a nightmare. The difficulty in getting rid of these stupefying traditions depends upon the degree to which these traditions have been inculcated in the minds of the present generation. The difficulties are especially great when a generation has been inculcated with more recent traditions. Law is more recent than religion, and, therefore, the struggle against the idea of law, the idea that serves the interests of the exploiting classes, is considerably more difficult than the struggle against religious ideas. Since this struggle will be considerably more difficult, anti-law propaganda should become a more pressing task for us than anti-religious propaganda. Law is the new sanctuary of the exploiting classes, a sanctuary that replaced the religious one. Having abandoned the ideology of religion, these classes seek shelter in the ideology of law. The degree to which the idea of law governs those minds that are seemingly free of the religious opium can be seen from the following example. Indeed, it is either difficult or inconceivable to imagine that a party that pretends to be a revolutionary socialist party would make the defense of religion part of its political program. It took place, though, in the case of law. In opposition to the slogan of the Social Democrats, "Proletarians of all countries unite," the Socialist Revolutionary Party advanced its own slogan. In the struggle you shall gain your right. Needless to say, if one would ask the social revolutionaries of what right they speak, they would answer that they are concerned not with a bad, but with a good, true people's right. But this answer would disclose even more lucidly the degree to which they are trapped in the captivity of the idea of law, and the degree to which the tradition of bourgeois law haunts their minds like a nightmare. Quite a few sins of this type are committed by communists. It may suffice to mention our revolutionary consciousness of law, proletarian consciousness of law, and socialist consciousness of law. These concepts were derived from an assumption that there is a certain everlasting, immutable law, which was misapplied in the various epochs preceding the Soviet epoch. However, the great hostility and aversion that Karl Marx expressed in treating the concept of law and the very idea of right are well known. In describing his participation in formulating the statute of the First International Society of Workers, Marx stated the following: "My proposals were all accepted by the subcommittee. Only, I was obliged to insert two phrases, one about duty and right, another about truth, morality, and justice. But these are placed in such a way that they can do no harm. One to be sure, however, I would like at the very beginning to remove the possibility of any misunderstandings. Speaking of the necessity to conduct anti-law propaganda, I naturally intend neither to encourage disobedience of the rules established by the Soviet authority, nor to encourage insubordination to what we call the Soviet law. Indeed, it would be very nice if we could do without this expression, if we could replace it with another. The concept of law is cloaked with such a mystical veil and is associated in the minds of the living generations with such enigmatic experiences that it would be extremely desirable to replace it with a new concept, with a concept that would embrace the regulating norms and the organizational rules which we are forced to use in the transition period preceding the final and universal victory of communism. There are, however, some terms that, so to speak, are being suckled with mother's milk. The term law is one of them. In any case, our generation, which experienced the proletarian revolution, but which was born during pre-evolutionary conditions, will not relinquish this term. It will be good if future generations succeed in giving it up. It is quite possible to separate this term completely from the idealist mystery in which it is cloaked, to impregnate it with real content, and to give it the meaning which it should preserve for the time being, the meaning of a correct norm, of an expedient rule, a rule realizing the goal for which it was created. Thus, in such a sense, the term right was used by Lenin in his speech direct against the so-called freedom of the press. Arguing for the right of the Soviet authority to suppress the bourgeois press, he reminded me that after the February Revolution the bourgeois authority had closed the monarchistic press, and added, if the bourgeoisie was right in closing the monarchistic press, then we have the right to close the bourgeois press. 3. In other words, Lenin conceived of the law as being an expedient rule, a rule which we, judging from its results, were right in creating. Here the term law is deprived of any ideological veil, of any absolute character, of inalienability, of immutability, and of eternity. To what degree some free minds and even one of the founders of socialism, the leader of the German working movement, Ferdinand Lassalle, were under the influence of the idea of law, can be seen in their works. After reading Lassalle's The System of Acquired Rights, Engels wrote the following to Marx. 2. See John Reed, Die Zeit du et, Cholerie Palriasli mir. But, whereas Lassalle had not advanced far enough to reject the absolute character of law, the ideologists of the bourgeoisie simply identify law as a natural property of man. They speak of our sense of law as one of the external senses. They contend that the sense of law, the legal instinct, is innate in man. Earlier it was contended that man is a religious being, and that the religious sense is innate in man. Then, the same contention was advanced in connection with law, man is a legal being. The latter view is the essence of Petraszewski's theory, which attracted so many proponents among the intelligentsia, even among the revolutionary intelligentsia who called themselves Marxists. The psychological theory of law, a theory which asserts Lassalle is full of prejudice, he still believes in the idea of law, in the absolute law. For the most part, his statements against Hegel's philosophy of law are correct, yet his own new philosophy is far from being correct. Purely from the viewpoint of philosophy, he should have advanced to the point at which he would be able to see that the only absolute is the historical process and not the temporary results of this process. Without the historical process the idea of law would not have appeared. 124. That law is spawned in man's psyche and that it constitutes an everlasting and ineradicable property of man does not merely correspond to the interests of the bourgeoisie, it expresses the fundamental view of a bourgeois, according to which his right to property, to the means of production, and to pocket the fruits of other men's labor is eternal and will never die or discontinue. This bourgeois view has also been adopted by the representatives of non-capitalistic product-ers, by the representatives of petty bourgeois democracy, and by bourgeois ideologists. But even more, this idea was adopted by the workers. As stated by Marx, in social conditions that are dominated by capitalistic production, even the non-capitalistic producer is subject to capitalistic ideas. 3. Therefore, bourgeois ideologists will not be held responsible for the adherence to such ideas. It is not their fault, but their misfortune. No one can separate himself from the ideological atmosphere that surrounds him and in which he grows up and becomes educated. As stated by Marx, from my point of view more than from any other, an individual cannot be held responsible for the social conditions of which he is a product, however subjectively he may strive to elevate himself above them. 1. Indeed, not even persons who have discovered the relative, historical, and transitional meaning of these ideas are capable of liberating themselves from them. The best example of this is the ingenious Marxist P. Lafargue, Marx's son-in-law. Having subjected the metaphysical ideas of justice and freedom to a devastating plebeian critique, he stated, Belford Bax reproaches my contemptuous attitude toward justice, freedom, and other features of bourgeois metaphysics. He says that these ideas are so universal and inevitable that even in my critique of their bourgeois versions I employ certain ideals of justice and freedom. Needless to say, neither the extremist philosopher-spiritualists nor I can escape the influence of its ideas. Each uses his own ideas as the criteria for judging the ideas and the conduct of other people. But, whereas certain ideas are inevitable in the social setting in which they came into being, it does not follow that they, like mathematical axioms, are inevitable in other social conditions. 5. Van der Velde and other comrades are shocked by my disrespectful and rather extremist manner of unmasking everlasting ideas and principles. To treat justice, freedom, or the fatherland as metaphysical and ethical prostitutes being sold in the academic and parliamentary speeches and electoral programs. 1. This is sacrilege. Had these comrades lived at the time of the encyclopedists, they would have thrown the same accusations at Diderot and Voltaire, who seized the aristocratic ideology and submitted it to the trial of their reason, who poked fun at the sacred principles of Christianity, at the Orleans Virgin, at the blue-blood aristocracy, at divine law, and at other divine things. Lafargue demonstrated quite clearly that those who defend the idea of law in the bourgeois system are as reactionary as those who defended the idea of divine law in the transition period of feudal to bourgeois law. Though ideologists should not be held responsible for their ideologies, nevertheless when our ideologists, living in the transition period from the bourgeois to the communist system, continue to advance the bourgeois idea of law as eternal truth, an idea serving the interests of the bourgeoisie, one cannot refrain from using Marx's expression in characterizing these people as a slavish herd of imitators. Furthermore, one cannot refrain from stating that they became petty peddlers of commodities produced by big foreign firms and that they use a method that is characterized by the romanticism of other professions, whereas their theories are but popular preconceptions derived from the superficial, external appearance of things. The views asserting that man is a legal being and that a legal sense is an innate property of man are also popular preconceptions derived from the most superficial external appearance of things. In general, the social qualities of man are not natural but artificial, historically transitional properties. Marx denied that social qualities are innate in man, with the exception of man's inherent propensity to be a social being. He demonstrated that Aristotle's definition of man as a political being is invalid. Marx stated, man by his very nature is an rational. The bourgeois ideas of justice, law, etc., appeared to him to be eternally existing. Lafargue unmasked these ideas, proved that they are not sacred and that they serve the selfish and dirty interests of the capitalist ruling class. But many leaders of the Second International, who later became outspoken servants of the bourgeoisie, were filled with indignation at his critique of bourgeois ideas. Lafargue answered them with penetrating irony. Animal, though not a political but, in any case, a social animal. To this he added, strictly speaking, Aristotle's definition asserts that man, by his very nature, is the citizen of the city republic. This conception has been as characteristic of classical antiquity as Franklin's definition of man as a tool-making animal was for the Yankee Age. The assumption that bourgeois law is an innate quality of man is tantamount to the eternalization of bourgeois relationships. It is for this reason that a defense of this view is identical to supporting the interests of the bourgeoisie. Because of this, Marx severely refuted this view. Nature does not produce, on the one side, owners of money or commodities, and, on the other, men possessing nothing but their own labor power. This relationship was neither created by nature nor is it a social relationship common to all historical periods. It is clearly the result of past historical development, the product of many economic revolutions, the product of the extinction of a whole series of older formations of social production. 8 Capitalist relationships are the result of the extinction of feudal and simple commodity relationships. Hence, capitalist law is nothing but the form of these historically transitional relationships. The ingenious Marxist thinker Lafargue, who mercilessly and vigorously struggled against any forms of bourgeois ideology, thoroughly analyzed the idea of law and revealed its true nature. A French bourgeois philosopher contends that justice is eternal, though it only gradually permeates man's spirit and social reality. At the same time, however, he claims that the process of the gradual permeation of justice has reached its culmination point in the bourgeois system. Commenting on this view, Lafargue ironically stated that bourgeois society and bourgeois thought are thus the ultimate and the highest manifestations of immanent justice. The progress of justice came to an end with the establishment of the bourgeois system. As pointed out by Lafargue, the bourgeoisie interpreted its conquest of power as immeasurable social progress, whereas the aristocracy interpreted it as a ruinous regressive movement. the bourgeoisie identified progress with the liquidation of the aristocracy. Following the defeat of the aristocracy, by the French Revolution, the bourgeois idea of progress began to view itself as the only legitimate representative of progress. The bourgeoisie contended, quite conscientiously, that its customs, virtues, private and public morality, and its mode of production and exchange were the most progressive. Prior to the bourgeois revolution, ignorance, barbarism, injustice, and insanity prevailed. After the bourgeois revolution, as stated by Hegel, for the first time the idea began to govern the world. The social domination of the bourgeoisie became identified with the reign of reason. This was the first step toward the theory which asserted that progress ceased with the conquest of political power by the bourgeoisie. The idea of progress and evolution was very popular in the early part of the 19th century, when the bourgeoisie was still intoxicated with its political victory and with the startling growth of its economic wealth. But, with the appearance of the proletariat in the political arena in England and France, the bourgeoisie became true-bled with the preservation of its domination, and the idea of progress lost its original fascination for it. Since then, the idea of progress has ceased to be of importance in the ideology of the bourgeoisie. Its ideas are eternal and hence not subject to any change. Its law, too, is eternal law. Nothing is progressive for the bourgeoisie, unless it leads to its own victory. Since the aim of progressive development is the transition of the social dictatorship into the hands of the bourgeoisie, and since this aim has been achieved, progress has ceased. Assuming that the transfer of authority into its hands was the only progressive event of history, the bourgeoisie is, in fact, convinced that the seizure of power by the proletariat would be, as Herbert Spencer contended, tantamount to the return to barbarism and serfdom. To be sure, however, the aristocracy thought the same of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie is compelled to conceal the unattractive nakedness of its system with eternal ideas, ideas of justice, of law, etc. Oscar Wilde said that, when a woman uses strong perfume, she has something to conceal. According to Lafargue, the same is true of the bourgeoisie. No other ruling class has ever shouted so much about ideals, for no ruling class has ever been in need of concealing its actions to the same degree with an ideological twaddle. In the hands of the bourgeoisie, ideological charlatanism became the most reliable and most effective means of political and economic deception. Nevertheless, the striking conflict between word and deed prevents neither historians nor philosophers from maintaining that eternal ideas and principles are the exclusive moving forces of the history of the peoples living in a bourgeois system. Such an unheard of error by historians and philosophers serves as an indisputable proof of the immense power of ideas, and, at the same time, as a proof of the adroitness of the bourgeoisie, which succeeded in cultivating and exploiting this power for its benefit. 128. The idea of law most appropriately serves the interests of the exploiting class and holds the masses in subordination. The ruling class always declares everything that serves its political and economic interests to be just and everything that is in conflict with such interests unjust. Justice, in its understanding, is realized only when its class interests are satisfied. Therefore, ironically, justice is depicted with a cover over its eyes, in order to prevent it from seeing the trite and dirty interests it protects. The feudal and guild organizations, which were detrimental to the interests of the bourgeoisie, had been unjust in their opinion. Therefore, they were destroyed by immanent justice. Bourgeois historians contend that justice could not suffer the armed robbery of the feudal barons, who used robbery as the exclusive method for increasing their land holdings and augmenting their power. Nevertheless, this does not prevent venerable, immanent justice from approving armed robberies committed by a peaceful bourgeois, in barbarian countries of the New and the Old World. In the name of law, immanent justice solemnly approves and permits only economic robberies, robberies that the bourgeoisie, without any special effort, commits daily against hired labor. Economic robbery corresponds to the temperament and character of this justice, and, therefore, it willingly assumes the duty of the watchdog of the bourgeois wealth which, obviously, is nothing but a legal and just accumulation of plundered wealth. Justice, which according to philosophers governs in a bourgeois society, directs man toward a peaceful and happy future. In fact, however, it is the other way around, it is a fecund mother of diverse injustices. In the past, justice gave to slaveholders the right to possess a man as an animal. At the present time it gives the right to the capitalist to exploit proletarian children, women, and men like pack animals. Justice placed the lash in the hands of the slaveholder and kindled his hearth when he whipped the slave. Now, again, justice permits the capitalist to take the surplus value, which is produced by hired labor, and it leaves his conscience at rest when he compensates labor with starvation wages, the labor that is the source of the capitalist's wealth. I use my right, contended the slaveholder when he whipped the slave. I use my right, contends the capitalist, when he openly steals the hireling's labor. 9. The bourgeoisie is not merely unwilling to recognize the transitional character of its legal institutions, it even exempts them from the influence of simple progress, change, and development. The bourgeoisie and its most educated representatives go even further in their attempts to restrain the course of progress. They remove from its influence a whole number of social organisms of the utmost significance. Economists, historians, and philosophers, who seek to prove that, the patriarchic form of the family and the individual form of property are not subject to change, contend that these forms were in existence at all times. 10. I shall demonstrate in a few examples how powerful the idea of law is in the hands of the exploiting class, which by means of this idea keeps the exploited classes in check. The actions that lead to the same socially detrimental consequences either provoke aversion and indignation on the part of the broad masses of the people or are received in an indifferent way, depending upon whether or not they are in violation of the law. For example, an incestuous person, a man cohabiting with his daughter or mother, is subject to loathing. Incest is contrary to the elementary principles of law. In antiquity, Xenophon explained the reasons underlying the prohibition of incestuous marriages: they produce sick children. Soon incestuous cohabitation threatens the populace with degeneration, sickness, and premature death. It would seem, then, that whenever a certain human conduct threatens other people with degeneration, premature death, etc., such conduct should always arouse social indignation. But when such conduct brings forth benefits to dominant groups, it is declared to be in conformity with law, and does not arouse condemnation. The relationship of the capitalists to the workers during the entire 19th century, and indeed now, has entailed degeneration, an increase of the death rate, sickness, and suffering, in comparison to which incest appears to be of no significance. In his The Situation of the Working Class in England, Engels indicted the bourgeoisie for the mass murder of the workers. Capitalists have looked quite coolly at the death and mutilations of workers, which could have been prevented with the expense of a few dollars. This conduct of the capitalists is not contradictory to the principles of law. Their behavior is in conformity with the law, and hence they are considered to be decent men, who are not the object of condemnation. The stealing of bourgeois private property is also contrary to the elementary principles of law. Consequently, you can leave an average bourgeois in your apartment without any surveillance, he will not steal anything from you. But the stealing of a worker's time, of his labor, even if it is contrary to legislative acts which 130. A disclosure of the ideological and almost religious disguise of law is not alone sufficient for its realistic understanding, an understanding implicit in all teachings of Marxism. It is equally indispensable to explain the appearance and the development of legal ideas corresponding to the social relations that generated them. Looking from this point of view, it can easily be proved that at the present time these ideas are survivals of earlier periods and social conditions. In his letters to Engels and Zarga, Marx designated these ideas of justice, equality, and freedom as modern mythology, as a new mythology that some would put in the place of the materialistic basis of socialism. This, according to Marx, requires serious objective study. It is considerably easier to criticize this mythology than to explain it in terms of the economic Determine the hours and conditions of work is not contrary to the law, and hence is not dishonorable. In contemporary bourgeois society, law plays the same role as Christianity played in the ancient world of slavery. In his The Origin of Christianity, Jaworsky arrived at the conclusion that the ancient world held slaves solely by means of fear. Christianity for the first time elevated weak-willed submissiveness to the level of a moral obligation that should be performed with joy. 11. Likewise, the bourgeoisie, instead of employing naked force, prefers to entangle the exploited masses in the invisible ties of a legal ideology that is preached by philosophers and jurists for a small fee. We refuse to see in the law a certain idea that could prove to be beneficial to the working class, to the proletariat. At a certain time this idea made sense, but at the present time it is superfluous in the ideology of the proletariat. Consequently, it is indispensable to exterminate this idea from proletarian minds. Criticizing the Gotha program, Marx wrote in 1875, "I have dealt more extensively with equal right and just distribution, in order to show what a crime it is to attempt, on the one hand, to force on our party again, as dogmas, ideas which in a certain period had some meaning but which now have become obsolete, verbal rubbish, while again perverting, on the other hand, the realistic outlook which it costs so much effort to instill into the party, but which has now taken root in it, by means of ideological nonsense about right and other trash, so common among the Democrats and French socialists." 12. Relations that generated it, a procedure that is the requirement of the Marxist method. Speaking of religion, and this is applicable to all ideologies, Marx stated the following: "Indeed, it is much easier, by means of an analysis, to find the kernels of fantastic religious conceptions than it is to deduce religious forms from certain real-life relationships. The latter method is materialistic and, consequently, is a scientific method." 13. The quoted view was restated by Engels in a letter to Conrad Schmidt on August 5, 1890. "In general, the word materialistic," writes Engels, "serves many of the younger writers in Germany as a mere phrase with which anything and everything is labeled without further study. They stick on this label and then think they have disposed of the question. But our conception of history is, above all, a guide to study, not a lever for construction after the manner of the Hegelians. All history must be studied anew, the conditions of the existence of the different formations of society must be individually examined before an attempt is made to deduce from them the political, civil legal, aesthetic, philosophic, religious, etc., notions corresponding to them. Only a little has been done here, up to now, because only a few people have got down to it seriously. In this field we can utilize unlimited help. It is immensely big and anyone who will work seriously can achieve a lot and distinguish himself. Hence, it is not enough to advance a critique of legal ideology. It is indispensable to determine, step by step, which living conditions gave rise to the corresponding legal ideas, and how these legal ideas were preserved as an instrument of suppression, even after they ceased to correspond to the earlier conditions. An attempt in this direction will be made in the following chapters. In conclusion, a few words should be added on the future of law. The legal norms, which we called correct rules coercively prescribing human conduct, stripped of the halo of sanctity, will be preserved even after all legal ideas have been exterminated from human minds. Concerning religion, the old mythology Marx stated, the religious reflection of the actual world will disappear only when the relationships of men's practical daily lives are expressed in a clear and reasonable connection between them and nature. 14. The same applies to the new mythology, to the legal reflection of the actual world, to legal ideas and conceptions. Speaking of two types of justice, retributive and distributive, which lie at the basis of law, Lafargue noted. 132. The barbarian replaced spilled blood with property, property replaced man, man in a civilized society has only rights given him by property. The communist revolution, which abolishes private property and gives to everybody the same things, will free man and will regenerate the spirit of equality. Then the idea of justice, which has haunted man's mind since the time of the creation of private property, will disappear as an old nightmare tormenting wretched civilized humanity. 15. With the disappearance of the idea of law, coercive rules, or what are traditionally known as legal norms, will also disappear. In the critique of the Gotha program, Marx proved that all law is an expression of inequality. Consequently, with the disappearance of all exploitation and all inequality, i.e., with the complete accession of the communist system, the necessity for coercive rules, which at the present time are called laws, will disappear completely. If, as stated by Marx in his critique of the Gotha program, law can never elevate itself above the economic structure and the cultural development determined by this structure, then, with the advance of the economic structure of society to the level of complete communism, the high cultural development conditioned thereby will render superfluous and unnecessary any coercive regulation of human relations. The results, which in the transition period were achieved by means of coercive norms, will be attained by themselves because they will be rooted in the nature of the economic relations of that time. From the above said, it follows that the legislation of the proletarian state should not be influenced by any presumed, eternally existing concept of law, and that it can and should reject the new mythology. In establishing definite rules, proletarian legislation must take into consideration only their expediency, i.e., the question of whether or not or to what extent these rules achieve the goals for which they were created. But bourgeois ideology in this sphere sets up invisible and dangerous traps. The new mythology, driven out through the door, comes back through the window. We are being told that, from the political point of view, the creation of an unlimited scope of rights is inevitable. A scope as unlimited as it was at the beginning of the past century after the fall of feudalism and the establishment of the bourgeois system. We hear from different sources that instead of limiting rights, it is indispensable to establish the broadest possible scope of rights, because even the smallest restriction will weaken the stimulus of economic activity and accumulation. They tell us that our policy, according to which our state grants rights only for the purpose of developing the forces of production and revokes them if their application produces results contradictory to the intended socio-economic purpose, and interferes, in the interest of society, with the relationships that previously were known as private, as in conflict with the sound sense of individualism innate in each man. Individualism, that is, freedom of exploitation, presented as an exclusive stimulus of man's activity, is being advanced as an eternally existing frame of mind, or truth, whose existence is not determined by social conditions and hence is not subject to extermination under changed conditions. It stands to reason, though, that individualism is not a permanent feature of human nature at all. Its origin, existence, and, consequently, its disappearance, are determined by the conditions of social life. At any rate, in the period of bourgeois trusts, cartels, syndicates, etc., individualism is not and cannot be the dominating frame of mind. Neither can it become the dominating principle, determining mass activities, in the transition period of the Soviet Union. We grant private property rights only with the aim of developing the forces of production of our country. Consequently, contrary to bourgeois legal political principles, which aim at protecting the interests of one or another group of the exploiting class, we have established the following rule: rights are granted only if they are conducive to the development of the forces of production, i.e., to the development of the entire national economy, the objective of which is to satisfy the needs of the popular masses. This principle is clear. It does not aim at protecting the interests of the individual groups dominating the masses but, on the contrary, is willing to sacrifice the interests of individual persons for the attainment of the general goal. While living in Soviet countries, in the transition period from the capitalist toward the communist system, we consciously strive for the development of the forces of production. The development of the forces of production is our direct and immediate goal. Therefore, we undertake measures, establish rules, and grant rights within the scope dictated by our goals. Hence, it does not mean that the character of the rights granted by us is immutable, i.e., not subject to change and not subject to restrictions and expansions. It was indicated above that the French bourgeois revolution took place almost 100 years after the English 134 revolution, and, consequently, having taken place under more mature conditions, did away with feudalism completely. That means that the English bourgeois revolution, which took place 100 years earlier than the French Revolution and, consequently, under less mature conditions, preserved many feudal features up until the present time. The proletarian revolutions also are carried out under diverse and more or less mature conditions. Our revolution took place earlier than in other countries, and hence under less mature conditions. In addition, it was accomplished in a most economically backward country. The forthcoming revolution in Germany will take place not only later but also under more mature economic conditions than those existing in our country 6 years ago. It will do away with the survivors of the bourgeois system in a more radical manner. There, the development of the forces of production will call for the granting of fewer rights than in our country. Even fewer rights will have to be granted in America. The decrease of these rights in our country can take place only commensurably with the development of the forces of production and the maturation of our conditions. The dynamic process of the development of the forces of production will reduce the scope of the unavoidable concessions to the previous regime. Our legislators must always take this process under consideration, otherwise, to quote Marx, this process will, by itself, correct the arbitrary violations committed by the state authority. As Marx pointed out in his critique of the Gotha program, the transition epoch is characterized by the fact that human relations will perforce be circumscribed for a certain period of time by the narrow horizon of bourgeois law. It is interesting to ascertain what, in Marx's judgment, this narrow horizon of bourgeois law is. Marx takes as a premise a social order wherein the means of production belong to all society and wherein producers do not exchange their products. Consequently, he is taking a stage higher than the new economic policy through which we are living. The bond of the market is replaced entirely by an organized bond, and, accordingly, labor consumed in the manufacture of products is not manifested in the form of value, since here, in contrast to capitalist society, the labor of the individual is part of the collective labor directly and not indirectly. But even if the market and the barter of the market were completely eliminated, the new communist society, according to Marx, must for a certain time bear in all relationships economic, moral, and intellectual the sharply defined imprint of the distinguishing attributes of the old society from whose innermost parts it came to light. This is stated in the principle of distribution, according to which each producer personally obtains precisely what he furnishes to society. Marx emphasizes that, regardless of radical changes of content and form, the principle here dominant is the same principle as that which prevails in the barter of goods equivalents. A definite quantum of labor in one form is exchanged for the same quantum of labor in another form. Insofar as the relationships of the individual producer and society continue to retain the form of an equivalent exchange, they continue to that extent to preserve the form of law as well, for, by its very nature, law is merely the application of a like scale. However, the natural differences of individual capacities are not taken into consideration here, wherefore, by its content, this law, like law of every sort, is the law of inequality. Marx says nothing as to the necessity of state authority, the coercion of which would secure the fulfillment of these norms of the unequal law that preserves its bourgeois limitedness, but this is perfectly obvious. Lenin drew such an inference. As regards the distribution of products of consumption, bourgeois law, of course, inevitably presupposes the bourgeois state as well, because law is nothing without a mechanism capable of compelling the observance of legal norms. It follows that under communism not only does bourgeois law remain for a certain time, but so does the bourgeois state without the bourgeoisie. Once the form of an equivalent relationship is provided, this means that a form of law is provided, a form of public authority which is thereby enabled to remain in force for a certain time, even in conditions where the division into classes no longer exists. The dying out of law and therewith of the state will be complete, according to the view of Marx, only when labor, having ceased to be a means of life, shall itself become the primary necessity of life, when the all-sided development of individuals shall be accompanied by an expansion of production forces, and everyone shall labor voluntarily according to his abilities, or, in the words of Lenin, shall not make deductions after the fashion of Shylock so as not to work an extra half-hour more than someone else, in a word, when an end shall finally have been put to the form of the equivalent relationship. Accordingly, Marx conceived of the transition to expanded munism, not as a transition to new one out of the juridic form in general, as the bourgeois epoch, which was destined to outlive the bourgeoisie itself. At the same time, Marx points out the basic conditions of the existence of the legal form, a condition rooted in economics itself, namely, the unification of labor efforts on the principle of an equivalent exchange, that is to say, he reveals the profound interconnection between the form of law and the form of goods. A society that, in view of the condition of its forces of production, is compelled to preserve a relationship of equivalency between expenditures of labor and compensation, therefore, in a form that is reminiscent of the exchange of goods values, will be forced to preserve also the form of law. It is only if we start from this basic element that we can understand why a whole series of other social relationships takes on juridic form. On the contrary, to reason that courts and statutes will remain forever, and for the reason that certain crimes against personality, and so forth, will not disappear under the maximum of economic security, is to take elements that are derivative and of minor importance for the principal and basic elements. For even bourgeois advanced criminologists are convinced theoretically that the struggle against criminality may itself be regarded per se as a task of medical pedagogy, for whose solution the jurist with his corpus delicti, his codes, his concept of guilt, his unqualified or qualified criminal responsibility, and his subtle distinctions between participation, complicity, and instigation is entirely superfluous. And, if this theoretical conviction has not as yet led to the abolition of criminal codes and courts, this is so only because the overcoming of the form of law is connected not only with going beyond the framework of bourgeois society but also with the radical deliverance from all the survivals of that society. 138. This ambiguity of the ethical form is not something accidental, a kind of an external defect, caused by the specific shortcomings of capitalism. On the contrary, it is an essential feature of the ethical form as such. Elimination of the ambiguity of the ethical form means transition to a planned social economy, and this in turn means the realization of a social order in which people can form and apprehend their relationships by employing the simple and clear concepts of harm and advantage. To destroy the ambiguity of the ethical form in its most essential field, i.e., in the sphere of man's material existence, means the destruction of that form in general. It is from this very point of view of harm and advantage that pure utilitarianism, striving to dispel the metaphysical fog surrounding the ethical theory, approaches the concepts of good and evil. This, of course, simply destroys ethics, or, more accurately, tries to destroy and to vanquish ethics. For ethical fetishes can be completely overcome in reality only if the fetishisms of commodities and of law are vanquished at the same time. People whose conduct is guided by the clear and simple concepts of harm and advantage will not require that their social relationships be expressed either in terms of value or in terms of law. Until this historical stage of development is attained by mankind, however, that is to say, until mankind is rid of the inheritance of the capitalist epoch, the struggle of theoretical thinking can only anticipate this future emancipation without the capacity to embody it in practice. We must here recall Marx's words concerning goods fetishism, the tardy scientific discovery that the products of labor insofar as they are values represent only a material expression of the labor expended on their production, constitutes an epoch in the history of human development, but it is certainly far from destroying the material semblance of the social character of labor. But it will be objected that the class morality of the proletariat is now already liberated from all fetishes. That which is morally due is that which is beneficial to the class. In this form, morality comprises Nothing absolute, since what is beneficial today may cease to be beneficial tomorrow, and comprises nothing supernatural or wrapped in mystery, inasmuch as the principle of benefit is simple and a matter of reason. There is no doubt that the morality of the proletariat, or rather of the advanced strata of the proletariat, loses its doubly fetishistic character, being liberated, let us say, from religious elements. But morality, even morality that is completely free from an alloy of religious elements, remains morality all the same, that is to say, a form of social relationship in which not everything as yet is reduced to man himself. If the living link with the class is in reality so strong that the boundaries of the ego are effaced, as it were, and the benefit of the class actually merges with individual benefit, then there is no sense in talking about the fulfillment of a moral duty. In general, the phenomenon of morality is then absent. Where such a merger has not taken place, an abstract relationship of moral duty, with all the consequences ensuing therefrom, inevitably arises. The rule, "so act as to confer the greatest benefit on the class," will sound like Kant's formula, "so act that the maxim of your conduct may serve as a principle of universal legislation." The whole difference is this, that in the former case we introduce a concrete limitation, we set a class framework for ethical logic. But within this framework it remains in full force. The class content of ethics does not per se destroy the form of ethics. We have in view the form of the actual manifestation and not merely the logical form. Deep within the proletarian, that is to say, the class collective, we observe the means of realizing that which is morally due, means that are identical in form and that take shape from two contrasting elements. On the one hand, the collective does not renounce all possible means of exerting pressure upon its members to incite them to that which is morally due. On the other hand, the same collective classifies conduct as moral conduct only when this external pressure as a motive is conceitedly absent. It is for this very reason that morality and moral conduct are so closely bound up with hypocrisy in social practice. It is true that the conditions of the life of the proletariat include the prerequisites for the development of a new, loftier, and more harmonious form of the relationship between personality and the collective, as evidenced by the facts relating to the manifestation of the class solidarity of the proletariat. But the old continues to exist alongside of the new. Side by side with the social man of the future, who merges his ego with the collective and finds therein life's highest satisfaction and meaning, the moral man continues to exist, bearing upon himself the weight of a more or less abstract duty. The victory of the first form has the force of complete liberation from all the survivals of private property relationships and of the final re-education of mankind in a spirit of communism. Of course, this is not at all a task purely ideological or pedagogic. The new type of relationship requires the creation and strengthening of a new material economic basis. It must, therefore, be borne in mind that morality, law, and state are forms of bourgeois society. The fact that the proletariat may be compelled to use them by no means signifies that they can develop further in the direction of being filled with a socialist content. They have no capacity adequate to hold a socialist content and are bound to die out to the extent that it is brought into being. Nevertheless, in the present transition period the proletariat, in its class interests, must necessarily utilize in one way or another these forms that have been inherited from bourgeois society and thereby exhaust them completely. To this end, the proletariat must first and foremost have a notion of the historical origin of these forms that is perfectly clear and free from ideological haziness. Its attitude must be one of sober criticism, not only as regards the bourgeois state and bourgeois morality, but also as regards its own state and its own proletarian morality, that is to say, it must comprehend the historical necessity of their existence and of their disappearance alike. 2. In his critique of Proudhon, Marx points out that the abstract concept of morality is by no means an absolute and eternal criterion through the employment of which we could construct an ideal, i.e., a just relationship of exchange. This would mean an attempt to reorganize chemical metabolism in conformity with eternal ideas, special attributes, and affinity, instead of studying the actual laws of that metabolism. For the concept of justice is itself drawn from the exchange relationship and expresses nothing whatsoever outside that relationship. Strictly speaking, the very concept of justice comprises nothing essentially new, as compared with the concept of human equality which we have analyzed earlier. Therefore, it is ridiculous to see any independent and absolute criterion in the idea of justice. Indeed, cleverly employed, the idea affords greater possibilities for interpreting inequality as equality and is therefore particularly suitable for concealing the ambiguity of the ethical form. On the other hand, justice is the step whereby ethics descends to law. Moral conduct must be free, but justice can be constrained. Constraint of moral behavior tends to negate its own existence, while justice is rendered to man openly, it admits of external effectuation and of active and egoistic interestedness. Toward a Marxist conception of law and state *. I think that, of all the ventures of bourgeois science to comprehend the meaning of social life and to give a scientific explanation of social phenomena, the ventures directed at explaining the phenomenon called law have been the most hopeless. Social life in general, that is, social relationships, have always been to bourgeois science a mystery which it cannot grasp. And comprehension of the true nature of the social relationships that go under the name of legal phenomena has been an absolutely insoluble task for bourgeois society. It has been an insoluble task primarily because law as we know it in its coming into being, in its development, and in its history is, as it always has been, a definite system of ideas and prescriptions of custom and statutes which are constantly changing along with the development of society. In order to know the meaning of legal phenomena, in the broad sense of the term, bourgeois scientists would have to discover the reasons responsible for the constant change of legal phenomena, as well as the reasons why legal ideas are in a constant state of flux. But, when a bourgeois scientist raises the question concerning the source of those changes, he instantly answers that they originate in the mind. By giving such an answer, namely, that legal ideas, the system of law, and legal relationships originate in the mind, he commits the first and fundamental error, because in fact it is the other way around. Legal phenomena, like all other expressions of social relationships, do not originate in the mind, on the contrary, they come to the mind from other sources. We shall see later how this takes place. The bourgeois scientist's trouble consists in that, when confronted with the question of the genesis of the sources of law, he instantly commits the basic methodological error which prevents him from seeing that end meets end. To be sure, a bourgeois scientist is not capable of avoiding such an error, this we shall see soon. Following the first erroneous answer that law originates in the mind, he commits a second inescapable error. To be more specific, having asserted that law is a product of the mind, i.e., that it is a product of the ideological function of consciousness, he involuntarily poses the question, whose consciousness? In answering this question he commits a second error. His answer is that it is the consciousness of the nation, of the people, or of brilliant individuals. His first error, namely, the formulation of the origin of legal phenomena as a result of the ideological function of the consciousness, leads to a second error, to an incorrect formulation of the question of to whom the consciousness belongs. The answers given to this question by pre-bourgeois theorists were even more primitive and naive. Thus, some contended that consciousness is a manifestation of the natural law or of the Lord God. All these various answers have one thing in common. They are based on the assumption that law is a product of the function of the brain, consciousness, and ideology, which are presumably not only separate but even independent of the immediate social, political, and economic conditions in which they and the law come into being, develop, and become active. This is a fundamental methodological error, an error that predetermines the answer to the question, what is the law? Our main task, then, is to place the object of our study, that is, the law, in its real, kindred social setting, in which it came into being. However, prior to doing this, we intend to examine several bourgeois theories as examples of the fact that incorrectly posed questions lead to absolutely false answers. Furthermore, we intend to demonstrate why a bourgeois thinks incorrectly and why he cannot think differently. The aforesaid should not be interpreted to mean that we reject fully all bourgeois works on law. Nothing is further from the truth. A few great thinkers of the bourgeois school of law have made a considerable contribution to the science of law. Some of them, as we shall see, approached quite closely the essence of the question but failed to solve it. In the process of revealing the nature of legal phenomena, we shall keep in mind the historical conditioning and inescapability of the fact that bourgeois jurists have not, and could not, furnish a correct definition of law. Or, to put it differently, we shall answer Kant's question, why are jurists still searching for the definition of law? In order to answer this question, we shall examine some bourgeois theories. Professor Korkunov, the reactionary freethinker, as he has been characterized by Stuka, defined law as a system of the delimitation of interests. We must admit that to a certain extent this definition 144 is better than any other. But is it true that, in fact, law is the delimitation of interests? We would like to supplement this definition. Law is the delimitation of interests from the viewpoint of the preservation of the ruling class's interests. Our amplification offers a specific point of view which will illuminate quite a few confused questions. Without the amplification, Korkunov's definition is worthless, for it instantly raises in our minds several questions. What is the meaning of the delimitation of interests? From what point of view are the interests delimited? By whom and where are the interests delimited? In what direction are they delimited, and what methods are used in delimiting the interests? Are the interests delimited from the point of view of ultimate justice or from the point of view of the ruling class? Reticence brings Korkunov's definition to naught. Nevertheless, Korkunov noted correctly some aspects of legal relationships, namely, that all legal disputes involve conflicts of interests. He failed, though, to answer the questions, what type of interests, and whose interests. Consequently, his definition, although it is one of the oldest and most closely approaching the essence of the problems, is incomplete. A question arises in this context: is a bourgeois scientist capable of answering these questions? One would assume that, proceeding with the definition of law as the delimitation of interests, he should be capable of answering the practical question, from what point of view does the law delimitate interests? That is, he should be capable of giving a true answer, namely, that law delimitates interests from the point of view of the interests of a given class, for example, in a bourgeois society, from the point of view of the bourgeois class. Or he should be capable of telling a lie, for example, that law delimitates interests from the point of view of the interests of the state, the social interests of the whole people, higher interests, ultimate justice, or anything else. One would assume that in the latter case he should be able to invent a fiction, a fetish, or a clever expression in order to slur over the essence of the matter. The fact is, however, that neither the bourgeois state nor bourgeois scientists are capable of telling the truth. This is not due to their unwillingness to tell the truth, it is due to the fact that as the representatives of the ruling class their minds fail even to conceive of such a formulation of the problem. They are thoroughly convinced that the delimitation of interests is done from the point of view of the interests of the people, ultimate justice, etc., etc. And this means that the principal defect of their formulation of the problem is to be sought in the absence of the class point of view. The class point of view was entirely inconceivable, for 145. It would have revealed the class nature of the state in its very nakedness. The next theory to be examined is that of Professor Petraszewski. In his opinion, law is an emotion, that is, a certain sensation peculiar to each man. When a man says "this is mine," he expresses his sensation. There are two types of sensations. First, a legal sensation, which finds its expression in a binding, coercive norm, statute, or custom. Second, a moral sensation, which is not expressed in coercive norms. We need not examine Petraszewski's theory in detail. The gist of this theory is that the source of law is transferred from a pure intellectual sphere into a psychological sphere. Man no longer invents the legal system by means of his mind. The source of law is now the emotional depth of human perceptions, man's ego, with its inner sensations and emotions. To be sure, however, Jaworsky has failed to raise the crucial question, what is the source of human emotions? We are told that legal norms are legal emotions, that legal norms are rooted in the depth of the human psyche, but we do not know what the source of the latter is. Jaworsky did not raise the question, because it leads to economic materialism. According to the latter, only class psychology exists, everything is determined by class interests and by the class struggle. A bourgeois scientist cannot raise the question, because he would have to admit that legal emotions are derivative from the interests of a given social class, that these interests vary from class to class, that the variety of interests leads to a struggle, and that the dominant system of legal relationships has a class character because it always constitutes an objective reflection of the interests of the dominant class, either in writing or in consciousness. The bourgeois scientist obviously cannot afford to do this, for it would be tantamount to committing public suicide. The next problem that we intend to examine is the definition of law offered by a German scientist, Jelinek. If I recall correctly, Jelinek asserts that law is an expression of the ethical minimum, reflected in a written form, at a given time. Like others, Jelinek has failed to raise the essential questions: is there only one ethic? Are ethical views always the same? We know for sure that ethical ideas are not immutable, that, at any time, two diametrically opposed ethical views on the same subject can exist. But a bourgeois scientist cannot admit this, because this would be tantamount to undermining the very basis of the bourgeois system. The following example may serve as an illustration of our view. The peasants have seized the land from the landlords. The question arises, did they commit an ethical or an 146 unethical act? Naturally, any peasant will answer that, indeed, it was an ethical act. On the other hand, the landlord will say that this act has nothing to do with ethics, that it was an act of robbery. To be sure, the landlord is right from his point of view. These are two diametrically opposed views of the same fact, clearly demonstrating the class nature of ethical ideas. What do we mean when we say this is violence, this is an arbitrary rule? The meaning of these statements is that we appeal to certain common principles that are presumably binding upon everyone. In fact, however, this means that we appeal to principles that we presuppose to be universal but that might not be recognized as such by our class enemies. This is why Jelinek's definition of law does not withstand criticism. The next definition of law belongs to a German scientist, Ehering. According to Ehering's theory, which reflected the history of Germany in the 1870s and 1880s, power creates law, law is the politics of power. To put it differently, law is the embodiment, the legitimization of power in a written form. Ehering approached the problem correctly, but he, too, failed to raise the questions: what type of power? Whose power, and under what conditions is the power employed? Thus, following the examination of the various definitions, it becomes obvious that an analysis of any social phenomenon must take into account the class point of view. But the raising of the class problem by a bourgeois scientist would be tantamount to recognition of the class nature of the state, of society, and of any legislation. This, however, would amount to telling the truth, which is antithetical to him and to his class nature. Therefore, it is obvious that, even if they were willing, the bourgeois scientists are organically incapable of either positing or correctly answering these questions. In order to show how far-reaching is the inability to carry an analysis to its very end, even among non-bourgeois scientists, I would like to cite an example given by Comrade Podvolotsky. In the Diskussion of Reisner's theory, Podvolotsky indicates that Reisner, too, is filled with indignation at the attempts to interpret the law as an instrument of exploitation. According to Reisner, It is impossible not to notice the striking fact that we, in tune with bourgeois theorists, are ready to confuse the state with the law as two phenomena inevitably and inescapably related to one another. If the state is an organization of the proprietary classes directed against the indigent classes, then all law, as an inescapable ally of the state, appears as though tainted with the same exploitative aim. And if the state is ultimately doomed to disappear together with all other attributes of the contemporary class state, then the law is threatened with the same destiny. This is Reisner's protest against the view that all law is class law. But is there any other law? Why does Reisner think that it is so terribly when we assert that all law is the law of exploitation? What is the meaning of the exploitative law? The law is an instrument by means of which a class protects its interests. When the interests of a landlord require enslavement of peasants' labor, he issues a law that says that the serf is a slave, is his property, which he can exploit, sell, deposit, kill, etc. In the paragraph quoted by Podvolotsky, Reisner stated that law appears as though tainted with one and the same exploitative aim. What a strange fear of words! If the entire burden of taxation in the workers-peasants state falls upon the proprietary class, then the questions arise: what is it? Is it a norm, a law? Is it or is it not an exploitative norm? Why not admit that it is an exploitative norm? Is there anything silly in that? I see absolutely nothing terrible in such a formulation of the problem. Yes, we exploit our class enemies whenever it is necessary. Indeed, our enemies are not the only ones we exploit. For example, we have issued a law on the apportionment of products and, in conformity with this law, we took everything away from the peasants with the exception of what was necessary to satisfy their bare necessities. With the food collected by means of violence, we fed the city and the army. Was this not exploitation of peasants' labor in favor of a definite minority of the population? Indeed, it was exploitation, but I see nothing terrible in that. We resorted to such action because we had to feed the army, which was defending the state. From Reisner's point of view, it follows that the law in itself, that is to say, the pure law, is not an instrument of exploitation. I would like to see at least one norm that has not an exploitative character. I would be willing to prove that every norm serves as an instrument for the protection of the ruling class's interests. As long as classes exist, as long as they have not yet died away, every norm has an exploitative, compulsory, class character in relation to another class. The aforesaid is an example of the fact that scientists, even those who call themselves communists, cannot cut the umbilical cord that ties them to the bourgeois system and bourgeois theories. Thus, Podvolotsky also reproaches Comrade Stuka for committing the same sin, for not carrying out the class point of view to its logical end. He quotes Stuka as saying, "The system of relationships is the material element of law, whereas the system of norms is the ideological element of law." Podvolotsky intends to demonstrate that even Stuka has not yet broken off with the bourgeois conception of law as a pure ideological product. How right Podvolotsky is, we shall. 148. See later. Nevertheless, the fact is that even one of our most consistent theorists is reproached for committing the same sin. This is why, prior to the examination of law, one must establish some general principles, general theses, from which we should not and cannot deviate under any circumstances. These principles are the following: first, every society is a class society, and, therefore, all facts and occurrences of social life in a class society are nothing but the form, the reflection, the manifestation of the class struggle. Consequently, all social institutions, without any exception the state in its totality as well as an individual legal norm, are class institutions reflecting the interests of the ruling class. Because of the class struggle, the legal norms in a class society constitute a middle line, a watershed, at which the struggle comes to a stop, for it has found its expression in written norms. But neither the class character of the norms nor their class origin is thereby affected. Moreover, the purpose of the legal norm is always to preserve the existing social order, its uninterrupted functioning, and that means to protect the interests of the dominant class. Looking from this point of view, every norm is rooted in the class nature of society and reflects the interests of the dominant class. Therefore, we shall always reject the attempts, regardless of by whom made, to separate the essence of legal phenomena from the class struggle and class interests. We would like to give another and final example that will demonstrate in a most obvious way the errors stemming from inconsistency in this field. Presumably, we all are familiar with Lassalle's The Nature of the Constitution and Workers' Program. These books were published in 1863 and 1865 respectively. In one of these books Lassalle raises the question, what is a constitution? A constitution, he answers, is guns, prisons, and bayonets. In other words, he conceives of a constitution as material force. The gun is a constitution, he asserts, because a gun constitutes power, is an instrument of coercion. Nevertheless, having correctly formulated the problem, Lassalle concludes his workers' program in the following way: universal electoral rights. This is the banner that will lead us to the victory, of another banner we cannot conceive. He develops the following argument in support of this view. Each class, he states, fills the state system with its own contents. The feudal class, or the first estate, filled it with its content, the bourgeois class filled it with its own idea. The fourth estate should infuse into the state its own ideas, namely, solidarity of interests, universality, and mutuality in development. According to Lassalle, the proletariat should accomplish this by means of a universal electoral law. The state and the guns will then serve the working class. In his opinion, through the universal electoral right, the elected representatives will finally become a faithful and accurate reflection of the people who elected them. To be sure, Marx was very critical of such an approach. In his famous critique of the Gotha program, he openly spoke about the struggle against the Lassallean faith in state miracles. The gist of the controversy is that, while Lassalle correctly formulated the problem of the nature of state machinery as an instrument of compulsion and exploitation, he separated the state machinery as something entirely independent from social class relationships. Furthermore, he assumed the possibility that the working class, having conquered the state machinery, will infuse into the state its own ideas and will compel the state to serve its class interests. To put it differently, the state appears as being suspended in the air, torn away from class interests, from society, and from the living people who comprise this machine. A false interpretation of the nature of social relationships led Lassalle to the creation of a political program that asserted that all efforts of the working class should be directed toward the conquest of the state machinery only by means of universal electoral suffrage. This is why our task is the following. The cited examples should help us to comprehend the methodological errors of our opponents, and to prevent them from committing such errors in the future. First, the law, in its rise, development, and content, is not an independent phenomenon. Second, the law is always derivative in its rise, development, and content. The law is always derivative from the existing social relationships, and its content always reflects the interests of the dominant class. The law expresses the interests of the dominant class. This is our third thesis. As such, the law is a result of the class struggle. It is the point at which the clashes of the class struggle come to a stop. This is the proper approach. If we deviate from this approach even one iota, we shall make errors that may have grave practical consequences. If we adhere to this approach, then our answers will always be correct. The affinity between some bourgeois and Marxist as Rubinstein. In our recent legal literature one encounters frequent and valid references to the similarity of some bourgeois legal theories to the fundamental assumptions of the Marxist theory of law. So far as we know, however, no one has thus far undertaken a thorough study of this curious phenomenon, perhaps because of the fact that the Marxist theory of law itself has not yet been scientifically worked out. We have in existence at the present time several independent and valuable works devoted to an explanation of the Marxist theory of law. These greatly facilitate a comparison of Marxist and bourgeois theories of law. Without intending to exhaust the problem, our aim is to show the principal points at which the similarity of bourgeois jurisprudence and Marxism is most vivid. The closeness of certain bourgeois theories to the principles of the Marxist theory of law manifests itself primarily in the question of the nature and significance of law. We encounter in the philosophical system of Marxism, if not two distinct theories of law, then at least two formulations of the same theory, one of which is increasingly attracting the attention of revolutionary Marxists. Specifically, this is the theory that underlies the official definition of law, the definition advanced at one time by the Collegium of the People's Commissariat of Justice of the RSFSR. Law, this formula declares, is an order of social relations, established in the interests of the ruling class and protected by its organized power. Of special interest, undoubtedly, is the first part of the definition. Law is an order of social relations. Law is conceived here not as a stupefied, ossified rule of conduct, not as a system of written laws, but as a living social force, as an organization of social relations, as a stream of life itself. 2. It is precisely such a materialist conception of law that is becoming increasingly popular in current bourgeois jurisprudence. It is most fashionable in bourgeois jurisprudence to approach law as a living, real organization of reality, that is, as reality itself, looked upon from a specific point of view. In this connection it is of interest to quote E. Ehrlich, who is one of the most famous modern bourgeois jurists. Law, says Ehrlich, is the real foundation of human society, it is a skeleton of human society. 3. Now law is no longer regarded as a categorical command direct at society with the purpose of reforming the social system. No, law is a simple reflection, an expression of those economic relationships that arise and develop independent of the direct will of the legislator. As stated by Marx, society is not based on law. This is a fantasy of jurists. On the contrary, law should be based on society, it should be an expression of society's general interests and needs, arising from the existing material mode of production. For Kantorovich, who is one of the acknowledged representatives of bourgeois jurisprudence, adheres to a similar point of view. While drawing a distinction between the so-called free law as a real organization of social relationships and the official law as a reflection of this organization in legal codes, Kantorovich asserts that the free law is the soil from which the official law springs and to which it should always conform. 3. Hence, society does not serve law, law should serve, and factually always does serve, society. That is the meaning of the instrumental character of law. But the idea of the instrumental character of law is still alien to our jurists. We had an opportunity to witness this during the discussion of Comrade Malitsky's paper on the inheritance law. His critics asked him a devastating question: was he speaking about de leglata or de legferenda? In answering the question, Comrade Malitsky stated that if a given law is expedient and necessary, then it should not be prevented from being translated into reality in defiance of the interest of the whole society. From the point of view of the instrumental character of law, which is increasingly attracting attention from bourgeois jurists, and 152. Which is solely acceptable for the Marxist theory of law, a strict differentiation of lex lata and lex ferenda is meaningless. Lex lata, that is, the law acting in the interests of society, is the lex ferenda, that is, the law that ought to act in the interests of society. If a law is not acting in the interests of society, then it is not a law but a dead letter that neither should be nor is applied by the courts. What remains is the question of what happens when a written law does not express, that is, does not correspond to the interests and the needs of society. This question brings us to the very essence of the new ideas in bourgeois jurisprudence and to the principles on which modern bourgeois legal systems are based. We shall note initially that law can fail to express the needs of society either under all conditions or only under certain concrete conditions. Almost all legal orders have a group of norms that, although sanctioned by the legislator, are never applied to life. The pre-revolutionary Russian, in particular, knew many such ineffective laws that were made void through judicial decisions. All these norms were not applied to life, because, in general, they had ceased to respond to the interests and needs of society. Such norms, however, are not many and are almost completely absent in modern legal systems, particularly in our legal system. Of considerably greater interest are the norms that do not correspond to the interests and the needs of society under certain concrete conditions. To this group belong all norms of all legal systems ever in existence. One could say without any exaggeration that each of these norms may not correspond to the interests and the needs of society under certain conditions, depending upon the character of the specific and unique social relationship to which it applies. In this case, what is the role of truly effective norms? Also, in cases of concrete non-correspondence to the needs of society, an effective norm is not applied to life, thus, for a while, it remains, in effect, outside the legal life of society. In the conditions of a capitalist society, the theory of the interpretation of law serves as a justification for such a concrete non-application of an effective norm. According to Radbruch, the essence of this theory is that an appearance is created that law is being interpreted, while in fact it is being misinterpreted. The aim of the bourgeois theory of the interpretation of law was precisely to misinterpret the law at the proper moment. But this process of misinterpretation of law was carefully concealed by Bohr. 153. Jaworsky theorists. Only the instrumental and the Marxist theories of law admit its existence. At times, however, bourgeois jurists spoke of it quite openly. Mittelstadt, a German jurist and former member of the Reichstag, revealed the secret of bourgeois justice by stating the following. Since our criminal law was not especially designed to serve as a weapon against the Social Democrats, it should be transformed into such a weapon through a subtle and refined interpretation of the positive norms. The Marxist theory of law, as well as some recent trends in bourgeois jurisprudence, do not resort to such doubtful connivances in defending the legitimate interests of the ruling class. Both of these theories tear the mask from the traditional theory of interpretation and proclaim that the guardian of the interests of society is not the law, which under certain conditions may not correspond to these interests, but the living personality of a judge. We could continue to present the similarities between the Marxist theory of law and some recent trends in bourgeois jurisprudence. There is a great abundance of material in this field. However, the above said is sufficient to arrive at the following conclusion: what differentiates the Marxist theory of law from its bourgeois counterparts is its philosophical depth, consistency, and completeness, but the main difference is its class principle, which is not always adhered to by bourgeois jurists. At the same time, however, the corresponding trends in bourgeois jurisprudence remain of interest to us. They reveal a deep, almost insoluble crisis in jurisprudence, a crisis that is developing under the direct influence of Marxism. So far we have stated that law is a derivative of socio-economic relationships. Furthermore, we have asserted that, judging by its content, the law is a system of norms, the task of which it is to justify or to protect the existing legal order. That is to say, its task is to protect the existing legal order by means of police, prisons, and armies, and to justify it by means of universities. The remaining question concerns the future of the law. We have stated previously that law is a class phenomenon and that, consequently, a non-class law, a superclass law, a law that is not connected with the interests of a class, is inconceivable. Moreover, we have argued that there is no law without coercion. From the above said follows the inescapable conclusion that without classes there will be no law. But is this conclusion correct? There is disagreement among our theorists concerning this conclusion. Logic tells us that, assuming that law is always a class phenomenon, without classes there will be no law. On the other hand, our inner feelings are revolting against such an answer. How could we live without any law? In addition, if it is true, as contended by Stuka, that law is a system of social relationships, does it then follow that social relationships will also disappear? Or, if social relationships are to stay, does it mean then that law will not disappear? The problem needs clarification. Obviously, social relationships as such will not disappear. But will law as a coercive norm, as a norm supported by the force of compulsion, as an instrument of the state's coercion, disappear? The answer is quite obvious. We have always thought, at least until now, that at the moment of the disappearance of classes the state would die away, that the functions of the state would gradually wither away, i.e., they would fall off. Police, army, courts, and other institutions that rule with rods of iron would disappear, would die away, would fall off. Owing to this, the law, as a written norm, with all its elements of coercion and with its class content, would also disappear. But what will remain? Our answer is, anything you like, but not law. Some writers contend, however, that only the coercive function, the coercive character of legal norms, will disappear, whereas law itself, without coercion, will remain. To restate it, they contend that it will be a new law, a law that has lost its class character. In our opinion, this view is absurd. The proponents of this view commit a common fallacy, namely, they identify law with something that it is not. We declare openly that legal norms are inconceivable without compulsion. Such norms will disappear following the disappearance of compulsion. Secondly, as we have stated earlier, all norms that ever existed pursued the task of exploitation, suppression, and domination of one class by another. Such norms will also disappear. Thus, law in the real meaning of the term, law as we have known it through all centuries, will disappear. However, the question of what will remain arises. To this question we give the following answer: social relationships will remain, not law. Social relationships will go through an evolution and will experience altruistic moments that will be stronger, perhaps, than egotistic ones. Social relationships, however, must never be confused with law as we know it. Anyone who confuses them falls into Petraszewski's trap and is caught in a quagmire of idealism. Idealists seek to separate the historical substance of law from their concept of law, from the idea of law, and from the pure law. They do this in order to show that law is not evil, in order to justify the existing, real, historical law as well as their contemporary philosophy of law. This is why Reisner commits a fallacy by asserting that law does not always have an exploitative character. Stuckart also commits an error by asserting that law is a system of social relationships, for social relationships will continue to exist, even though they are of a new type. These new social relationships should not be confused with the existing ones, that is to say, with the real historical law. There is no other law, no abstract law. Law has always been a class phenomenon and, therefore, it is indissolubly connected, first, with the class principle and, second, with compulsion. Thus, we say the following of the future of law: law, as a class law, will disappear at the moment of the disappearance of classes. It will disappear as an instrument of exploitation and coercion at the moment when exploitation and coercion disappear. It will be replaced by something else, with new social relationships, with new experiences, which we shall designate by a name other than law. We know law as it is. Law is either an expression of a statute in a written form or an expression of customary law in an unwritten form. It is an expression of the social relationships that were brought forth by the production relationships of society for the purpose of regulating these relationships in the interest of the economically dominant class. These relationships are protected by the coercive force of law. 156. A third definition was advanced by Professor Lenning. He contended that the fundamental and most general concepts underlying the science of state are very difficult to comprehend and probably will forever remain beyond our comprehension. 2. There are, in fact, as many theories of state as there are lawyers in the United States. Nevertheless, none of these theories is capable of ascertaining its meaning. Some of them cloak it with a philosophical fog, some search for its juridical nature, some speak of it without even attempting to define it. Here are examples of these theories. According to Lawrence Stein, the state, like an individual's ego, is neither a result nor a prerequisite of law. it is neither an ethical form nor a logical conception. The state is a higher material form of individuality. Its nature lies in that it is self-sufficient. Like an individual's ego, the state can neither be proven nor justified. It exists in itself. The state's ego, like an individual's ego, cannot be derived from something else. The state is a great fact which demonstrates that the people's unity has its own peculiar, independent, and self-acting existence, and that it exists outside and above the will of society. Needless to say, one needs iron patience to be able to read this idealistic gibberish to the end. Another definition of state appears in Magaziner's writings. Judging by its tasks, the state authority should stand above the class struggle. Formally, the state authority was an umpire in the class struggle, it created the rules of this struggle. This was the most significant task of the state. This means that according to law, the subjective task of the state is to protect the general interest, whereas, in fact, its objectively existing task is to protect the class interest. Normally, class interest coincides with the general interest, though, at times, it may be in conflict with it. The protection of a class to the detriment of society is tantamount to distorting the legal role of the state. 1. We would fail to get a full picture of the bourgeois juridical science without becoming acquainted with the following view. According to law, the state is an impartial umpire between the struggling classes, it must keep the scales of justice in its hands without disturbing their balance. The nature of the state could be comprehended correctly only from the juridical point of view. 3. These are the pearls of the bourgeois science of state. Their worthlessness is evident even to some bourgeois professors who are revolting against them. For example, a French professor, L. Duguet, has stated the following in his lectures: "Not without some apprehension do I begin my lectures, fearing that I may become embroiled with orthodox jurists. I am not at all capable of understanding their contention that there is a difference between a factual and a juridical truth. In my opinion, all juridical constructions based on this view are worthless. We should accept the facts as they are. The state is neither a juridical person nor law. The state is a superior power, a coercive force of those who govern, of the governing over the governed." An original answer to the quoted theories was given by a Russian cadet scientist, Petrozhitsky. However, Petrozhitsky committed the absurd mistake of denying the existence of the state as a real thing and of asserting that the state exists only as an idea in man's mind. The state, according to him, is not a real thing but a phantasm. All this demonstrates the worthlessness of bourgeois science in general and juridical science in particular. Now we shall deal with the Marxist approach to the question of the existence of the state. As we have indicated earlier, according to our view, the state is primarily a definite social relationship of men, it is a social phenomenon. Marxism examines all social phenomena in their connection and interaction, whereby each series of these phenomena constitutes a link in the chain of causes that either preserve and develop or destroy a definite type of production relationship, a definite structure of society. 5. Only with such an approach could a correct understanding of social phenomena and hence of the state be brought about. This was also Marx's view, which he stated as follows. 158. Fk. Can neither be understood by themselves nor explained by the so-called general progress of the human mind, they are rooted in the material conditions of life which are summed up by Hegel under the name civil society. The anatomy of civil society should be sought in political economy. This anatomy may be formulated briefly as follows: in the social production that men carry on they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite state of development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real basis on which legal and political superstructures arise. The mode of production of material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual processes of life. With the change of economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is rapidly transformed. 0. To this remarkable outline of the materialist conception of the historical process should be added another excerpt from Marx's The German Ideology, The class struggle is the content of history. The struggle for democracy, aristocracy, monarchy, and for electoral right is merely a deceptive form of a genuine war between classes. The class struggling for power presents its own interest as a general one. The state is precisely the form within which the ruling class realizes its interests. These quoted paragraphs give the key to the Marxist conception of state. We can safely conclude that the state is not an independent entity, but a definite political organization which arose as a superstructure, on a particular basis under particular conditions. The state is a definite relationship between men, that is to say, a relationship of domination and subordination, a relationship between classes. Marx and Engels regarded the state as a political expression of a broad socio-economic category, the class society. 7. The state arose as a result of the division of society into classes, and, like classes, it is a legitimate child of the economic development of society. The state is neither an illegitimate child, nor an entity imposed upon society from outside. It is neither a reflection nor a realization of a reason, nor is it a moral idea. It is a reflection and a realization of a class society. It has a class nature. The state, being a product of class society, constitutes its organization. As stated by Engels, the state demonstrates the fact that society has split into classes with contradictory and irreconcilable interests. It demonstrates that society has entered into conflict with itself and that an organization, power, is needed, which could prevent society from disintegrating because of the class struggle. For the preservation of society, for its future life, a new organization is necessary. In brief, a human organization, an organization for governing the people is necessary. The state is such an organization. The state, which arose out of the categorical needs of a class society, keeps class contradictions in check. But the state was born at the height of the class struggle and, owing to this, it became an organization of the economically strongest class, the ruling class. It secured its political rule. Having at its disposal the state apparatus, the state controls a colossal instrument of suppression and uses it for the exploitation of the have-not classes. This was true of the ancient state, of the feudal state. And it is equally true of the modern state, which is an instrument of the exploitation of hired labor by the capitalists. The modern state, according to Engels, is in fact a capitalist machine, a state of capitalists, a collective capitalist. The ruling class is unwilling to admit that the state is its own class organization. It is interested in concealing the true nature of the state. In the ancient world as well as in the feudal age, a divine origin and divine authority were attributed to the state. These were advantageous to slaveholders and feudal lords. Under capitalism, this supernatural power lost its divine nature but remained to be connected with the moral ideal, with the general will, with the idea of law, which are elusive to simple, ordinary people. This is why the state was endowed with all the features of a living and abstract person, of a conscious being acting independently of the people. This is advantageous to the bourgeoisie. We shall return now to the contention of bourgeois juridical science that the state is representative of the entire society. To be sure, Marxism also regards the state as representative of the society, as its most extensive organization embracing the entire class society. But there is a tremendous difference between our conception of the state as a representative of society and the conception of bourgeois professors. To them, the state is a representative of society in the literal meaning of the term, whereas to us it has a relative meaning. As pointed out by Engels in Anti-Diering, the state was the official representative of society as a whole, but it was this only insofar as it was the state of that class which itself represented for the time being society as a whole. In ancient times the state of slave-owning citizens, in the Middle Ages the feudal lords, in our own time the bourgeoisie. When at last the state becomes the real representative of society, it renders itself unnecessary. Anarchists intend to organize autonomous economic factories on the principle of the self-determination of the workers. They urge the workers to take over the industrial plants and reorganize them in conformity with this principle. They spurn a centralized organization in the administration of economic enterprises. An anarchist is a bold advocate of unlimited freedom. In order to assure the greatest possible degree of freedom to an individual person, he is in favor of abolishing an industrial organization based on the principle of subordination. He advocates the establishment of artels, of petty labor unions at individual plants, and of communes. The anarchists' economic views are grounded in their conception of personal freedom, in their insistence that the individual be provided with the greatest possible degree of autonomy. This leads to the rejection of both management and subordination in economic enterprises. In addition to rejecting economic authority and centralized organization in the industry, anarchists also reject political authority. They see in the state one of the greatest evils, and contend that the oppressive state authority as well as the entire state apparatus must be destroyed. According to anarchist theory, the destruction of the state is the main task of the workers. The state should be destroyed immediately, today, this very minute. Having destroyed the power of the bourgeoisie, the workers should immediately abolish the state, the apparatus of coercion, as well as all other authorities. Confronted with these views, we ask the anarchists, can all authority really be destroyed immediately? If you destroy authority immediately, how will you organize the new administration? If the bourgeoisie decides to revolt against you, how will you fight it back? Anarchists give no satisfactory answers to these questions. They assert that the working men constitute the overwhelming majority. Once the power of the insignificant minority has been overthrown by the workers, it will be unable to re-establish its power. Concerning the question of the administration of the economy and the organization of society, anarchists assert that the people themselves will resolve the problem. Most likely, this problem will be resolved by means of unions, artels, and communes. Anarchists insist upon the destruction of the state, whereas Marxists assert that after the victory of the proletariat and after a period of the proletarian dictatorship the state will wither away. At this point, at the point concerning the future of the state, anarchists and Marxists are in agreement. However, anarchists insist upon an immediate destruction of the state, whereas Marxists assert that the social revolution, i.e., liberation from the bourgeoisie, will be accomplished through the dictatorship of the proletariat. On this point the difference is quite substantial. Marxists and anarchists are essentially in agreement concerning the past and the present status of the state, but they disagree completely on the dictatorship of the proletariat. Marxism asserts that the proletarian state, which entails a long period of an organized proletarian domination over its enemies, is indispensable for the transition toward the communist free society. Nevertheless, some socialists have contended that what distinguishes anarchism from socialism is that the anarchists are enemies of the state, whereas socialists are proponents of the state. Such a view is contradictory to Marxist theory. Marx and Engels asserted that the state is a class society and that it will inevitably disappear after the dictatorship of the proletariat. With the liquidation of classes the state will cease to exist. Indeed, in the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels spoke of the proletariat as a dominant class, as a class that will centralize the means of production in its own hands. But these remarks refer to the dictatorship of the proletariat in the transition period. They refer to the period of time when a power apparatus is still necessary for the defense against violators and for the struggle against the international bourgeoisie, which has at its disposal a tremendous military force and which can be fought only by force. The task to be pursued in our last discourse is twofold. On the one hand, we shall complete our general theoretical examination of the nature and essence of the state and make an attempt to outline those communal forms that will be adopted by the new society, which we would no longer call a state. This is one task. The second task of our last discourse is, to examine the question of what should be done right now with our state machinery, which came into being as a result of the 7-year-old construction of the state and the 7-year-old dictatorship of the proletariat, or, to put it differently, what should be our present-day practical task in translating theory into practice. The latter task has proved much more complex and more difficult than it seemed to us in 1917. So far, not only have we failed to cope with this task, but in many respects we have simply retreated from it. The last statement needs some elucidation. The Soviet state was born in storm and stress. Its theoretical foundations became known in general only on the eve of its creation. For the most part, the Soviet state was the result of a spontaneous activity of the masses rather than the result of a well-thought-out plan drafted by the Revolutionary Party in a time of peace. Such a state of affairs was bound to affect its future destiny. It was easy to destroy the old machine. But to build a new one in an atmosphere of fighting and civil war, without any practical experience and with hardly any theoretical knowledge, was difficult, to say the least. Consequently, the old became interwoven with the new, and the old revived once again. This is why, 6 years after the overthrow, in March 1923, Lenin was forced to write the following prophetic lines apropos the Soviet proletarian state: "The conditions in our state apparatus are to such a degree grievous, if not shocking, that we must begin to think all over again of how to struggle against its deficiencies. Furthermore, already for 5 years we have been fussing about the improvement of our state apparatus, but it is pure fussiness that, after 5 years, proved to have been futile or even useless and harmful. The trouble lies in the fact that, as he stated in his article, of January 1923, with the exception of the People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs, our state apparatus for the most part represents a survival of the past. Only to a very small degree was it subjected to any serious changes. It is only slightly retouched at the top and in all other respects remains most typical of our old state apparatus." This was Lenin's characterization of the conditions of the state apparatus in the 6th year of the dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e., the condition of the instrument by means of which the proletariat was materializing its dictatorship. At any rate, such a characterization of the instrument of the dictatorship should be taken as suggesting a prehension for the very dictatorship itself. This, however, is only one side of the problem. The trouble is even more serious. Because of the fact that the traditions, the habits, the system, and the methods of administration, and to a considerable degree even the personnel were, and remain, borrowed by our state apparatus from the old one, our apparatus became transformed in part into those special cadres of men specializing in administration which, as Engels stated, having at their disposal the public force and the right to exact taxes, stand as organs of society above society. The new society which, according to Engels, should organize production anew on the basis of a free and equal association of the producers and put the whole state machine where it then belongs, in the Museum of Antiquities, side by side with the spinning wheel and the bronze axe, found itself dominated by the state, which is beginning to subordinate to its influence even the new leaders. The situation that arose in connection with the state apparatus is vividly and clearly described in the resolution of the 12th Party Congress, which considers it to be a principal political problem. The problem is how to again draw our state closer to its initial point of departure, when it served as an organ of the dictatorship and self-activity of the masses. We shall answer this basic question first. Lenin raised the question concerning the new form of the state for the first time in his theses in April 1917. He requested then the creation of a state commune in which there would be no police, no army, and no bureaucracy, and in which the state would be founded on the principle of electiveness and recall of all officials at any time, with their wages not exceeding those of an average good worker. At the same time he issued several instructions concerning what the working class should not do during the construction of its state. 164. In his State and Revolution, dated August 1917, while analyzing this state commune and its nature, Lenin emphasized that its distinctive objective feature lies in that it should be built in such a way as to render objectively impossible the recurrence of the old state of affairs and the old bureaucratic order. Lenin had the following to say about the destruction of this old state order, of the old state machine, as the principal task of the revolution. In fact, he wrote, disagreeing with Jaworsky, it is the other way around. Marx's idea is that the working class itself must break up, shatter the ready-made state machine, and not confine itself merely to taking possession of it. Furthermore, Lenin continued, in these words, to break up the bureaucratic and military machine, is contained, briefly stated, the principal lesson of Marxism on the task of the proletariat in relation to the state during a revolution. It is just this lesson which has not only been forgotten but downright distorted by the prevailing Trotskyist interpretation of Marxism. Lenin repeated these views on several occasions, in many places. Bureaucratic military machinery oppresses, crushes, exploits. To shatter this machine, to break it up, this is the true interest of the people, of its majority of workers and peasants. This is the preliminary condition of free union of the poorest peasantry with the proletarians. Without such a union, democracy is unstable and socialist reorganization is impossible. So wrote Lenin. By breaking up he meant precisely what he said, in the most direct and literal sense of the word. And this is quite different from merely replacing the old bureaucratic machine with a new one made in its image, with the only difference that the individual administrative branches of this machine are headed by communists. Such a view, according to Lenin, is a direct distortion of Marxism. To break up, to smash, to destroy, this is what Lenin was striving for. In another place he wrote, particular attention should be given to Marx's profound remark that the destruction of the military and bureaucratic machine is the prerequisite for any real revolution of the people. This is the first instruction. But what should be put in place of the destroyed old machine? Lenin offered the following answer: there is not even a grain of utopia in Marx's view of the new society in the sense that he either invented it or dreamed it up. He regards the birth of the new society from the old one and the forms of transition from the latter to the former as a natural historical process. He takes into account the experience of the proletarian mass movement and seeks to deduce from it a practical lesson. In this destruction of officialdom with its hierarchy, and in the equalization of the wages of all officials, Lenin saw the image of the new form, which in itself would make the regeneration of the old conditions impossible and would become the foundation of the new system. To quote Lenin, all officials, without exception, elected and subject to recall at any time, their salaries reduced to the workingman's wages. These simple and self-evident democratic measures completely uniting the interests of the workers and the majority of the peasants, at the same time serve as a bridge leading from capitalism to socialism. These measures refer to the state, to the purely political reconstruction of society. Both Marx and Lenin saw in these measures objective guarantees against the possibility of the re-establishment of the old machine. Learns from the Commune, for no great revolutionary thinker is afraid to learn from the experience of the great movements of the oppressed class. The new society is not invented, it is brought forth by the revolution. What has our revolution brought about for us? Even prior to our revolution, Lenin attempted to find out the peculiar features of the new society and the new state from the experience of the Paris Commune and from Marx's writings. The experience of the Russian Revolution reproduced these features on an even vaster historical scale. In analyzing the Commune, Marx stated, the Commune was the only political form within which economic emancipation of the proletariat was objectively possible. Lenin raised additional questions. What is the meaning of the objective form of the proletarian socialist republic? What will be the type of state that is being created by the proletariat? Having noted the initial destructive work of the Commune with respect to the means of coercion, army, police, etc., Marx continued. 166. Which, in Lenin's words, as special cadres of men separated from the popular masses, stands above the masses. In its first stage, the Russian Revolution fully adhered to these precepts. The councils of workers' deputies, as the fundamental cells of both the state and social systems, were placed at the head of the governing units. From this ensued the corresponding solution of all remaining problems. First, the problem concerning the system and the methods of administering individual communes, or individual city, district, or village councils. Second, the problem concerning the methods and the systems of coordinating the activity of the communes or councils. Third, the problem concerning the construction and the function of a central authority. The Commune furnished an example of both how to build the state in Paris and how to establish a state system on the entire territory of France. However, Marx devoted only brief observation to this problem. In this brief period of national organization, in which the Commune had no time to develop, it was understood quite clearly that the Commune would become the political form of even the smallest village. The communes would elect a national delegation to Paris. Our revolution produced more. The principal foundations of our Soviet state system lie in the fact that the councils are the basic cells in all villages, that the councils rather than the population at large elect national delegates to Moscow to the All-Russian Congress of Councils. They also have the authority to elect and to remove any public official at any time. In this respect our revolution, led by Lenin, has acted in conformity with the precepts of the Paris Commune and in conformity with Marx's outline. This experience of the Russian proletarian revolution, which was not available to Marx, found its theoretical expression in Lenin's writings. The question of what should be the basis of the unification of individual communes into a state in the absence of commanding authority, Lenin answered with another question. But will it not be centralism if the proletariat and poorest peasantry take the power of the state into their own hands, organize themselves freely into communes, and if they unite the action of all the communes in striking at capital, in crushing the resistance of the capitalists, in transferring private property in railways, factories, land, and so forth, to the entire nation, to the whole society? Will that not be the most consistent democratic centralism? And proletarian centralism at that? Bernstein simply cannot conceive of the possibility of a voluntary centralism, of a voluntary union of the communes into a nation, of voluntary fusion of the proletarian communes in the process of destroying. 167. This was Lenin's answer to the question, and 7 years of experience have proved its validity. Our system of the Soviet state has realized fully this voluntary unification of communes into a nation. This was accomplished in 1917 and 1918 without special cadres of men organized especially for the purpose of suppressing those who did not desire to subordinate themselves to the central authority. It should be noted that we were forced neither to search for nor to invent new forms. The new forms were produced by the revolution and were accepted and adopted as such. Since October 1917, the proletarian revolution has been building the system of state administration of such a voluntary centralism and continues to do so now. The question concerning the functions of the authority has proved to be considerably more complicated. As a matter of fact, this is the most complicated question. Moreover, it is a question that concerns the techniques and the essence of state administration. The big question was, how should we administer our society from the bottom up? This was the question on which our theory and practice split. Therefore, we shall subject this question to a thorough analysis, indicating at what points our practice diverges from the theory. As we have seen, the principal thing that the revolution did was to abolish parliamentarianism in its old form. Instead of every 3 years electing to parliament deputies who would represent and suppress the people, the communes now elect deputies to work. Commune, or council, taken as a local cell, became a self-governing unit during the first period of the revolution. The population of this unit governed itself in the manner of a primitive democracy, without any directives from the central organs of the government. This was the correct answer of the revolution. As pointed out by Marx, the very existence of the commune involved, as a matter of course, local municipal liberty, but no longer as a check upon the now superseded state power. An identical demand was once advanced by Engels, a complete self-government of provinces, districts, or communes, through officials elected by universal suffrage, abolition of all local and provincial authorities that were set up by the state. According to Lenin, in Engels' opinion, centralism does not exclude in the least such wide, local self-government that combines voluntary defense of the unity of the state by the communes and districts with the complete abolition of all bureaucracy and all commanding from above. Such was the basic type of administration brought about by the proletarian revolution. Lenin described it exhaustively in the following way. Having conquered political power, the workers will break up the old bureaucratic apparatus, they will shatter it to its very foundation, until no stone is left upon another, and they will replace it with a new one consisting of these same workers and employees, against whose transformation into bureaucrats measures will at once be undertaken, as pointed out in detail by Marx and Engels, not only electiveness but also instant recall, payment no higher than that of ordinary workers, immediate transition to a state of affairs where all fulfill the functions of control and superintendence so that all become bureaucrats for a time, and no one, therefore, can become a bureaucrat. On this subject, the commune was no longer a state in the proper meaning of the term. Similarly, according to Lenin, once the commune smashed the bourgeois state machine, the special force for suppression of the population gave way to the population itself. The question arises, though, whether or not it is possible to create such a state apparatus in which the organs of the central government would be based on the same principles as the administrative organs of small communes. With the exception of an indication that some functions would remain in the hands of the central government, we have seen that Marx has nothing else to say. However, this question has been treated in detail by Lenin. Since our practice in this respect deviates completely from theory, we shall first raise the theoretical problem. These were Lenin's views, but until now they seemed to us somehow unrealizable, despite the fact that they had been both theoretically and practically verified. Experience has shown that this program proved to be practically realizable at the moment of the revolution and is being realized up to the present day. It is being realized, in the overwhelming majority of our villages, where simple and uncomplicated functions of state government are carried out by the villagers in rotation and where the bigger and more serious problems of social life are resolved at the village meetings by means of a primitive democracy, or, to use a scientific expression, by means of direct democracy. This new type was produced by the revolution. It constitutes a great achievement. And it represents the most ideal form of people's democracy. Marx had the following to say. Speaking on a different subject in another place, Lenin stated, "The gist of the matter is not whether ministries, commissions or specialists, or any other institution will remain in existence. This is totally insignificant. The gist of the matter is that these institutions will no longer command the workers but will be subordinated to the workers, who will supervise their work, their function." In Lenin's words, the question of control and accounting must not be confused with the question of a scientifically educated staff of engineers, agronomists, and so on. These gentlemen work today, obeying capitalists, they will work even better tomorrow, obeying the armed workers. So far as this assumed necessity of bureaucratic organization is concerned, there is no difference whatever between railways and any other enterprise of large-scale machine industry, any factory, any large store, or large-scale capitalist agricultural enterprise. The technique of all such enterprises requires the very strictest discipline, the greatest accuracy by everyone in carrying out the work allotted to him, because of the peril of stoppage of the whole business or damage to mechanism or product. In all such enterprises the workers will, of course, elect delegates who form something in the nature of a parliament, but here is the crux of the matter. This something in the nature of a parliament will not be a parliament in the sense of bourgeois parliamentary institutions, it will not merely determine the conditions of work and supervise the management of the bureaucratic apparatus. According to Lenin, the principle that should underlie the methods of administration of the central government is identical with the method of constructing local cells. Lenin first examined a simple case in municipal government. In particular, in a chapter devoted to the housing question, he analyzed the mechanics of this branch of administration. And stated the following: the renting out to separate families of houses belonging to the whole people presupposes the collection of rent, a certain amount of control, and some rules regulating the allotment of houses. All this demands a certain form of state, but it does not at all demand a special military and bureaucratic apparatus with officials occupying especially privileged positions. The housing question is, however, an elementary branch of administration. In a chapter dealing with Koskai's polemic against the opportunists, we find a paragraph dealing with the complex administration of railways, which presumably cannot be effectively managed without the old bureaucratic system of administration based on the principle of appointments, centralization, and a special bureaucratic hierarchy. Speaking on this subject, Lenin stated the following. 170. Business organized along the lines. The something in the nature of a parliament, regardless of whether it will exist on the level of the local cell managing transport or be what we at the present time designate people's commissariat, should be based on the same principles, electiveness and revocability, salary equal to that of a worker, gradual transition toward conditions under which any citizen of the RSFSR could perform this particular work. Our revolution has failed to fulfill the third principle, and that is why we intend to examine it thoroughly. The enumerated principles were fully translated into reality at the beginning of the Russian proletarian revolution. At their roots they remain firm even at the present time, but only at their roots. Something in the nature of a parliament of the workers runs our administration even at the present time, in all branches of the state, in all departments of national and local government. By passing laws and taking care of their execution, the workers themselves supervise their own activities. The stumbling block of our revolution is, however, the impossibility, at the present time, of bringing about conditions under which any function of the state could be carried out at any time by any citizen of the RSFSR. Yet, Lenin indicated quite categorically and frequently that this is a fundamental requirement of the new state and the new society. Thus the question must be raised, what has made the realization of this principle impossible and how far have we deviated from it? According to Lenin, two prerequisites, one economic and the other political, are indispensable for its materialization. The economic prerequisite is that the country must attain a degree of preliminary economic development in which all forms of production, distribution, and satisfaction of the basic material needs of the masses of the population are highly mechanized, like a big capitalist enterprise, and at the same time are technically perfect to the degree that their management requires neither considerable physical force nor considerable intellectual effort. The second, political, prerequisite is the availability of human material that is able to manage the state machine without any special difficulties and training. Lenin indicated that both these prerequisites either already exist in capitalist society or should come into existence in the near future. Concerning the first problem, Lenin stated the following. At the present the post office is a business organized along the lines of a state capitalist monopoly. Imperialism is gradually transforming all trusts into organizations of a similar type. But the mechanism of social management is here, already at hand. Overthrow the capitalists. Furthermore, the technique itself, both in production and administration, reduces the function of the worker to the simplest motions. In the ammunition factory a piece of tin which has undergone 121 operations becomes transformed eventually into a ready-made cartridge, whereby the function of the workers has been reduced to placing this piece of metal into one machine and handing it over to the operator of another machine, whose function also has been reduced to the same motions. The application of the same principles of scientific organization of work to administrative functions eventually will reduce them also to the simplest motions, requiring neither specific abilities nor preparation. Lenin wrote about this, and built on this his prognosis of the new state. Crush the resistance of the exploiters with the iron hand of armed workers, break the bureaucratic machine of the modern state and you have before you a highly technical mechanism freed of parasites, capable of being set into motion by the united workers themselves, who hire their own technicians, managers, bookkeepers, and pay them all as, indeed, every state official, with the usual worker's wage. Here is a concrete, practical task, immediately realizable in relation to all trusts, a task that frees the workers of exploitation. Thus, we have arrived at the following principles. which, according to Comrade Lenin, should underlie the construction of the new state. The commune is the fundamental cell of the entire political system. The unification of these communes is based on the principle of a voluntary subordination and the unity of the workers' interests. Only some administrative and industrial functions are delegated to the central organs, whereby the latter are organized on the same principles as a commune. The employees of these organs are remunerated equally with wages corresponding to those of average work ERS. The objective possibility of such a form will come only when economic development has brought about forms of production under which industrial and administrative functions can be reduced to the simplest acts, and when, owing to the general cultural advancement, capitalist culture has created large-scale production, factories, railways, postal service, telephones, etc., and on this basis the great majority of functions of the old state power have become so simplified, and can be reduced to such simple operations as registration, filing, and checking, that they will be quite within the reach of every literate person, and it will be possible to perform them for workingmen's wages. This circumstance can strip those functions of every shadow of privilege, of every appearance of official grandeur. 172. In developing further the same view, Lenin asserted that the resistance of former exploiters will become increasingly weaker and finally will become such a rare exception and will probably be accompanied by such a swift and severe punishment that very soon the necessity of observing simple, fundamental rules of everyday social life in common will have become a habit. It is on the same basis of habit which replaces coercion that the performance of all the remaining functions in the new society will rest. We shall take the liberty of quoting Lenin further, for the purpose of outlining the whole picture of the new society, as it should have been. The problem of why it did not come into being immediately we shall discuss later. Lenin wrote, "Accounting and control, these are the chief things necessary for the organizing and correct functioning of the first phase of communist society. All citizens are here transformed into hired employees of a special apparatus, a special machine for suppression. The state is still necessary, but this is now a transitional state, no longer a state in the usual sense, for the suppression of the minority of exploiters by the majority of the wage slaves of yesterday is a matter comparatively so easy, simple, and natural that it will cost far less bloodshed than the suppression of rising slaves, serfs, or wage laborers, and will cost mankind far less. The exploiters are, naturally, unable to suppress the people without a most complex machine for performing this task, but the people can suppress the exploiters even with a very simple machine, almost without any machine, without any special apparatus, by the simple organization of the armed masses. Finally, only communism renders the state absolutely unnecessary, for there is no one to be suppressed, no one in the sense of a class or in the sense of a systematic struggle with a definite section of the population. Every citizen of the new society will be capable of performing these functions, or, as Lenin wrote, under conditions when all will take turns at management and, therefore, will soon become accustomed to the idea of no managers at all. But this is exactly what we have failed to attain. The attainment of such conditions constitutes a protracted process during which the working class has to resolve a whole series of additional problems, among them the problem of suppressing former exploiters. As pointed out by Lenin, the characteristic feature of this period is equalization. In another place, Lenin asserted the following: the specific commanding methods of the state officials can and must begin to be replaced immediately, within 24 hours, by the simple functions of managers and bookkeepers, functions which are now already within the capacity of the average city dweller and can well be performed for workingmen's wages. This is the beginning of the second phase in the development of the new society, which manifests itself in a gradual withering away and disappearance of any necessity of command and coercion in the relationships between individual men, though not between whole classes. Furthermore, it manifests itself in the replacement of the method of suppression and coercion, which is characteristic of all states, with the method of habitual activity, common to each and every citizen and, therefore, not requiring any kind of coercion. To quote Lenin again, The means of production are no longer the private property of individual persons. The means of production belong to the whole society. Every member of society, performing a certain part of socially necessary. From the moment when all members of society, or even only the overwhelming majority, have learned how to govern the state themselves, have taken this business into their own hands, have established control over the insignificant minority of capitalists and over the gentry with capitalist leanings, and over the workers thoroughly demoralized by capitalism, from this moment the need for any government begins to disappear, and every state begins to wither away more rapidly. The door will then be wide open for the transition from the first phase of communist society to its higher phase, and along with it, to the complete withering away of the state. For people will become accustomed to the observance of the elementary rules of social life without force and without subordination. For we see around us millions of times how readily people become accustomed to observing the necessary rules of life in common, if there is no exploitation and if there is nothing that causes indignation or that calls forth protest and revolt which has to be suppressed. State, which is made up of the armed workers. All citizens become employees and workers of one national state syndicate. All that is required is that they should work equally, should regularly do their share of work, and should receive equal pay. The accounting and control necessary for this have been simplified by capitalism to the utmost, till they have become the extraordinarily simple operations of watching, recording, and issuing receipts, within reach of anybody who can read and write and who knows the first 4 rules of arithmetic. 174. This is how the second phase of the communist society comes into being. This is how Marx and Engels imagined this phase. This is how Lenin outlined the further evolution of society. Work receives a certificate from society to the effect that he has done such and such a quantity of work. According to this certificate, he receives from the public warehouse, where articles are stored, a corresponding quantity of products. Deducting that portion of labor which goes to the public fund, every worker, therefore, receives from society as much as he has given to it. This, however, is not yet full communism. Until the higher phase of communism arrives, the socialists demand the strictest control by society and by the state of the quantity of labor and the quantity of consumption. Here, after the indicated deduction, each receives an equal quantity of products for an equal quantity of labor. However, this is not yet communism, for this does not abolish bourgeois law, which gives to unequal individuals, in return for an unequal amount of work, an equal quantity of products. This is merely the first phase of the socialist society. The second phase, according to Lenin and Marx, arrives when, to use Marx's words, the enslaving subordination of individuals in the division of labor has disappeared, when the antagonism between mental and physical labor has disappeared, when labor is no longer a means of living but has become the first necessity of life, when, along with the all-round development of individuals, productive forces too have grown, and all the springs of social wealth are flowing more freely. Only then will it be possible to overcome the narrow horizon of bourgeois law, and only then will it be possible for society to inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Lenin described this stage in the following way. The economic basis for the complete withering away of the state is that high stage of development of communism when the antagonism between mental and physical labor disappears, that is to say, when one of the principal sources of modern social inequality disappears, a source, moreover, that it is impossible to remove immediately by the mere conversion of the means of production into public property, by the mere expropriation of the capitalists. The expropriation will merely make a gigantic development of the productive forces possible. Then there will be no need for any regulation by society of the quantity of products to be distributed to each of its members, each will take freely according to his needs. At this point we shall pass over to the second and last question concerning why it did not happen in our country, for, as we see, the divergence between theory and practice is in fact of extreme magnitude. To comprehend this, we shall proceed to an examination of our practical work and in particular to the moment when we commit the first deviation from the theory, namely, the moment when we resorted to methods of constructing and administering the state other than those recommended by Lenin. To begin with, Lenin recommended that we start with the abolition of the army. As a matter of fact, we destroyed the old army completely, but in its place we were forced to create a new permanent army, a regular army with all its specific features, peculiar military discipline, strict hierarchical subordination, and mechanization of the workers and peasants who were drafted into military service. Indeed, we created a new, red, revolutionary, class army, linking it closely with the broad popular masses. Nevertheless, the army as such remained in existence. Marx recommended an immediate liquidation of the police, and following him, Lenin suggested that we take away from the police all political functions and transform it into the people's militia. As a matter of fact, we abolished and smashed to pieces the political police of the old regime, but at the same time we created in its place our own Soviet police, both secret and uniformed, first Cheka and then GPU, possessing specific features of a political police, namely, a peculiar form of organization, special discipline, and hierarchy. We sought, however, to fill its cadres with the proper new human material with seasoned revolutionaries and linked it whenever possible with the broad masses of the people. Nevertheless, we created a police, and by doing so we deviated from Lenin, who recommended an organization of militia in which the entire working population, both males and females, would serve in turn. To enlist the organizational abilities of the people for the creation of a militia in which each and all citizens would serve, this is the task that the proletariat carries out with the masses, in the interest of protecting, strengthening, and developing the revolution. Alas, these words and many others that we have quoted remain the music of the future. However, the most serious deviation we have committed is connected with an even more basic problem, namely, the problem concerning the methods of state administration. To destroy bureaucracy as a special entity, as cadres of men who specialize in administration and because of that assume the position above society, this is what Lenin, following Marx, constantly reiterated in his theoretical works. In numerous passages, he also pointed out that the adminis 176 Tration should be built so as to make the revival of bureaucracy objectively impossible. In a special chapter devoted to a polemic against Kosky, he wrote the following. The quoted words hit the nail on the head and fully correspond to the definition of the Soviet state given by the 12th Party Congress 6 years after the proletarian revolution. The old state apparatus is still thoroughly permeated with old methods of administration and in terms of its personnel represents the former bourgeois apparatus. Isn't this the most devastating description of existing reality? What did Lenin say on this subject? We are not utopians to believe that we can do without functionaries during the first periods. He sought the guarantee against the revival of bureaucracy in the very foundations of the new state. Thus, he stated, the essence of the matter is not at all whether the ministries will remain, or whether commissions of specialists or any other kind of institution will exist. This is quite insignificant. The main thing is whether the old state machine shall remain or be destroyed and replaced by a new one. Marx took the example of the Commune to show that under socialism the functionaries cease to be bureaucrats and officials, they change in degree as election is supplemented by the right of instant recall, when, besides this, their pay is brought down to the level of pay of the average worker, when parliamentary institutions are replaced by working bodies, executive and legislative at the same time. Which of those besides this have we realized so far? Along with the councils, representing popular masses of individual localities, we erected a bureaucratic system bound to central institutions that possess a considerable dose of discretionary power vis-a-vis their subordinates. This is what we did first. Then, finally, having destroyed during the first phase of the revolution the immense inequality of wages which prevailed during the Tsarist regime and which differentiated the ruling hierarchy of the bureaucratic machine from its lower strata, we reinstated it fully after the revolution. Thus, we have failed not only to translate into reality the fundamental principle which would have done away with the very soul of a bureaucratic administration, namely, hierarchical and material inequality among the bureaucrats, but, indeed, we have re-established bureaucracy as a special cadre of men, have made it directly dependent upon the ruling hierarchies, and consequently have made it again independent of the popular masses. The period of the NEP, which gave a special impetus to material inequality, accomplished the rest, which proves the truth of Lenin's words that even proletarian public officials can be bureaucratized. To quote Lenin, the quoted views are quite applicable to some of our workers who under the conditions of NEP became chiefs of the administrative machine. This is our principal and original sin, an especially great sin, because, unlike the army and GPU, it was not brought about by political necessity. This is the fundamental and most essential deviation that we have committed. Finally, there is another deviation in an entirely different sphere. What was Lenin's view of the first phase of communist society? Here we quote him. Under capitalism, democracy is narrow, incomplete, and mutilated by the conditions of wage slavery and the misery of the masses. It is precisely because of the presence of capitalist conditions that public officials in our political and professional organizations became corrupted and manifest a tendency toward becoming bureaucrats, i.e., toward becoming privileged persons separated from and standing above the masses. The means of production are no longer the private property of individuals. The means of production belong to the whole society. Every member of society performing a certain part of socially necessary work receives a certificate from society to the effect that he has done such and such quantity of work. According to this certificate, he receives from the public warehouse, where articles of consumption are stored, a corresponding quantity of products. Deducting that portion of labor which goes to the public fund, every worker, therefore, receives from society as much as he has given it. Every man having done as much social labor as every other receives an equal share of the social product. What do we have at the present time? What caused us, and to what degree, to renounce our fundamental principles? What could we and what are we able to accomplish now? And, finally, what should we do now, this very minute, to come at least a little bit closer to at least the first phase of the communist society outlined by Lenin and Marx? Prior to answering these questions, we would like to state the following. Objectively, it is not our fault that the proletarian revolution in Russia stumbled over two objective obstacles that it could not. 178. Overcome by itself, single-handed. These two obstacles were the following: the belatedness in the coming of the proletarian revolution in the West, the economic structure of our own country. There is not even the slightest doubt that at the present time we cannot fundamentally change our state apparatus so as to be able to build it on the principles outlined by Lenin. We admit directly and openly that the objective prerequisites for this do not exist. But we undoubtedly should be capable of reforming our state apparatus so as to liquidate its negative features, which have been so vividly manifest in recent times and which we were incapable of paralyzing in years past. These features are: separation from the masses, bureaucratization, red tape, bureaucratic attitudes toward work, and the colossal inequality in the material position of workers and public functionaries. Other countries, the West European countries, which in comparison to us are far more advanced in the techniques of production and, consequently, in the techniques of administration, have by now already developed, examined, and applied such methods of production and administration which are not yet available to us, with which we are not familiar, and with which, at times, we are even unwilling to become familiar. This is why our techniques of production and administration are unusually cumbersome, clumsy, unwieldy, unproductive, hopelessly if not revoltingly bureaucratic, and expensive. To take everything that can now be taken in this field from Western Europe, such is the slogan that Lenin advanced at the time when no one was thinking about it. This slogan is primarily dictated by those considerations of doctrinal character which we have just exposed, and by our views on the state in general and the proletarian state in particular. Moreover, in view of our immediate needs, it dictates securing at any price simplification of the state mechanism, increasing the productivity of its work, lowering its cost, and, which is dictated by political considerations, bringing the administration closer to the population. Never before was the problem of the state as significant to socialist parties as it is in the post-war years. During and after the war, international socialism became confronted with such imperious problems as dictatorship of the proletariat, democracy, participation in governing the state, withering away of the state, liquidation of the state in the transition period, and many other problems connected with the state. Solutions to those problems must be furnished before they get out of hand. The problem of the state has become a demarcation line separating revolutionaries from reformists, Marxism from opportunism. In our epoch the problems of the state are not merely Ziel und Streitfragen, they are literally problems of life or death to political parties. In the preface to his classical work, Lenin stated that at the present time the problem of the state acquires a special significance both on the theoretical and practical political levels. Now, 7 years after these words were written, the problem of the state under socialism has not lost its significance. On the contrary, its significance has become considerably greater simply because of the fact that the Soviet state has entered the historical arena. It is, therefore, only natural that anti-Marxist literature devotes extraordinary attention to the problem of the Marxist conception of the state. In German literature, which deserves the greatest attention, we find quite a number of voluminous works devoted to our problem. These works may be divided into 3 groups. The first group is openly against Marxism. Its members are downright enemies of Marxism, attempting to shatter the entire Marxist conception of the state. Hans Kelsen and Friedrich Lenz belong to this group. The second group consists of pseudo-Marxists who destroy the revolutionary essence of the Marxist theory of state. In German literature these opportunist falsifiers of our theory of state are represented by H. Kuhnov and Herbert Sultan. Finally, to the third group belong obliging friends of Marxism, those who defend the Marxist theory of state but who, in defending this theory from the attacks of critics, introduce into it reformist and opportunist elements. This group indulges in the most subtle, and therefore the most dangerous, distortion of Marxism. Karl Koski and Max Adler may be identified among such pseudo-defenders of the Marxist theory of state. We shall turn first to one of the leaders of the contemporary anti-Marxist attacks, Hans Kelsen, a professor at the Vienna University City. Kelsen is the head of the formal juridical school. In recent years he has acquired numerous followers among Western jurists. He has published Sozialismus und Staat, a big work directed against the Marxist theory of state. Kelsen's entire work is an embodiment of formal logic, and the starting point of his reasoning is an abstract juridical norm. He is not at all disturbed by the fact that juridical abstraction is in direct conflict with reality. In one of his works, Hauptproblem der Staatsrechtslehre, Kelsen declares the following: the objections that frequently are raised against the pure formal method are founded on a complete miscomprehension of the nature of jurisprudence, which aims neither at encompassing the true reality nor at explaining life. 2. Hence the critique advanced by Kelsen against Marxism is, by its very nature, diametrically opposed to our method, to the sociological method, which deals with life in all its manifestations and not merely with a logical reality. Kelsen's formal logical schemes, the tools by means of which he attempts to blow up the Marxist concepts of the state, constitute an inimitable example of a metaphysical approach to one of the principal problems of modern sociology. This fact makes discussion between a Marxist and Kelsen difficult. The argument must be conducted on 2 distinct methodological levels. Although such a task is difficult, it is not impossible. Kelsen is an enemy of socialism. In the preface to the second edition of his book, he thought it necessary to emphasize most energetically that his work was not directed against socialism. What I dispute with is merely Marxism and, within it, merely the political theory. It is not the socialist ideal that is questioned but the Marxist contention that it is possible to materialize this ideal without a state. Professor Kelsen takes issue merely with Marxism and, within it, only with its political theory. This is really a farce. We cannot but laugh when an old scientist, the head of a popular school, naively assumes that it is possible to exclude from Marxism its political theory, when he fails to understand that this very theory is an integral, inalienable element of Marxism. Marxism is an integral and harmonious world outlook whose parts are indissolubly connected, mutually supplementing one another, giving meaning to one another. Nevertheless, there are still some hunters who seize one aspect of Marxism philosophy, sociology, economy, political theory and tear it off from the living body of Marx's theory. All critics who attempt to destroy Marxism should grasp once and for all that Marxism is an integral, harmonious world outlook. The starting point of Kelson's critique of the Marxist concept of the state is a formal juridical definition of the state as a coercive legal order. According to Kelson, the fact that the state is a union based on domination is crucial in defining the state. This means that the social order called state is a coercive order and that this coercive order coincides with the legal order. 3. In characterizing the state as a coercive order, Kelson attempts to stress 2 points. First, that the necessity of subordination to the state does not depend upon the subjective will of those who constitute this order. Second, that the state exercises its authority through coercive acts. Neither the social goal pursued by the state nor its sociological content is of significance to Kelson's concept of the state. Crucial to his concept of the state is merely the juridical norm from the point of view of which the state appears as a legal form of social life. Because of this, it is not surprising that Kelson is neither willing nor able to grasp the one fact that is crucial for an understanding of the state, namely, the fact that the state pursues a definite social goal, subordination of one class to another. Kelson declares that he agrees with the Marxist view that a definition of state based on the assumption of solidarity of interests is a fiction. But he cannot accept the view that the state is an instrument of exploitation of one class by another. The definition of the state as an order expressing a great degree of coercion is not meaningless as is contended by Marxists. On the other hand, Marxist identification of the meaning of the state with exploitative class domination, i.e., with oppression of one class by another for the purpose of exploitation, is completely inadmissible. Why is Kelson opposed to the Marxist attribution of exploitative tendencies and class oppression to the state? He is opposed for the following reasons. First, there were states whose principal goal was not economic exploitation. Second, economic exploitation cannot be recognized as the sole goal of a modern state. Third, a state is conceivable that, instead of promoting exploitation, may take measures against it. Fourth, by introducing labor legislation, protection of labor, etc., the modern state displays tendencies toward a liquidation of class contradictions. The above-cited reasons quite clearly demonstrate the fruitless scholasticism of Kelsenian theory. These reasons may be applicable to the logical abstraction that Kelson designated as a state, but they are completely inapplicable to the real, concrete state, to the state existing in historical reality and not within a juridical scheme. Kelson contends that a state existed that did not pursue economic exploitation. Where and when did such a state exist? Perhaps in the epoch of primitive communism, in the epoch of classless society, that is, at the time when the state was not yet in existence. When the state arose, society was split into classes, one exploiting another. Furthermore, Kelson contends that exploitation is not the sole goal of a modern state. He fails to see that the fundamental and supreme goal of the state is to secure the possibility of exploitation of one class by the other, to protect the class division of society. This is the sole social function of the state. The worn-out contentions of our opponents that the state takes care of public health, public education, that it builds railroads for all citizens, protects the security of all citizens, etc., that is, contentions that the state performs functions of general utility are completely unjustified. Indeed, the state looks after sanitation, builds railroads, and by doing this it secures the minimal prerequisites for its own existence. Without these prerequisites the state would simply fail to perform its functions. The purpose of these measures is not to promote general welfare but to secure conditions under which the state will be able to carry out its principal function to be an organization of class domination. The state performs the functions of general utility only if they are indispensable for the realization of its class tasks. One of Kelson's trumps is that a state is conceivable that, instead of promoting exploitation, would take actions against exploitation. In connection with this, Kelson had an opportunity to point out the striking example of the Soviet state. But even in this case, the poverty of Kelson's logical constructions is quite vividly demonstrated. The Soviet state is struggling against the exploitative tendencies of the capitalist class, which has been deprived of its ruling position by the 183. We stated earlier that Kelson simply fails to understand the Marxist theory of society and state. Now we shall justify this contention. Kelson is a classical representative of the type of jurists to whom, as stated by Engels, the juridical form is everything and the revolution but has not yet been liquidated. Hence, it follows that this class still exists in Soviet society. It seeks to exploit other classes, but the classes that are subject to the threat of such exploitation hold in their hands the power of the state and take measures against the class enemy. This is the state in a period of transition. The proletariat does not exploit anyone. Indeed, the proletariat is the ruling class in the Soviet state, but the goal of the state is neither exploitation nor enslavement. That is, this state is not a state in the Marxist meaning of the term. The mind of the Viennese professor cannot grasp the fact that Marxists erect their concept of the state not on the principle of juridical normativism but on the basis of a living, dynamic, sociological approach to society, and that they are therefore capable of understanding that which Kelson fails to understand. As pointed out by Lenin, under capitalism we have a state in the proper sense of the word, that is, a special machine for the suppression of one class by another, and of the majority by the minority at that. Again, during the transition from capitalism to communism, suppression is still necessary, but it is the suppression of the minor ity of exploiters by the majority of the exploited. A special apparatus, a special machine for suppression the state is still necessary, but this is now a transitional state. Finally, only communism renders the state absolutely unnecessary, for there is no one to be suppressed, no one in the sense of a class. M. Kelson is completely puzzled by the Marxist treatment of the problem of society and the state. In his opinion, Marxism opposes society and state, one to another, as good to evil, as altruism to egotism, as general interest to individual interest. To quote him, the state becomes an expression of immoral principle, of an egotistic interest, whereas society appears as an expression of the moral solidarity of everyone. The state, the civitas diaboli, should therefore be conquered, should die away, should give way to a classless society free of the state, to some sort of a civitas dei. Strictly speaking, the only difference between the concept of St. Augustine and Marxist theory lies in the fact that Augustine quite prudently refers his ideal to the other world, whereas Marxism, through application of the causal law of development, applies its ideal to the earthly world. 184. The state is the first ideological power over mankind. Society creates for itself an organ for the safeguarding of its general interests against economic content nothing. Because of his juridical statics, he misunderstood and misinterpreted the Marxist approach to the problem of society and state, the approach that is based on sociological dynamics. From Kelson's point of view, Marxism contraposes two independent categories, two forms of man's social life: society and state. There is no coercion, enslavement, and exploitation in society. Society is a paradise that has been lost but will be regained. The state is a receptacle of oppression, suppression, and exploitation. It is a hell in which humanity lives. All this sounds good, but it is not in line with Marx, it is in line with Augustine. According to Marx, society and state are by no means categories in opposition to each other. The state is nothing but a form of existence of society, a form determined by economic relationships, It is a product of society at a given stage of development, as Engels stated. At a certain stage in the development of human society, the economy forced society to assume the form of a state, whereas at succeeding stages of development the economy will force society to get rid of the state. The great merit of Marx and Engels lies precisely in the fact that they ceased to regard the state as a certain eternal norm, they converted the state from a logical into a historical category. They did not contrapose the state to society but subordinated it to the dialectic of social development. Max Adler was quite right in pointing out in his polemic with Kelsen that, in addition to destroying the fetishism of commodity, Marx also destroyed the fetishism of the state. Kelsen could see this by himself if he would carefully consider the following famous excerpts from Engels' works. The state, then, has not existed from all eternity. There have been societies that did without it, that had no conception of the state and state authority. At a certain stage of economic development, which was necessarily bound up with the cleavage of society into classes, the state became a necessity owing to this cleavage. We are now rapidly approaching a stage in the development of production at which the existence of these classes not only will have ceased to be a necessity, but will have become a positive hindrance to production. The classes will disappear as inevitably as they arose at an earlier stage. Along with them the state will inevitably disappear. The society that will organize production on the basis of a free and equal association of the producers will put the whole state machine where it will then belong, into the Museum of Antiquities, by the side of the spinning wheel and the bronze axe. G. If Kelsen understood Marx's theory of society and state, he would know that it is inadmissible to draw a demarcation line between these two concepts, then he would not interpret Marx's theory in a St. Augustine-like way. Critics of Marxism are constantly discovering contradictions in our system. By now they have discovered as many contradictions as Marx had hairs in his beard. Hence, it would be strange if such a reputable critic as Hans Kelsen did not also seize upon one of the many contradictions of Marx. As a matter of fact, Kelsen seeks to demonstrate a contradiction between the political and economic theories of Marx. Since Kelsen has assigned the central place of his book to the disclosure of this contradiction, we shall discuss this problem. Kelsen's reasoning proceeds from the fact which is crucial for him that the ultimate goals of both Marxism and anarchism coincide. In the past we have read a good many pages on Marx's anarchism, for our opponents have done thorough research in this field. Kelsen, too, proclaims that in principle there is no difference whatsoever between anarchism and the Marx-Engels conception of socialism. 8. Marxism and anarchism are blood relatives, for both strive for a stateless society, for a free society without authority and coercion. Communism, for which the International fought, under Marx's and Engels' direction, is in fact a genuine form of anarchism. When Marx and Engels struggled against Bakunin, they denounced him for demanding an instantaneous abolition of the state and its replacement by anarchy. On the other hand, they denounced Bakunin because his internal and external attacks. This organ is the state authority. Hardly having come into being, this organ strives to make itself independent in regard to society, and it succeeds in accomplishing this the more so the more it becomes the organ of a particular class, the more it directly enforces the supremacy of that class. But once the state has become a power independent of society, it produces forthwith a new ideology. It is, indeed, only among professional politicians, theorists of constitutional law, and jurists of private law that the connection with economic facts gets completely lost. In order to receive legal sanctions, the economic facts in each particular case must assume the form of juridical relationships. Thereby, of course, consideration has to be paid to the whole existing system of law. This is why the juridical form appears as everything, and economic content appears as nothing. Public law and private law are treated as independent spheres, each having its own independent historical development, each being capable of and needing a systematic presentation by the thoroughgoing elimination of all inner contradictions. 7. 186. Ibid. policy led toward replacement of the existing state with an anarchist organization closely resembling a state. Thus Bakunin was denounced, not because he was an anarchist, but because his anarchism was not consistent enough. Kelsen contends that the strife between Marx and Bakunin was caused by considerations of personal character. Marx's and Bakunin's world outlooks were quite similar. Marx, in his political theory, was an anarchist, whereas Bakunin, in his economic theory, was a Marxist. Bakunin's idea of revolutionary state and the Marx-Engels idea of dictatorship of the proletariat are as similar as two drops of water. They were opposed one to another only because of the political fervor of political opponents. Economic and political aspects of Marxism have nothing in common or, more precisely, they are isolated one from the other. Marx's economic theory leads to a strict, collectivistically centralized economic organization, whereas his political doctrine quite clearly strives toward an anarcho-individualistic ideal. These, according to Kelsen, are the fatal contradictions of Marxism. He asserts that men cannot master nature without mastering themselves, i.e., without subordinating themselves to a social organization. This subordination, of course, is not tantamount to exploitation and enslavement. Kelsen demands an answer to the following question: is it possible to guide tremendous masses of mankind toward the attainment of certain goals without resorting to external coercion? The positive answer to this question can be given in only one case, if it is assumed that, owing to the abolition of private property and the subsequent liquidation of classes, the future society will be a solidary society without material contradictions, a society in which only harmless differences of opinion will take place. Only in such a case will man willingly subordinate himself to the social order, for then the organs of society would order him to do only what he himself desired. This is the only case that justifies the assumption that man's relationship to society, to its organs, will cease to be a relationship based on domination and will become a relationship of equals, a relationship determined by the equal wills of the comrades constituting this society. This singular case is affirmed by anarchism. The same hypothesis lies at the basis of Engels' view that government of persons will be replaced by administration of things. However, according to Kelsen, this hypothesis is a chimera, a utopia. It is quite possible that communism will furnish society with such obvious economic benefits that any serious opposition to communism would be unthinkable. But communism is not merely an economic order, it is also a cultural organization encompassing all aspects of social life. Communism will regulate such problems as religion, art, sexual relations, and all this will lead to great conflicts. Even if, in the future society, economic solidarity is attained, it stands to reason that this solidarity will not cover all aspects of social life. This hypothesis is acceptable only to Marxists who, under the influence of an overestimation of economic factors, explain significant historical events exclusively by production relationships. To quote Kelsen, Marxism dreams of replacing the class state with a classless society, but it forgets that a solidary, fraternal society is unthinkable considering the existing nature of man. It is quite possible that it is not capitalism that corrupts man and transforms him into a criminal, but, on the contrary, that capitalism exists because its system of exploitation corresponds to man's nature. Man has a strong instinct to let others work for him and in general to use other men as a means toward attainment of his own goals. Exploitation is a human instinct just as are laziness, stealing, jealousy, honesty. The communist society will have to cope with all these instincts. Hence, the communist social system, too, will be based on coercion. It will be nothing but a Zwangsordnung, a state. Marxism is forced to build the future society using the human material from which the present-day states have been created. This makes all Marxist dreams of the future society utopian. I have attempted to present Kelsen's views on the question of Marx's contradictions as accurately as possible. I must admit that I did this not only because I am dealing with an opponent whose views are subject to criticism, but chiefly because the presentation of Kelsen's views is in itself their best criticism. Now we shall attempt to take a closer look at Kelson's arguments. First of all, we shall discuss the problem of the blood relationship. Trademark Ibid, p. 108. It amounts to an unprecedented short-sightedness to assume that in the future society there will be only the opposition of individual grumblers, that problems of religion, art, and sexual relations will not lead to the creation of distinct groups. The groups that will find themselves in opposition to the system of the communist society will have to be suppressed in the same manner as the proletariat is being suppressed today. Consequently, it is questionable whether they will regard the communist society as a solidary society. Rather, they will regard it as a coercive order, as an apparatus of oppression, as a state. Their attitude will be similar to that of present-day proletarian sociology toward capitalist society and its system, which is based on coercion. 10. Of Marxism to Anarchism, which has led Kelsen to speak of Marx's anarchism and Bakunin's Marxism. Concerning Bakunin, we are not surprised that Kelsen depicts him as a Marxist. We have had ample opportunity to see how poor and distorted is Kelsen's interpretation of Marxism. Such an expert in Marxism as Professor Kelsen can easily accept Bakunin's economic concept of history as bona fide Marxism. Plekhanov once characterized Bakunin as a Prudentist enlightened by Marxism. But Kelsen should know that to be enlightened by Marxism is not tantamount to being a Marxist. According to Kelsen's authoritative statement, Karl Marx, the sworn enemy of anarchistic theory who never ceased to struggle against all its varieties, is an anarchist in his political theory. 1. Let us take a closer look at Marxism and anarchism. Marxism rejects the existing state machine. Anarchism rejects it too. Marxism has established that the historical trend leads toward the creation of classless society. Anarchism also strives toward the creation of a classless society. Do the indicated points of contiguity between Marxism and anarchism justify the conclusion, Marxism is anarchism? Professor Kelsen says yes. In contrast to his conclusion, we advance the following formula: Marxism is not anarchism. In a letter to Kuno, F. Engels quite clearly demonstrated the distinction between Marx's anarchism and the theory of anarchism developed by Bakunin. Lenin's pamphlet State and Revolution was available to Kelsen. Had he studied it, he would have found out that the difference between Marxists and anarchists amounts to the following. While the great mass of the social democratic workers hold our view that the state authority is nothing more than the organization that the ruling classes, landlords, and capitalists have provided for themselves in order to protect their social prerogatives, Bakunin maintains that it is the state which has created capital, that the capitalist has his capital only by favor of the state. Since, therefore, the state is the chief evil, it is above all the state which must be done away with, then capitalism will go to hell by itself. We, on the contrary, say, do away with capital, with the appropriation of all means of production in the hands of the few, and the state will fall away by itself. The difference is an essential one. Without a previous social revolution, the abolition of the state is nonsense. One Marxists aim at a complete destruction of the state and maintain that this goal is attainable only after the destruction of the classes by means of a revolution, as a result of the establishment of socialism that leads toward the dying away of the state. Anarchists insist upon the destruction of the state at once. They fail to understand the conditions necessary for such destruction. 2 Marxists maintain that the proletariat must conquer political authority, must completely destroy the old state machine, and must replace it with a new one, with an organization of armed workers, with a commune-like organization. Anarchists, while insisting upon the destruction of the state machine, have not the slightest idea what the proletariat will put in its place nor how the proletariat will use revolutionary authority. Anarchists even reject the utilization of state power by the revolutionary proletariat. They reject revolutionary dictatorship. 3 Marxists call for the preparation of the proletariat for the revolution through a utilization of the contemporary state, whereas anarchists reject this theory. Anarchists call for an abolition of the state. They think that the destruction of the state can be accomplished by means of a decree. According to Marxism, the destruction of the state can take place only as a result of a complex historical process. This process consists of two inevitable phases indissolubly connected one with another. The first phase, replacement of the bourgeois, capitalist state with a proletarian state, the state of the transitional type, born in the fire and storm of the revolution. The second phase, the replacement of the proletarian state with a classless society which will ensue from the state's gradual loss of its functions, the state's withering away. This is the tremendous and principal distinction between Marxism and anarchism. One who fails to understand it knows almost nothing about Marxism and anarchism. According to Kelsen, in addition to being an anarchist, Marx is also a utopian. Where did Professor Kelsen find utopia in the founder of scientific socialism? In Marx's faith in the society of the future, in the society in which the government of persons will be replaced by the administration of things, in a society without enslavement and oppression. Indeed, it would be strange if such a zealous critic did not mention the utopianism of Marx's theory of future society. This utopianism is also a target of many of Professor Kelsen's colleagues. In explaining the Marxist utopia of the future society, Kelsen asserts that Marxism is a blind social theory that sees every thing in the gloom of economics, incapable of seeing the fact that the existence of the future society will be determined not by economy but by psychology. Before anything else, we would like to note the fact that the extremely logical Professor Kelsen develops an argument that violates some rules of logic. If Marxism is blind, then how could it see anything, even in the gloom of economics? Second, Professor Kelsen is wrong when he thinks that Marxists are complete ignoramuses on the question of psychology. He should have looked at Professor G. Ichelpanov's Psychology and Marxism. 12. Why does Kelsenian psychology give a negative answer to the question concerning the possibility of the existence of a classless society that will replace the state after it withers away? We presented Kelsen's arguments on this problem earlier. Exploitation, laziness, stealing, etc., are human instincts, they are spawned in our nature. As long as we are powerless to change this nature, we cannot even think of a new society. Human nature makes a state organization inevitable, and all dreams about its fall are utopian. The view defended by Kelsen is in fact his own testimonium paupertatis. He contends that exploitation is spawned in man's nature. Exactly the same contention was advanced by earlier Kelsens who lived in the age of slavery. They contended that slavery is spawned in man's nature. Later, the same contention was advanced by serf holders in defense of their right to exploit peasants. In our country, even a primary school student could sensibly explain to Kelsen that man is neither the exploiter nor the exploited because of his nature, that man does not steal because of his nature but because of existing social conditions. With the change of social conditions, those instincts that constitute the ultima ratio of Kelsen's anti-Marxist criticism will disappear. And we know we do not dream that conditions are changing. We know this with a strong conviction that only a scientific knowledge of the social process is able to provide it. Indeed, we know that conditions do not change instantly. Hence, we also know that man will not be changed instantly. We are not utopians. We do not dream of instantly doing away with all government, with all subordination. These are anarchistic dreams, founded on a failure to comprehend the tasks of the dictatorship of the proletariat. These dreams are thoroughly alien to Marxism, and, in fact, they aim at delaying socialist revolution. 13. The path toward the society of the future is long. We know that it will be long and agonizing, but we also know in which direction it leads. We cannot foresee the ultimate goal, for it will be determined by social development itself. As stated in the Communist Manifesto, when, in the course of development, class distinctions have disappeared, and all production has been concentrated in the hands of individuals associated in unions, the public authority will lose its political character. In place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and class contradictions, we shall have an association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. Having crushed the hateful Marxist socialism, Kelsen Magnani Mousley stretches an arm toward the defeated enemy and supplies him with life-saving advice: socialism will be saved if, instead of being oriented toward Marx, it is oriented toward las Allah. Zurich zu las Allah, triumphantly exclaims Kelsen. Like Hermann Oncken, Bernhard Harm, and Novgorodtsev, Kelsen urges the working class to discard the great and immortal contribution of Marx, the master of revolutionary activity. Kelsen favors that part of Las Allah's legacy which Marx stigmatized as the loyal faith of Las Allah's sect in the state. Kelsen praises the political mind of Las Allah, who, in contrast to Marx, contended that the state is not an instrument of the class struggle boiling in the womb of society but a certain moral entity standing above society, an eternal and sacred fire of civilization. We have presented only certain of Kelsen's views advanced against the Marxist theory of state. We have concluded that his views are unstable and shaky. In criticizing Kelsen's views, we become convinced that the scientist, one of the leaders of the modem anti-Marxist attacks in the field of the theory of state, chews the old critical cud, spiced with normative phraseology and formal juridical scholastics. In place of the Marxist analysis of the social process, Kelsen offers a dead scheme of formal jurisprudence. The proletarian state and communism *. Viveger. The proletariat, organized as a ruling class, constitutes a state in all respects, economic, moral, and intellectual. It is a state carrying the imprint of the old society in whose womb it originated. Such was the view of Marx. Following this view, Lenin has noted that the proletarian state is a bourgeois state without the bourgeoisie. More specifically, the proletarian state is a bourgeois state without the domination of the bourgeoisie. As a class, the bourgeoisie remains in the proletarian state for a certain period of time. But, in contrast to a bourgeois state, in the proletarian state, the bourgeoisie, deprived of political power, ceases to be a politically dominating class and gradually loses its economic power, the ownership of the means of production. The proletarian state does not liquidate the bourgeois class by means of decrees. Such a method is inappropriate in the period of extreme terror. At the same time, however, the proletarian state is drafting into its service specialists, industrial experts, engineers, and officers, and protects them against the attempt on the part of the uneducated strata of the population to liquidate them. The proletarian state adopts an especially cautious attitude toward the masses of peasants. It declares a war only against an insignificant part, namely, against big landowners and kulaks. It renounces the employment of force in commanding the obedience of the overwhelming majority of middle peasants. It seeks to liquidate petty farming gradually, by organizing large-scale state farms, by voluntary communes, and by other methods of an economic and cultural nature. The limitation of economic and political monopoly in the proletarian state is particularly manifest in that the state's activity is subordinated to the directives of the ruling proletarian party and, furthermore, in that each nationality has the right of self-determination, including secession. The latter demonstrates quite clearly the fact that the proletarian state lacks the essential features of a bourgeois state. But the organization of this society is still far from its emancipation from the narrow horizons of the bourgeois law. Only when these narrow horizons have been overcome, when the division of labor and the antagonism between intellectual and physical labor has vanished, will labor become the primary need of life, will individuals attain well-rounded development. Will the forces of production provide society with an abundance of wealth? Then the state will wither away. The difference between the organization of free society and the proletarian state is not less than the difference between the proletarian and bourgeois states. In the higher stage of communism, there will be no need for the apparatus of an organized coercion monopolizing the instrument of coercion, that is to say, there will be no need for political authority. If we judge according to Marx's description of the higher stage of communism, the transition toward the free society will constitute a long process. It is obvious that the construction of a society without any coercion will necessitate the creation of a new psychology by means of which the society would foresee and solve all conflicts without applying organized coercion. Such organization now is hardly conceivable. The transfer of authority to the hands of the proletariat does not give rise to a new psychology of the classes composing the state. People remain divided into diverse groups, diverse specializations and types of work, with their views and habits, which frequently prevent them from understanding one another. The reference to a primitive community may give some notion of the state of consciousness in the free communist society. There, man's mentality was characterized by unity. The person constituted a whole. There the enslaving division of labor and the fragmentation of man were absent. Nevertheless, primitive men were poor and miserable beings, all of them resembling one another. The primitive man resembles the man of the higher stage of communism as a newborn baby resembles an adult who is characterized by vigor, mind, will, and feelings. The development of the forces of production will free man from a considerable portion of his work, will shorten the working day, and technology will eliminate rough and hard types of work. William Morris, a visionary of the happy future, was capable neither of renouncing slavery nor of foreseeing that the age of steam, coinciding with the epoch of the bourgeoisie, and the age of electricity, coinciding with the epoch of the proletariat, as well as the future discoveries that we are yet incapable of foreseeing, will bring about a natural transition from the proletarian state toward the future society of communism. The proletarian state declares work to be a duty of each man, though, in fact, the principle of equal work is absolutely unjust and imperfect. Equal work does not bring about the equality of men. Men 194 differ in their biological needs, in their intellectual abilities, and in their abilities to acquire skills. For an equal quantity of work, there serve an equal quantity of products, and that means, in the final analysis, that inequality among men remains. The requirement of equality will be satisfied with the slogan, from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. The proletarian state is unable to translate the slogan into reality. This slogan will become the foundation of the communist society at the higher stage of its development. Revolution, dictatorship, and civil freedom F. Kasanofontov. At a certain stage in their development, the material forces of production in society come in conflict with the existing relations of production or with the property relations within which they had been at work before. From the forms of development of the forces of production, these relations turn into their fetters. Then a period of social revolution occurs. This is a general but, nevertheless, a crucial premise of Marx's theory of revolution. Speaking about the proletarian, communist revolution, i.e., about the revolutionary transformation of capitalism into communism, Marx described the conflict between the forces of production and the capitalist relations of production in the following manner: the monopoly of capital turns into fetters of the further development of the very mode of production which it engendered and dominated. The centralization of the means of production and the socialization of labor reach the point at which they become incompatible with the entire capitalist membrane, which consequently explodes. Private property approaches its final hours. Expropriators are being expropriated. Thus, according to Marx, the fundamental cause of a revolution is the conflict between the forces of production and the existing relationships of production-property relationships. The latter are secured, sanctified, by a system of coercive norms imposed by the ruling class by its law. This system is protected by the entire power of the class, i.e., by state authority. The essence of Marx's theory, the soul of his teaching, is the recognition and proof that the class struggle inevitably leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat. But this conclusion is unacceptable to bourgeois scientists, and it has been factually rejected by the renegades of Marxism, Jaworsky and others. 196. Marx's theory of the class struggle implies that the class struggle is a political struggle. That is, that in order to establish a new and more perfect form of production, Each new social class must destroy the political power of the old class, which personifies the obsolete economic structure and is hostile to the new class. This is exactly what the Third Estate did to feudal lords, and this is what the proletariat is doing and must do to the bourgeois state, which is a political organization of the capitalist class, an executive committee of the bourgeoisie. Marx has made it quite clear that the struggle of the bourgeoisie against the feudal lords is different from the struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. In terms of its exploitative role, the bourgeoisie is a class kindred to feudal lords, for having seized political authority, it utilized it to strengthen and to expand the exploitation of other classes. The role of the proletariat is entirely different. Following the seizure of political authority from the bourgeoisie, it crushes the bourgeois state apparatus and organizes its own proletarian state, the dictatorship of the proletariat, which, according to Marx, constitutes the transition to the abolition of all classes and to the creation of a classless society, a society without exploitation. Bourgeois society with its classes and class struggles will be superseded by a classless society called communism. The essence of Soviet authority of the dictatorship of the proletariat lies in the fact that it is a mass organization of the numerically strongest classes in society, the workers and the working peasants. Citizen Kosky contends that the dictatorship of the Russian proletariat is in no way different from other dictatorships, not even from Tsarism. To this, our answer is that the dictatorship of the proletariat is indeed similar to the dictatorships of other ruling classes, since it serves as an instrument for suppressing other classes, but instead of suppressing oppressed have-not classes, it suppresses yesterday's ruling and propertied classes. The essential distinction between the dictatorship of the proletariat and the dictatorships of other classes is that the latter dictatorships represented a forced suppression of the majority of the society, the workers. The dictatorship of the proletariat and its political form in Russia, the Soviet Republic, results in a forced suppression of the resisting domestic and international bourgeoisie, obviously a minority in the society. This is the meaning of Marx's statement that the state is in the service of society. The proletarian state is and must be a class state. As indicated by Engels, only when the state becomes representative of the entire society will it become obsolete. Citizen Kosky also contends that there is no freedom, no equality, and no democracy in Russia. As a matter of fact, in the Soviet Republic we have more freedom, equality, and democracy than anywhere else. What we do not have is freedom, equality, and democracy in Kosky's meaning of these terms. He uses these terms to mean political freedom, which Engels characterized as a deceptive, false freedom. In the Soviet Republic, freedom, equality, and democracy exist in fact. The economic and hence political dependence of the working man upon the capitalist, i.e., the dependence of an overwhelming majority upon an insignificant minority, has been eliminated. The capital and wealth of the bourgeoisie have been confiscated and transferred into the hands of the working man. Soviet authority is the broadest authority, an authority that is closest to the people because only workingmen participate in elections to the Soviets. Election itself takes place in the places of production, in factories, plants, workshops, and villages. Therefore, Soviet authority is a labor authority, it is a most expanded labor democracy. Here, democracy does not appear in its abstract, pure form, as in the bourgeois democratic state of Citizen Kosky. There, a pure democracy prevails, a democracy that can be filled with any content or, more precisely, a democracy the concrete content of which is the bourgeois dictatorship. Here, democracy has a fixed content which we openly admit, namely, the dictatorship of the proletariat supported by the peasantry. It would be both absurd and wrong for the proletariat to introduce a universal democracy, i.e., to give the right of participation in the Soviets, whose task it is to build socialism and suppress exploitation, to those whom these organs are designed to suppress, the bourgeoisie, priests, kulaks, and their socialist myrmidons. To all remaining classes in society, the workers, peasants, and working intelligent SIA, democracy is available, and hereby a most expanded and true democracy. How should the term freedom be understood? If by freedom we mean a true freedom, i.e., freedom for the working man, freedom for the overwhelming majority of society, then we have the greatest possible scope of freedom. Material prerequisites of freedom, i.e., paper, presses, etc., are transferred into the hands of the workingman. 198. This is Citizen Koskai's interpretation of the Russian Revolution. We leave it up to him, but we would like to suggest that he compare it with the interpretation of our revolution advanced in his earlier work. In his From Democracy to State Servitude, Koskai has described the who are organized in their state. This results in real freedom of the press, which becomes a powerful instrument for the expression of the opinion of the workers and peasants. In suppressing the bourgeoisie, the proletariat destroys its state, its entire apparatus of material and spiritual coercion of the working class, including the bourgeois press. It is insane to ask the proletariat not to deprive the bourgeoisie of this instrument. Equally insane is the demand that the proletariat should furnish its class enemy, the bourgeoisie, with freedoms, for example, freedom of speech, assembly, and political organization. Why should the proletariat do this? Koskai tells us that we should do this in order to have criticism. But he forgets that the proletariat has absolutely no need of bourgeois criticism. The arms and legs of the enemy must be shackled, and its mouth must be muzzled with the revolutionary dictatorship. This is being done in Soviet Russia. What does freedom of political parties mean? It means freedom of action for the bourgeoisie, since a party is but an advanced part of its class struggling on behalf of the whole class. Citizen Koskai, you should not treat the problem outside of time and space. Freedom of political parties in the Soviet Republic, in Russia, or in any other country means nothing but freedom of action for the most advanced section of the bourgeoisie. The working class, organized in its state, has only one party, the Communist Party. As the most advanced and the most conscious part of the proletariat, the Communist Party carries out dictatorship in the name of the whole class. It has no need of freedom. According to Koskai, the civil war in Russia has ended, but its result is a victory of dictatorship, that is, paralysis of political and intellectual life in general. And dictatorship hinders socialism. The Russian Revolution is a pure bourgeois revolution. It was never a proletarian one. What Russia has is not a dictatorship of the proletariat but the dictatorship of a clique of impostors who call themselves a worker-peasant government, the dictatorship of a clique that assumed the reins of government by accident, owing to chance and luck. 3. Russian Revolution in the following manner. It is pointless to argue whether the Russian proletariat had to take authority into its own hands. Like all revolutions, the Russian Revolution was a spontaneous occurrence. It could not have been prevented nor could it have been engendered artificially. From the quoted statement, it follows that the Russian proletariat took power into its own hands. The Russian Revolution was not engendered artificially but by the whole course of events, or, to use Marxist language, by economic laws. In contrast to this, Citizen Koskai in the previous quotation implied the following: the Russian proletariat never took the power into its hands, the authority is in the hands of an accidentally successful clique of people, the revolution came into being purely by chance. A cheat in any field lies and forgets what he said a few seconds ago. We are being told that the laws made by the bourgeoisie do not serve its own interests but the general interest, that they do not protect its own good but the general good, that they do not express its own will but the general will. We know, however, that in fact it is not so. All laws in the bourgeois state are bourgeois laws, they are made for the purpose of protecting the bourgeoisie and are applied in a cold and calculated way with the aim of safeguarding its interests. We know that no judge in a bourgeois state would remain even an hour in his judicial chair if he decided to adjudicate according to his consciousness rather than according to the desires of his masters, the bourgeoisie. And, of course, it is quite natural that the bourgeois spirit reigns in bourgeois courts, that bourgeois judges make decisions in a bourgeois way, that their understanding of law is bourgeois throughout. The other way around would be incomprehensible. For we know that law is merely an expression of economic relations. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx stated that the ideas of bourgeois society are an offspring of bourgeois production and property relations. In another place Marx pointed out that legal relations are rooted in the material conditions of life. Finally, in his famous speech to a jury in Cologne, Marx stated, "Society is not based on law. This is a fantasy of jurists. On the contrary, law should be based on society. The bourgeois society is bourgeois property. And bourgeois law is the law protecting this property. Whoever fails to grasp this, and thinks of playing childish comedies with so-called universal justice, has also failed to understand the fact that, to a bourgeois, justice signifies his property and his profit. Consequently, the legal consciousness on which the bourgeois judiciary is based is nothing but a bourgeois consciousness. For a long time the classes have been opposed, one to another. But only recently the proletariat succeeded in advancing its own law against the bourgeois law, its own socialist legal consciousness against bourgeois legal consciousness. And, having advanced its socialist legal consciousness to the forefront of the struggle, the proletariat uses it as an active and creative force. The principle of being guided by the socialist legal consciousness in making judicial decisions was accepted immediately after the creation of the Soviet government and the Soviet court. What is the meaning of the socialist legal consciousness? As we have seen, neither of our decrees provided a definition. But such a definition suggests itself and can be reduced to the following: the proletarian court is a court of the proletariat which seized governmental power by means of arms. It seized this power for the purpose of suppressing the resistance of its enemies and for bringing about socialism and communism as soon as possible. The proletariat is overcoming the resistance by using all the means at its disposal, including such mighty means as the court justice. Comrade Bukharin stated the following in the Communist program: in the hands of the working class, the state power is an axe that is being held ready against the bourgeoisie. The blade of this axe is the court, which should act in conformity with the state requirements of the victorious proletariat. But where do we find the yardstick for judging this interest? How do we know whether a judicial decision is in conformity with that interest? The sole source, yardstick, compass, is the class consciousness of the proletariat. The class consciousness of the proletariat has been worked out in the process of the protracted, historical struggle with the bourgeoisie. It has been refined and sharpened on the solid stone of scientific socialism, which revealed to the proletariat not only the secret of its birth but also the secret of its victorious development. The class consciousness of the proletariat, based on the scientific foundations of socialist theories, is pointing out how to conduct the struggle, what means to use, and how to use them. The socialist legal consciousness is, therefore, the recognition of the necessity to act, when discharging justice, in a way conducive to the revolutionary proletariat dictatorship, with due consideration to the class struggle, and in the name of communism. Consequently, when a judge says, "I made such a decision instead of another," and adds, "because it is conducive to the dictatorship of the proletariat, to the class struggle, and to communism," then we conclude that his action was guided by the socialist legal consciousness. Each communist knows what generates crime in contemporary 202 society and who supplies the offenders. Crime is generated by misery, by capitalist oppression, by corruption and oppression by the capitalist society. The working class also supplies offenders, because it has been plundered and corrupted by capitalism. Consequently, when an offender from the working class appears before the Soviet court, the socialist legal consciousness should suggest to the judge both the proper approach and the right decision. For example, the law states that theft is punishable by 5 years of imprisonment. But, in conformity with the socialist legal consciousness, instead of sentencing the offender to prison, the judge will send him to work in a factory, giving him a suspended sentence. That is why the socialist legal consciousness as the fundamental principle underlying the Soviet judiciary does not coincide with the existing codes and statutes and yet will remain in full force and have significance, in spite of the written law. 1. Delinsky. The problem of law has never been the center of interest in Marxist literature. This is quite natural, for the founders of Marxism thought that the principal science is political economy, the science of the social basis. Furthermore, as a rule, the participation of socialist parties in legislative and administrative organs had been quite limited. Therefore, they were interested in the problems of law purely from the practical point of view. In Russia, the revolution placed power in the hands of a revolutionary Marxist party. One would think that the situation had since changed. In fact, it has not changed. As earlier, the problem of law is in the backyard of the Marxist literature. The books devoted to the general theory of law as well as to individual branches of law are but few. All this, naturally, has its reasons. Law and legality are slogans that smell of antiquity in the epoch of the proletarian dictatorship. The pathos of Soviet construction finds its expression in other slogans. This has been demonstrated by a tall and young student of Soviet legality, K.A. Arkhipov. Nevertheless, we are issuing laws every day. And juridical publishing houses print voluminous commentaries on them. The interpretations of various laws generate hot discussions both among legal practitioners and among legal theorists. On the other hand, in its judicial decisions, the Supreme Court quite frequently delivers lengthy theories of principal juridical concepts. Does this mean that we have law? Indeed, we do. One could claim, as A.G. Goikhberg and others do, that our law is merely a system of socio-technical norms, or one could invent other euphonious formulas, but the essence of things is not changed thereby. It is obvious that, in the communist society, law as a coercive social order will not exist. But, in a class society, even in the transition period, the existence of law is inevitable. Just to point out, we are concluding international treaties with England, Italy, etc. Furthermore, private property is recognized in our country by law, and legal punishments are provided for violation of property. Our law is a class law, a proletarian law, but nevertheless a law. It is neither an instruction to military. 204. Units concerning the shoeing of horses nor a recipe for making cold or hot soap. Those who participate in building up socialism ought to know the nature and qualities of the law that is used as an instrument in constructing socialism. Merely to assert that law is a superstructure or that law is an instrument of domination, and to triumphantly support these statements with well-known quotations from Marx's and Engel's writings, is tantamount to tramping in the same spot. Our task is to determine the concrete relationship between law and the economic basis and, furthermore, to discover quite frequently complex and intricate class roots of juridical ideology. Only then could it be shown that Marxism is a valuable method for the cognition of reality and not a nasal drone of quotations similar to the recitation of verses from the Quran. P.I. Stuka is a new Marxist theorist of law who is interested in the effectiveness of juridical norms. The state and the legal order appear to Stuka as inevitable forms of the revolution. He is attracted by the form of law which appears in real life. Therefore, in contrast to the generally recognized conception of law as an aggregate of imperative and prohibitory norms, Stuka has developed his own definition of law. He defines law as an order of social relationships advantageous to the ruling class, and supported by its organized power. This is his principal definition, which he with some hesitation supplemented with additional definitions. Law is a system of norms, that is, a system of written laws. The ideology of law, intuitive law, and legal consciousness are also law, which does not yet appear, however, either in a written form or in living reality. P.I. Stuka has thus arrived at a pluralistic definition of law. In pre-revolutionary Russian literature, such a view was expounded by B.A. Kistiakovsky, a writer who accepted some Marxist views but who in general was critical of Marxism. Being somewhat schematic, the conception of law proposed by Stuka has significant merits. Its schematism lies in that some legal phenomena combine the characteristics of all three kinds of law described by him. For example, according to the Constitution of the RSFSR, persons who hire labor for making profit are deprived of the right to elect and to be elected. In this case we have the following: an order of social relationships, namely, the persons who in fact are deprived of electoral rights; a legal norm, namely, the text of the Constitution, prohibiting certain persons from participating in elections and ordering administrative organs to prevent these persons from participating in elections; the expression of a legal ideology, of a legal consciousness, of a class, namely, the proletariat, who regards the order established by constitutional law as just. Such a coincidence, however, does not always take place. In reality, the three aspects of law enumerated by P.I. Stuka are most frequently either entirely separated, or only two of them may be combined, in different proportions and combinations at that. In some cases, law is able to shape the order of social relationships, whereas in some others, on the contrary, the existing order of social relationships finds its juridical reflection in the mirror o economic necessities bring forth a new form of relationships between men. The interested parties conclude that the utilization of this form is both feasible and expedient. But, since doubts arise concerning the legality of this form, after some struggle its legality is recognized by law. The trust legislation in the United States is a vivid illustration of such a situation. At first, the spontaneous process of capitalistic development resulted in the formation of trusts. Then jurists and the press began to advance the contention that the new organizations were in conformity with the spirit of the American Constitution, traditional personal freedom, etc. Finally, after a prolonged social struggle in which the consumers put up resistance to the pressures of organized capital, the Sherman Act and the Supreme Court through its interpretation of this act permitted, with some stipulations and limitations, the existence of the trusts. The line of development in this case is the order of social relationships, legal consciousness, law. The second type of development is a situation in which the legislator, leaving behind the consciousness of his contemporaries, issues a law that is met with enmity by the broad masses. This law forcibly breaks up long-established and hardened relationships and replaces them with a new one. The social forms that are brought about by this law win the recognition of the population, are recognized as expedient, and the law itself is recognized as just and rational. Quite frequently, although not always successfully, revolutionary legislation takes this path of development. For example, the law separating the church from the state, which at first was alien and incomprehensible to the broad masses of the Russian population, was put into practice by the apparatus of the Soviet government. The newly created order quite speedily won general recognition and, ultimately, even the clergy was forced to recognize. 206. The reform as expedient and corresponding to the correctly understood interests of the Church. The line of development in this case is law, order of social relationships, legal consciousness. Finally, a third combination is possible. A demand for a reform arises in the social consciousness in view of the fact that the existing order, established by law, hinders the normal flow of life. The legislator, under pressure from social opinion or even under the directly organized pressure of the interested classes, works out and adopts a new law which introduces the desired reforms. The line of this development is legal consciousness, law, order of social relationships. It stands to reason that the transitional epoch in social development makes a profound imprint on the ideological content of social thought in general and on scientific thought in particular. One of the features of contemporary transitional times is the crisis of social consciousness, which is a result of the crisis of social relationships. This is an epoch of struggle between two irreconcilable enemies, namely, between the old, irrational reality and the new, rational reality. It is an epoch of struggle between the old and the new, in which new forms of social consciousness are being forged and in which new ideas, new thoughts, are engendered. The contradictions and compromises that arise in the sphere of politics are reflected in the thinking of scientists. Compromises are ugly attempts to adapt the old inheritance to the recent advancements of revolutionary creativity. These attempts at adaptation generate intense contradictions in the thinking of scientists and lead them to great ideological distortions of reality. In our Marxist literature dealing with law, these attempts are responsible for the great confusion and absurdities in our theory of law. In order to reveal these distortions, we shall analyze the views of several representatives of scientific, Marxist, legal thought. From the very beginning, two approaches were prevalent in our Marxist literature. The proponents of the first approach identified law with social relationships. The proponents of the second approach could best be described as normativists. In addition to these two approaches, there is a point of view according to which the problem of law is, in the final analysis, a problem of ideology. We shall first discuss the point of view that identifies law with social relationships, for, at first glance, it appears to be a legitimate Marxist point of view. Subsequently, we shall discuss the views of various types of ideologists. The main, if not the only, representative of the first approach is P. Stuka. Stuka defines law as a system of social relationships corresponding to the interests of the ruling class and protected by its organized power. He points out that this definition of law was advanced by the People's Commissariat of Justice during the preparation of the guiding principles of the criminal law. In his opinion, this definition is not a scientific one, it was a result of the spontaneous rejection of the old conception of law. It was merely an instinctive guess about the forms of social relationships then in existence. We do not intend to determine the degree to which this definition is an unscientific one. We intend, however, to demonstrate that it is contradictory to the fundamental premises of Marxism. Initially, we shall answer the question, what are social relationships? By social relationships we mean relationships among people one in the process of production, i.e., primarily economic relationships, on which are erected, and by which are determined, all other relationships, including political and juridical relationships. Therefore, it follows that juridical and political relationships, on the one hand, and relationships of production, on the other, are two distinct things. Stuka seems to accept this view implicitly, since he treats law as an independent problem, as a problem separate from that of social relationships. Otherwise, there would be no need to separate law from society and to create an independent science of law, a science distinct from both political economy and sociology. And this is exactly what Stuka intends to do. Not only is Stuka interested in studying law as an independent problem, he even divides law into relationships and norms. Thus, according to Stuka, our point of view does not at all exclude law, i.e., norms. In our opinion, the system of relationships is a material, objective element, i.e., it is law in the objective meaning of the term. And the legal form of the objective element, that is, the written law, or norm, is a subjective element. 3. This is quite clear, for Stuka must know that relationships of production and distribution existed considerably prior to juridical relationships. He speaks about this in his The Revolutionary Role of Law and State. There he asserts, in this tribal community there exists definite, though loosely organized, economic planning, there is a kind of division of labor, but there is no law. For it follows, then, that law in the modern meaning of the term, does not exist in every society, but does this mean that societies without social relationships are conceivable? Stuka continues in the following way, in their interrelations, members are guided by habits and customs. There is no written law, no law. There exists a very firm and cohesive society which seems to be regulated only by the laws of nature. To be sure, Stuka makes a new error by identifying law with the written law, but since discussion of this problem would lead us away from the original theme, we shall examine it later. The quotations from Stuka indicate, on the one hand, that law does not exist in every society and, on the other hand, that a society without social relationships is inconceivable. Of course, these statements are contradictory. However, it is up to Stuka to resolve his own contradictions. We shall dwell on the question of whether these statements contradict the fundamental premises of Marxism. Earlier, in connection with the problem of the division of law into public and private, we stated that political and legal relationships are conditioned by the relationships of production. Speaking on this subject in his Ludwig Feuerbach, Engels indicated that law is merely the formal reflection of economic relationships. Economic relationships are preserved in all stages of social development, but the forms of these relationships are constantly changing, and at a definite point they assume the forms of juridical relationships. Consequently, the economic relationships do not become social relationships, on the contrary, they become juridical relationships. They become a formal reflection of those social relationships that assume the form of proprietary relationships. In the process of their development, these relationships give rise to a peculiar legal ideology, to a peculiar pattern of thought, which Engels characterized as the juridical form of thought inherent in a bourgeois society. In support of our view, we find the following statement in Engels' Ludwig Feuerbach: since in each particular case the economic facts must assume the form of juridical relationships in order to receive legal sanction, and since, in so doing, consideration of course has to be paid to the whole legal system already in operation, the consequence is that the juristic form is made everything and the economic content nothing. Therefore, law is not a system of social relationships but a form of these relationships, a form that finds its concrete expression in the equals ibid. 210. Juridical norm. Law is not the relationship between people in the process of production but the juridical relationship, which is both formally and concretely expressed in private proprietary relationships, in equivalent relationships. We have already indicated that the proponents of the second approach to law in our literature are normativists. Pashukanis, the author of a highly interesting book, The General Theory of Law and Marxism, could not be viewed as a representative of this approach. But since Pashukanis, unlike the majority of legal theorists, is not interested simply in searching for the definition of law, we shall critically discuss his views later in connection with the problems concerning norms and relationships. At this point, we would like to discuss the views of those who reject law. The theory that exerted the greatest influence upon our civil legislation and that is still fashionable is the theory of social function. The most consistent representative of this theory is Professor Goikhberg, and who, in Stuka's words, is the spiritual father of our civil code. We indicated earlier that Goikhberg's theory is an ideological distortion. Now, we shall try to reveal the social nature of this distortion. Goikhberg asserts that at the present time, both in our state and in bourgeois states, the right to own property is no longer viewed from the juridical point of view, that is, as an unrestricted right of the owner to dispose of his property at will. The view that private property is a social function has been especially stressed in the new German constitution. 7. Furthermore, Goikhberg continues, that property is looked upon as a certain good placed in the hands of a person for safekeeping in the interests of society, and, therefore, the person holding private property has positive obligations toward society. This view permeates also the construction of the institution of property in our civil code. 8. These are the principal propositions underlying Professor Goikhberg's theory, which he regards as the apex of scientific wisdom, in contrast to the views of the most backward bourgeois and our jurists. 0. We think that, instead of relying upon the authority of bourgeois-scientists and even bourgeois constitutions, the honorable professor should make an effort to justify his scientific wisdom sociologically. But the shadow of the past is considerably stronger than the dream of the future, and, therefore, the honorable professor relies upon the bourgeois dogmatic method in interpreting the law of the Soviet state. It stands to reason, however, that the spiritual father of our civil code should know what he is doing. We indicated previously that Professor Goikhberg's views are not original. They were discovered by an ideologist of finance capital, Professor L. Duguet. Goikhberg merely adapted this bourgeois ideology to contemporary Russian reality. According to Duguid, neither man nor the collective has any rights, but each individual must carry out a definite social function. His social duty is to carry out this function, and to develop his physical, intellectual, and moral personality to the highest possible degree, in order to be capable of fulfilling his function. 10. Furthermore, with regard to property, it is no longer treated in modern law as an inalienable right. It simply exists and must exist. It constitutes an indispensable prerequisite for the growth of society, whereas all collectivist doctrines are tantamount to a return to barbarism. However, property is not a right, property is a social function. The proprietor, or to put it differently, the owner of wealth, shall, because he owns this wealth, fulfill a social function. 11. This is the quintessence of the professorial ideology. Professor Goikhberg should have been capable of noticing that, according to Duguid, the abolition of property is not permissible. Thus, we see that Duguid's theory is an ideology of the bourgeoisie which has attained a higher degree of development in private proprietary relationships. This is an ideology of the finance bourgeoisie, at the time when the ownership of the means of production is concentrated in the hands of the trusts, car telephones, and joint stock companies, when society, to use Duguid's expression, is socializing itself. Since we do not know whether Goikhberg is familiar with Lenin's brilliant description of the nature of this ideology, we shall quote Lenin, hoping that Goikhberg will find a way out of the impasse. Private property, says Lenin, is sacred. No one has the right to interfere in the affairs of private property. This is the principle of capitalism. But capital has already outgrown the framework of private property. This is the nature of that fashionable ideology to which the Marxist professor, Goikhberg, succumbed. Duguid's theory does not reject privat bourgeois property, it merely disguises it in a new ideological form, in the form of a social function, in the form of a capitalist's obligation to squeeze surplus value out of his hired labor. This explains why the modern constitutions, which are worshipped by our professor, have imposed restrictions upon property rights, and why bourgeois scientists are in favor of such restrictions. Especially now the bourgeois world is confronted with great social calamities. This is the time when private property, the stronghold of the bourgeois world, is undergoing a crucial test, which it may fail to pass. It is especially urgent to inculcate the new ideology into the consciousness of the masses now. The state, that is to say, the political organization of bourgeois society, stands on the rim of a raging crater. The old forms of wage labor have proved to be useless, and, consequently, the ruling class is searching for new methods of strengthening its domination. Some sort of compromise is being conjured up, with the result that the fiction of universal electoral right assumes an acceptable outward appearance, and the capitalist's right to property is disguised within a new and more perfected fiction. The right to own private property is abolished and is replaced with the unpleasant duty of carrying out the social function of the capitalist slaveholder. 13. It is evident that the character of contemporary foreign constitutions and statutory laws, as well as of scientific theories, is conditioned by the factual correlation between the forces of production and by the forms of production relationships which correspond to these forces. Their ideological essence is personified in the reformist social, which has led to the creation of joint stock companies. Hundreds and thousands of stockholders, one unknown to the other, constitute one company. And gentlemen private proprietors have not infrequently burned their fingers when smart businessmen, invoking the commercial secret, have emptied the pockets of their comrade stockholders. Sacred property was forced to renounce a part of its sacredness. A law was issued, imposing an obligation upon joint stock companies to utilize proper accounting methods and to publish fiscal accounting figures. Naturally, this measure did not put an end to the deception of the public. Deception assumed new forms and became more refined. Big capital, by gradually joining to itself other petty capitals, dispersed all over the world, became even more powerful. 12. Democracy, which has adopted the legal ideas of bourgeois professeurs. The confusion of our legal theorists stems from the fact that they ignore this aspect of the problem. In transplanting this new legal ideology, this product of finance capital in our contemporary real ity, our scientists forget about the socio-economic peculiarities that distinguish our reality from the moribund reality of bourgeois society. They superimpose on our reality ideas that are alien and contradictory to its social nature. Our Constitution has grown up on an entirely different ground. The principles upon which our Constitution is founded are distinct from the principles underlying the German Constitution or the constitutions of other new bourgeois states. Consequently, our Constitution reflects principles that are entirely different from the ideology of social function. Speaking of ideologists, it is indispensable to examine the views of two somewhat peculiar representatives of Marxist legal theory, namely, Professors Razumovsky and Reisner. Professor Razumovsky has stated his essential views on law in an article entitled Marx's and Engels' Conception of Law 15 and in his lecture delivered at the Socialist Academy. 10. First of all, it should be noted that these two works comprise views that are mutually contradictory. This could be interpreted to mean that Razumovsky's theory of law is not yet well founded and that, for obvious reasons, he is still searching for the solutions to this complex problem. Nevertheless, we think that some of his mistakes could have been avoided had he correctly examined the objective conditions of social development. Razumovsky's second work, which reflects his theoretical evolution, demonstrates that he is already closer to a correct understanding of the problem, even though his views are still ambiguous and contradictory. Whereas in his article he adopted the view that law is an ideology, his later work is based on a more stable element, namely the concept of relationship. Nevertheless, his second work gives the impression that law is not a reflection of social, economic reality but a product of the ideological activity of legal theorists. The reader of his work notices instantly the ambiguity of his terminology. It is not at all clear whether he is speaking of law as an ideology or as a legal ideology. He uses both forms of expression in the same sense. But, if we agree with him that law is an ideology, then we must deny the existence of those relationships that are regulated by law. Furthermore, we must then conclude that, like religion, law as a form of consciousness lacks concrete content. However, we doubt that Razumovsky would accept this conclusion, since, speaking of law in the transition period, he says, law ceases to be an ideology and becomes an undisguised expression of the class domination of the proletariat, it becomes a theory of this class domination. 17. The implication is that law does not exist in the bourgeois society, but will exist in the proletarian society. This view is completely contradictory to the views of Marx and Engels cited by Razumovsky. According to Marx and Engels, the bourgeois society is precisely a juridical society. If we speak of a legal ideology as some sort of idealistic reflection of law, 18, then we infuse into law a concrete content, namely, the relationships of production, exchange, and distribution, instead of that of social consciousness, as is being done by Razumovsky. He maintains that, in addition to being a superstructure, law is, in essence, primarily a form of social consciousness. 19. It stands to reason that by accepting this view we may ultimately arrive at the identification of political economy with ideology and, consequently, the identification of economic relationships with the forms of consciousness. Economic relationships are the relationships of production, which, at a certain point in their development, assume the form of juridical relationships. The bourgeois society is precisely that society in which the juridical form of economic relationships has found its most striking expression. Legal ideology and legal relationships are not one and the same thing, any more than economic relationships and economic ideology are. It is thus quite obvious that law is not a peculiar reflection of a definite aggregate of economic relationships within the human consciousness. 20. Law is a formal reflection of the relationships of production. Law is not a form of social consciousness but a form of social relationships. It remains now to examine the views of another theorist who identifies law with ideology. But since his views do not enjoy great respect at the present time, we shall restrict ourselves to general observations. In contrast to Professor Razumovsky, Professor Reisner is not alone in his theory of law, which regards law as a definite psychological phenomenon. Like Goikhbarg, who follows a French bourgeois scientist, Reisner is a follower of the most outstanding Russian bourgeois scientist, Petrozhitsky. As was seen earlier, Petrozhitsky has erected his theory of law and morality on his theory of emotional psychology, at which he arrived through a reconstruction of traditional psychology. 21 Reisner has no need to invent a new psychology, he merely exploited the fruits of his teacher and proceeded from the point at which Petrozhitsky had stopped. In full justice to Professor Reisner, we must admit that he carried out his task conscientiously. His eternal, rational, intuitive law is an example of the consistency of his theory. According to Petrozhitsky, to the extent that intuitive law increasingly captures the imagination of broad circles, it becomes increasingly more powerful and dominating in the environment. Intuitive law is flexible and diverse, its decisions freely conform to the concrete, individual conditions of a given combination. 2 Continuing Petrozhitsky's line of thought, Reisner asserts, law is not cognizant of its birth, it appears to be eternal, it needs no force for its existence, for it seems to be higher and spiritual, it corresponds to life, and goes hand in hand with it, it has an aura of rationality, it has natural qualities, it is normal and is incapable of erring. 23. We would ask Professor Reisner to test the power of his intuition and to find the eternal, rational law, were it not for one stipulation he makes. In his opinion, man's social life is subordinated to a process of subconscious psychological emotions. As he puts it, the subconscious process of life is a fundamental and primary one. 24 That is why Petrozhitsky dwelt with such painstaking care on the individual psychic aspects of man's emotional life which characterize his activities, primarily his economic activities. 25 Thus, according to Reisner, the lever of economic relationships is to be sought in man's psyche. As a product of man's psychic emotions, law governs social relationships, creates the forms of these relationships, and destroys them. One could hardly outdo this psychological fanaticism. The idea of the individual is merely a point of departure of bourgeois jurisprudence. While proceeding from this idea, bourgeois jurisprudence frequently arrives at conclusions that are contradictory to the interests of individuals. It is not my task to investigate the tortuous road along which juristic thought moves. It must be noted, however, that in the opinion of bourgeois jurists, because of the social contact between individuals, a certain order arises that restricts their arbitrariness and is recognized by them as binding. In Horiot's view, law creates peace, balances the hostile and conflicting interests of individuals, social classes, and groups. 1 In general, law is the supreme source of social life. Dicey, an English theorist, finds in this also the basic feature of a legal order. Germans are not lagging behind Englishmen and Frenchmen. Kohler thinks that the exclusive and peculiar value of a legal order lies in the fact that, in addition to protecting subjective rights, it also protects cultural values. 2 This is merely a restoration of an old view, which was strongly defended by Trendelenburg, all human laws originate from a divine source. 3 Even now it is not difficult to find adherents of this view. For example, AnAnthology contends that in contrast to chaos and anarchy, the value of law and order is an absolute one. All these views are not merely the fruit of pure speculation. Almost the same words were used for the legalization of their rule by the dominant classes. For example, the French Constitution asserted, the French Republic recognizes those rights and obligations that are prior and superior to the positive law. Family, work, property, and social order are its foundation. Even the basic law of Tsarist Russia, where the idea of legality had not enjoyed great popularity, thought it necessary to proclaim that the Russian Empire is governed on a solid basis of laws that are issued by the autocratic authority. The same is true of other constitutions. In all these documents, legal norms appear as imperatives that, to use Professor Hearn's expression, stand by themselves. That is, they derive their validity not from an outside, but from their inner normative nature. Hans Kelsen developed this view to its logical end in his theory of jurisprudence as a normative science. It is characteristic that the German scientist speaks not of natural law, which he scornfully casts away into the sphere of ethics, but of positive legal norms that come from a state authority. For the supremacy of domination of law is not simply an innocent juridical speculation or an adornment of bourgeois constitutions. One can speak ironically of the idolatry of law, but it would be absurd to deny that respect for the law, cultivated among the masses, is one of the most powerful means for bringing about mass conduct in the interest of the ruling class. Jurists and historians, who carefully study the influence of positive law upon social life, know this quite well. For example, P.B. Vinogradov stated, "The decisive moment in the existence of law is not so much its coerciveness as the psychological habit of recognizing the bindingness of norms created by social authority and of subordinating one's self to these norms." 5. The same view was stated by F. Taranovsky, who asserts that law, which succeeds in pervading life and becoming a fact of mass conduct, is obeyed as spontaneously as custom. This is the reason law is inescapably conservative. Since old times, law has been one of the most conservative forces of history. The conservatism of jurists is well known. It exerts an influence upon the destiny of societies in which lawyers enjoy a distinguished position. Reflecting on American democracy, Tocqueville, almost 100 years ago, arrived at the conclusion that the influence of lawyers in the United States was one of the most powerful means against revolutionary delusion. According to Tocqueville, lawyers, in the spirit of their profession, acquire a taste for a peculiar way of legal thinking. This makes them conservative and quite restrained toward the revolutionary tendencies of democracy. 5. Much time has passed since Tocqueville. Restless Europe since then has had more than 10 revolutions, and to all appearances has entered into a phase of chronic fermentation, intermittent revolutions, and civil wars. Our neighbors abroad continue as before to enjoy peace under the protection of the greatest and most perfect constitution. Another question is how long this peace will preserve its tranquility. It seems that James Beck, a modern student of the American Constitution, has not yet lost his enthusiasm for law, inherited from Hamilton and Marshall. It seems quite clear to Beck that the supremacy of law protects the interests of the minority from encroachment by the majority. It is precisely in the solemn circle that outlines the impenetrable sphere of the individual that the American jurist sees the extraordinary value of law. 7. He even quoted King Solomon in support of his view. Needless to say, Beck's meditations on the supremacy of law contain nothing new. Plato spoke quite a lot about this problem, in his Laws. Spinoza, who was convinced that laws are the soul of the state, even contended that a state with proper laws would exist forever. 8. In studying recent constitutions, one can easily see that the ideology of the supremacy of law prevails over the ideology of the supremacy of the people. Although the latter is usually proclaimed formally, it is in fact restricted by constitutional law, which transforms the sovereignty of the nation into a soap bubble. In the search for the correct way to construct a Marxist critique of the general theory, it is indispensable that a very complicated problem of ideology be seriously examined. This problem was introduced by Marx and Engels, and for the most part very little attention is being paid to it in contemporary Marxist literature. The theory of superstructure, and especially the problem of the forms of social consciousness, have not yet been adequately examined. This leads to various misinterpretations of the relationship between the ideological form and its economic content. In the field of law, particularly, this fact is responsible for concepts of law as naive as ideological reflex, as social symbolism, as abstract legal consciousness, etc. In several letters written in his last years, Engels sought to use his expression to correct his own and Marx's mistakes. To quote Engels, "We all laid and were bound to lay the main emphasis at first on the derivation of political, legal, and other ideological notions, and of the actions arising through the medium of these notions from basic economic facts. But in so doing we neglected the formal side, the way in which these notions come about for the sake of content." Furthermore, Engels explains in detail the meaning of the expression ideology. Ideology is a process accomplished by the so-called thinker consciously, indeed, but with a false consciousness. The real motives impelling him remain unknown to him, otherwise it would not be an ideological process at all. Hence he imagines false or apparent motives. Because it is a process of thought, he derives both its form and its content from pure thought, either his own or that of his predecessors. He works with mere thought material which he accepts without examination as the product of thought. He does not investigate further for a more remote process independent of thought. Indeed, its origin seems obvious to him, because, as all action is produced through the medium of thought, it also appears to him to be ultimately based upon thought. Engels concludes, "This side of the matter, which I can only indicate here, we have all, I think, neglected more than it deserves. It is the old story, form is always neglected at first for content." 1. Marx is not to be blamed though, he simply lacked the time to complete the work undertaken. The problem of ideology and, in particular, the problem of law were for Marx and Engels the starting points in the development of their historical view. A critical re-examination of Hegel's philosophy of law led them to the material conditions of life in which legal relationships are rooted. The re-examination itself was accomplished in connection with the task that Marx set forth for himself while he was still under Feuerbach's influence. To analyze mystic consciousness which is unclear to itself, to reveal man's self-alienation in his godless images. The task with which Marx and Engels were confronted, and which they formulated more clearly in their later development, was multilateral. First, they had to uncover the economic content of ideological forms, their conditioning by economic content, and their connection with this content. On the other hand, they had to expose all the peculiarities of the formal side of ideology, which, in the process of their development, separate themselves from the economic content that conditions them and which, at the same time, constitute a historically inevitable side of the social process. Finally, they had to determine the inevitability of the peculiar development of ideological forms and the inevitability of their separation from the economic reality that they express. Marx and Engels succeeded in accomplishing only the first of these tasks. However, they furnished us with an outline of how to resolve the two remaining tasks. In his letter to Mering, Engels outlined the following significant peculiarities of the formal side of ideology, of the way in which these notions come about. 1. The real motivating forces behind the thought process are unknown, but the thinking participants of this process assume that both its form and its content are determined by the pure thought of their predecessors. 2. In fact, a remote economic process is taking place, a process independent of thought. 3. The economic process appears to be based upon thought, because thought serves as a medium for the disclosure of the economic process, that is, as a medium for producing man's conscious actions which constitute this process. 4. Either false or illusory guiding notions, ideas, and, in general, historically accumulated thought material lie at the basis of an ideological process. In a letter to Konrad Schmidt, Engels illuminate the problem by pointing out the role played in the creation of ideology by the social division of labor, which assumes the form of externally independent spheres. Thus, the external independence of ideology finds its explanation in the relatively factual independence of the sphere of spiritual production, brought about by the social division of labor. Real distortions are responsible for the inverted character of ideological notions. Economic, political, and other reflections, Engels states, are just like those in the human eye. They pass through a condensing lens and therefore appear upside down, standing on their heads. Only the nervous system, which would put them on their feet again for representation, is lacking. We shall compare Engels' late views on ideology with earlier ones that were stated by Marx and Engels in the recently published The German Ideology. Almost all ideology, we read, can be reduced either to a distorted understanding of history or to a complete abstraction from history. Ideology itself is merely one of the aspects of this history. The fact that conscious expression of the real relationships of these individuals is illusory, that in their representations they place reality on its head, is a result of their limited material mode of activity. Only with the introduction of the division of material and spiritual labor, can consciousness really imagine itself as nothing but the consciousness of the existing practice. Jurists, politicians, moralists, etc., Marx then indicates, are involved in an objectivization of their occupation, because of the division of labor. Naturally, the division of labor in this case should be understood not only in the sense of a narrow specialization but in the sense of the general complexities of social production, the diverse social spheres of which no longer appear as a social whole. Thus, according to Marx and Engels, the limited material mode of activities is responsible for the fact that intellectual spheres of activity are objectivized. In other words, these thought processes cease to be what they are in reality, namely, socially subjective reflections, that is, reflections in social consciousness of an objective economic process that is independent of thought processes. Thought processes are abstracted from economic motion and appear to the bare ers of these processes as independent, self-sustaining, and therefore as derived from the thought material within which they operate. This objectivization of the thought processes to the extent that social production loses its organized character and exchange becomes a form of its operation gradually begins to encompass the ideas of all participants in the production process, the ideas concerning their activity and their social position. It also becomes a characteristic and inalienable feature of social consciousness. How is the process of the objectivization of the thought processes in social consciousness accomplished from the formal side? Marx and Engels quite frequently asserted that reflection of the real economic process takes place in an inverted way, by means of plocking it on its head. They used these expressions in order to demonstrate that, in the process of the objectivization of the thought material, the real relationship between this process and the social reality reflected in it is inverted. It is not the economic process which gives rise to the corresponding forms of consciousness but the other way around. The thought appears as the real source of social actions. Let us recall the analogy of the condensing lens which was advanced by Engels on several occasions. This analogy should not be interpreted in a narrow physiological or psychophysiological sense. The question under discussion concerns the reflection of already objectivized thought material, that is, the reflection of social reality through the prism of those fundamental, guiding notions that appear to be connected with preceding historical thought and that, in their turn, give rise to new logical links in a given sphere of thought. The reflections of fundamental economic relationships in social consciousness become the point of departure of a further thought process, they become a condensing lens and thus give to the new, more particular reflections of social reality an appearance of deductions made from the fundamental guiding principles. Therefore, the thought process carries an imprint of two influences. On the one hand, we encounter a subjective reflection of a more or less remote economic process in various ideological notions and categories. On the other hand, historical objectivization of these ideological categories impels them to be deduced one from another, from the preceding thought material. It makes them appear as deductions from the fundamental notions of a given ideological sphere. The twofold influence of the economic process and of the accumulated preceding thought material constitutes the basis of the whole process of development of the social consciousness. Thus, the term ideology, as used by Marx and Engels, applies first of all to the formal features of the modes of thought representations, to the forms of their creation, and to their seeming origin and development from the idea. Any consciousness, at least from the external side, assumes the form of ideology, that is, appears as a development and an expression of certain guiding principles and ideas. However, it is necessary to distinguish a metaphysical consciousness, which separates itself from the reality it reflects and becomes a closed system, from the dialectical thought of Marxism, in which the dialectic of notions is a reflection of the dialectic of the developing reality itself. The metaphysical element in Hegel's ideology is contradictory to its method. His ideology is metaphysical in the sense that it became a closed system. The distinctive feature of an ideological view or of a priori thinking in general is that, as stated by Marx in one of his earlier letters, the principle remains stationary, absolute, and ideas are deduced from it in a dogmatic deductive way. On the other hand, the Marxist dialectic deals with a logical development reflecting historical development, that is, not with an abstract logical development of ideas, but, as stated by Lenin, with a concrete analysis of reality. The exposure of guiding principles, that is, principles that do not possess an absolute meaning and that develop together with the development of social relationships, is not in this case tantamount to giving birth to ideas but inevitably flows from the reflection of reality governed by the inner laws of the dialectic. An idea is being disclosed only to the extent that it reveals itself. We do not invent connections between phenomena, we find them in the phenomena themselves. To dogmatic development from abstract reflection of class interest, from ideas, principles, and the relative independence of this development leads inevitably to the creation of a closed system of ideas, and such are all most significant ideologies. The development of ideologies usually reaches the greatest force at the time when their basic ideas, that is, their objectivized notions, have ceased to be a relatively objective reflection of the process of material production. The elements of exact knowledge, which continuously accumulate in ideologies, begin to contradict their basic principles, which have become stationary, and, though in the coloring of the earlier ruling ideology, they now reflect the interests of the new social class which, in its turn, signifies the conception of the new relations of production. The above explains why the development of the specific formal features of ideologies is historically inevitable and why their separation from their material roots, that is, either a distorted understanding of reality or a complete abstraction from reality, is historically inescapable. It is a mistake, however, to see in ideologies merely abstract, ideological reflexes or, to use Professor Reisner's expression, social symbolism and conditional irritants. 3. According to Marx, ideology is at the same time one of the aspects of history. The ideological process, being an abstract reflection of the economic process in social consciousness, constitutes an inevitable aspect of this process, that is, it constitutes an affirmation of social reality through which the latter manifests itself in social consciousness. The socio-economic process in its individual phases cannot keep developing without any participation of consciousness, without any correct or incorrect knowledge of its individual phases on the part of producers participating in this process. Consciousness, even if inverted, is an indispensable medium for tying the participants of a social process together, by means of man's subjective notions and man's volitional aspirations. An objective economic movement, independent of their wills, is accomplished. As stated by Engels, ideological notions are not the ultimate foundation. They do not enter into the economic process, into the development of material social relations, as a causal element, but they do serve as a medium for the expression and representation of those of man's activities which constitute this process. Hence, they are an indispensable condition for the development of social relationships. The idea of causal nexus is frequently understood quite broadly in the sense of all conditions underlying certain effects. It is quite obvious, however, that one must distinguish those conditions that contribute merely indirectly to the materialization of the social process from the causal interdependence of the material social relationships that are independent of social consciousness. In social development, only the latter can be viewed as the truly causal, that is, natural, connections. This is exactly what makes ideology a superstructure in relation to the real economic basis. In distinguishing the basis from the superstructure during an examination of the condition of causal dependence, it is necessary at the same time to take into account their connection with social relationships. Only such a truly dialectical understanding of the nature of ideology will make it possible to see in it an inverted reflection and at the same time an inevitable side of the social process, that is, a form of social relationships. Only then shall we understand why ideology, because of inner contradictions, abstracts itself from social relationships and at the same time contributes toward their concretization. Hence, as correctly stated by Comrade Bukharin in his The Theory of Historical Materialism, we should distinguish two distinct sides of the relations of production: first, the time-space distribution of men among the means of production, which forms their material relationships, and, second, the reflection of these material relationships in the consciousness of men engaged in production, that is, ideological relationships. Material relationships are not fully reflected in the social consciousness. The system of the material relationships in its entirety comes into being in spite of man's will and consciousness. As stated by Lenin, it was neither true in the past, nor is it true now, that members of society imagine the totality of social relationships in which they live as something definite, complete, and pervaded with a principle. On the contrary, the masses adapt themselves unconsciously to these relationships, and lack a conception of them as specific historical social relationships. However, separate aspects of the process of production are accurately or inaccurately, but inescapably, reflected in the consciousness of men and thus bind the consciousness of the participants in the process of production together. As these separate moments of material relationships pass through social consciousness, they produce a socially subjective side of the relationships of production, the ideological relationships. Naturally, the ideological notions of the participants in the process of production do not always 226 appear in a fully shaped, systematized form. Producers of commodities who are involved in an exchange transaction do not think of themselves as juridical subjects, although they are considered to be such by their ideologist jurists. However, they always have one or another, though not necessarily well formulated, notion of their rights and obligations, of the freedom of their actions, etc. Under conditions of a class society, these notions assume a more distinct legal form because of the awareness that they are protected by state, legislature, judicial institutions, etc. Having established a connection between ideology and social relationships, the task of the Marxist theory is to comprehend the peculiarity of ideological forms, to study their structure, their component elements, the process of their development, and the causes of their inevitable separation from their economic roots. But what is the task of the general theory of law in connection with ideology? Its task is to approach law, which is a definite historical form of social consciousness, dialectically, to examine the interaction of those of its elements and aspects in which law appears to us as a social relationship, as a legal ideology, and as the highest development of the latter, a system of norms. This difficult task can be resolved by the Marxist theory only if it adopts the dialectical point of view and the above stated understanding of the connection between ideology and social relationships. The problem of the socialist system of law has been raised in our literature on numerous occasions. The theories that deserve mention in this connection are those that sought to build socialist law on the expanded principles of subjective rights, namely, those theories that have advanced the concept of the basic rights of man within the socialist society, his basic economic rights. 1. Traditionally, three basic economic rights are distinguished: the right to work, the right to the full product of one's labor, and the right to one's existence. What is the meaning of the right to work? Menger defines this right in the following way: because of the right to work, each able-bodied member of society who fails to find employment with a private entrepreneur can demand from the state or from a public union that he be given ordinary daily employment at a fixed rate of pay. 2. Another student of the right to work, Singer, offers a broader definition. The right to work, which belongs to every able-bodied citizen, is the right to demand, from the state or from state organs, that he be furnished with an ordinary or a professional job that would secure for him the satisfaction of his needs. 3. Menger thinks that the right to work is a legal measure that merely supplements existing property rights and that it presupposes the existence of private ownership of land and capital. 4. On the other hand, Singer's conception of the right to work, especially the recognition of the right to professional work, calls for the concentration of land, instruments, and means of production in the hands of the state, which is incompatible with private property. Thus, Singer concludes that a full realization of the right to work is conceivable in a socialist, but not in a capitalist, society. But, since under socialism work will become a public, legal obligation of each man, there will be no need to have a special right. 228. To work. It follows, then, that the idea of the right to work cannot be realized within the framework of a capitalist system and that it is unnecessary under socialism. Consequently, the idea can be abandoned. The second economic right is the right to the full product of one's labor. The meaning of this right lies in the principle that a thing should belong to the person who produces it. If something has been produced through the labor of one person, then it should belong to this particular person. If, however, a few persons participated in the production of something, then each of them should receive that part of its exchange value which corresponds to his contribution. According to this principle, the total product of their labor is divided among the workers without any residue. Consequently, neither unearned profit nor its legal prerequisite are possible. The idea of the right to the full product of one's labor has enjoyed great popularity in socialist thought. Menger found this idea to be present in the writings of most socialist theorists. Among others, the proposed program of the German Workers' Party, 1875, espoused the right to the full product of one's labor. Nevertheless, the socialist system of law cannot be based on the idea of the right to the full product of one's labor. If we were to recognize that each worker has the right to the entire product of his labor, without any deduction, then neither cultural nor industrial development would be possible. The demand for the full product of labor is rooted, in part, in the individualistic world outlook, which presupposes that any state is an institution alien to the individual. Concomitantly, it is also rooted in the justified reaction of the exploited, who are dissatisfied with the principle of the distribution of the products of labor in the capitalist societies. Credin is correct when, speaking about the right to the full product of one's labor, he asserts, "The old proprietary instinct manifests itself in the demands of the working people. The defense of the right to the full product of one's labor is stirred up by the interests of the person who has not yet put an end to the customs and the world outlook of the private proprietor." 5. Therefore, the idea of the right to the full product of one's labor can be recognized to a certain degree in its negative meaning, i.e., in the sense that unearned income is unjust. In no case, however, can the right to the full product of one's labor, in its positive meaning, become a principle underlying the socialist system of law. The third basic economic right that should lie at the basis of the new social order is the right to existence. This right has been defined in various ways. For example, Pokrovsky asserts that it is one's right to be provided with the so-called indispensable conditions of existence, that is, with the minimum essentials that the state could and should secure to each man. 9. Menger thinks that the right to existence implies that every member of society has the right to be furnished with those goods and services that are indispensable to his existence. 10. Novgorodtsev speaks of the right to enjoy a dignified human existence, meaning thereby not the positive measures that should be taken in order to bring about the human ideal but merely the removal of conditions that preclude the possibility of a dignified human life. 11. Novgorodtsev's construction of the right to existence has a pronounced individualistic character, it rests on the idea of a human personality and its dignity. 12. In terms of its content, however, this right is extremely ambiguous, for the very concept of a dignified human existence is indeterminate and expandable. Consequently, this concept is not an appropriate source from which to derive legal norms, at best it can become a source of moral law. Pokrovsky's interpretation of the right to existence is more acceptable. The recognition that every member of society has the right to demand from the state that he be furnished with the indispensable minimum conditions necessary for his existence is not only a feasible principle for a future law but, in part, is being realized in the existing law. Pokrovsky indicates, however, that a complete realization of the right to existence necessitates a specific social system. It presupposes the liquidation of unearned income, which can be attained only through the socialization of all means of production, i.e., through the liquidation of private property and capital. Juridically speaking, this socialization would necessitate a legal centralization of economic relationships. Instead of being dependent upon the multiple autonomous centers within the state, the entire operation of production and distribution would have to depend upon the state as a single, all-directing and all-regulating center. 13. 230. Needless to say, Pokrovsky's conclusions are correct. In any case, leaving aside the question of whether socialism rejects civil law as a matter of principle, the socialist system of law is distinct from a capitalist system, not because it expands the concept of subjective rights, but because it advances a new principle of juridical regulation. It is well known that the very idea of subjective right as a right presumably prior to and independent of objective legal norms has the character of natural law individualism. This idea came into being as a protest against police state absolutism and found its expression in the theory of the innate and inalienable rights of man. 14. Indeed, the idea of subjective rights is connected with the goods-producing society. And, if this idea were indispensable to the creation of law, then Pashukanis would be quite right in connecting all legal regulations to the relationships of goods producers in a capitalist society. But is it really so? Is the idea of legal regulation in the form of a system of subjective rights the only form of legal regulation? Is not the very principle of subjective rights subject to restrictions? We shall now answer these questions. In this connection, the theory of Duguid is of special interest. He attempted to eliminate the category of subjective rights from juridical practice altogether. Duguid thinks that the legal norm is grounded in social solidarity, that is to say, in the interdependence of the members of society. 5. In his opinion, the concept of subjective rights is metaphysical. It presupposes the existence of an abstract individual, that is, of a subject of rights. In contrast to the old metaphysical and individualistic conception of law, Duguid advances a new and, in his opinion, realistic concept, namely, the concept of social function. He interprets the meaning of this concept in the following way: neither man nor society has any rights. To speak about the rights of an individual or of society, or to speak about the need to bring the rights of an individual into conformity with the rights of the collective, is tantamount to not speaking about anything. Every individual living in society should carry out certain functions, should satisfy certain necessities. He must fulfill these functions because, otherwise, either anarchy or conditions detrimental to society would prevail. On the other hand, acts committed by him in defiance of his function will be suppressed by society. At the same time, all acts that are indispensable to the 231 fulfillment of his social function will be protected and guaranteed. The juridical rules will be founded upon the social structure, upon the necessity of keeping the various elements together through the fulfillment of the social functions assigned to each individual and to each group. This truly socialist conception of law will supersede the traditional individualistic concept. 17. Duguid is not a socialist. His construct presupposes private property. Nevertheless, property, in his opinion, ceases to be a right of the individual and is transformed into a social function. Each individual in society is under the obligation to perform a certain function, a function dependent upon his place in society. Indeed, a number of objections to Duguid's theory could be raised. Nevertheless, his theory represents a complete break with the concept of legal order as a system of subjective rights. Duguid adopts the point of view of capitalist society. However, the relationships existing in a capitalist society in the epoch of finance capital and state capitalism have nothing in common with the relationships of the independent producers of goods, relationships that found their expression in a principle of classic law, namely, in the subjective right and the juridical subject. Curiously enough, quite a few legal theorists, apart from Duguid, have developed theories according to which law in its subjective meaning is merely an element of the objective law that is superior to it. 18. The theory of law as a social function has also found expression in positive legislation. The war and, subsequently, state interference in economic life have destroyed the old notion of the individual's rights, which were assumed to be prior to and independent of society. It became evident that the rights of an individual person can exist only within the framework of society and that society has the right to impose restrictions and obligations upon its subjects. The idea of economic rights, which is very popular in modern German legal literature, is to a certain extent based on the theory of social function. For example, according to Heidemann, the principal characteristic of the new economic right is its extreme flexibility. In contrast to the natural law school, which attributes absolute qualities to legal norms and views them as being eternal and immutable laws, valid for all times and places, the principle of economic rights adopts a diametrically opposed point of view. It asserts that there are 232 no immutable forms and evaluates legal norms from the point of view of their functions, their manifestations, and their lives. The principle of economic rights has modified, in particular, the concept of property. Property is no longer looked upon as an isolated legal concept. It is being recognized that property is affected by public interest. Not the possession but the utilization of property is now of central interest, and a planned regulation of the utilization of property is viewed as the principal task of law. 1. To a certain extent, our civil code has adopted the idea of law as a social function. Thus, Article 1 asserts, civil rights are protected by law, with the exception of when they are used in conflict with their socio-economic purpose. Goikhberg indicates that our code has not approached rights from an individualistic point of view. The factors determining the scope of rights are not individual but collective interests, the interests of the workers and peasants state. The rights that we grant are not the innate rights of man, they are rights granted by the state for the purpose of attaining goals that are indispensable to collective preservation. Such a fundamental goal is the development of the productive forces within our country. The theory of law as a social function is entirely opposed to the concept of law as a system of subjective rights. The principle of subjective rights views man as a subject isolated from society, who sees in himself an independent end. On the other hand, the principle of social function binds the individual to society. Man remains subject to law, but only as he occupies a definite position within society. The principle of subjective right in its pure form corresponds to the earlier phases of the capitalist society in which the possessors of goods were opposed, one to another, as isolated subjects. The epoch of finance capital has an entirely different character. Here, the feeling of a bond between the individual person and society is much stronger. Indeed, the principle of free disposition of his rights is preserved there, but at the same time the person is restricted by an obligation not to infringe upon existing social bonds. Society in the epoch of finance capitalism is not pursuing one goal and hence has no need to regulate life in its entirety. At the same time, however, it does not conceive of itself any longer as an aggregate of isolated persons, each acting at his own risk. The problem of the socialist system of law implies the replacement of juridical regulation, based on the principle of subjective rights, by the regulation grounded upon the principle of objective law. The juridical system, conceived as a system of subjective rights, did not regulate all aspects of life. It halted before a subject with his rights as before an inviolable sanctuary. On the other hand, regulation in conformity with the principle of objective law implied a thorough mastery of social reality, a complete victory of law over life. Following the translation of such a regulation into practice, the idea of rights and the idea of obligations will blend together. Then, Auguste Comte's precept will be fulfilled. In the positive state each has duties toward everyone, but no one has any rights. To put it differently, no one has a right other than the right to fulfill his duty. 20. According to Marx, at a certain stage in their development, the material forces of production in society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a juridical expression for the same thing, with the property relations within which they had been developed before. From forms of development of the forces of production these relations turn into their fetters. Then a period of social revolution occurs. With the change of the economic foundation the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. One Marx stated the same view in the third volume of Capital: to the extent that the labor process is a simple process between man and nature, its simple elements remain the same in all social forms of development. But every definite historical form of this process develops more and more its material foundations and social forms. Whenever a certain maturity is reached, one definite social form is discarded and displaced by a higher one. The time for the coming of such a crisis is announced by the depth and breadth of the contradictions and antagonisms that separate the relations of distribution, and with them the definite historical form of the corresponding relations of production, from the productive forces. A conflict then arises between the material development of production and its social form. 2. According to Marx, the development and growth of the material forces of production in society are its content. The relationships of production, or, to use a juridical expression, the property relationships, are its form, engendered by the content, that is, by a given stage of development of the material productive forces in society. This form, in the framework of which the material productive forces are developing, becomes at a certain point too narrow because of a further development of the content, that is, the material productive forces. Removal of the old form and its replacement with a new one becomes the conditio sine qua non for the further development of productive forces in society and, consequently, an indispensable condition for the development of the entire social life. Consequently, the revolution, which occurs at a given stage of development of the forces of production, crushes the old, obsolete form of production relationships and creates new forms. And to the extent that new forms of production relations, that is, relations in which men stand one to another as participants in the social process of production, come factually into being, that is, to the extent that new forms or organization of national economy are created not only in words but in fact, the old ideological superstructure more or less rapidly changes, giving up its place to the new ideology which corresponds to the new economic structure of society. But before the broad strata of the population becomes conscious of the new social system, or, in other words, before new ideological forms come into being, a more or less protracted period of persistent struggle with the old habits and ideas, which grew up and developed under the conditions of old, pre-evolutionary socio-economic relationships, is inevitable. Among the ideological superstructures standing above the economic structure of society, the legal ideology is most abstract. Its real, visible threads, connecting it with reality, are difficult to see with an ordinary, unequipped eye. This is so, on the one hand. On the other hand, since law protects the real and vital interests of some men, those whose interests it protects endow it with transcendental qualities and refuse to admit that law is a social phenomenon. Hence, it is not surprising that metaphysical, idealist theories of law prevail in the field of jurisprudence. Contemporary bourgeois ideologists, learned jurists and professors of law poison the souls of young generations with the view that law is a metaphysical, abstract entity that stands above men and classes. Some of them do it unconsciously, because of the stagnation of their intellects, but the majority does it consciously. While opposing law to power, they solemnly proclaim that law is higher than power and that, therefore, power should be subordinated under law. But these gentlemen know quite well that during the entire history of the world not even one state or social order has given away its place to a new state or social order voluntarily. They know equally well that each state and social order creates its own law, which, in reality, has very little in common with absolute metaphysical being, a law whose function is to protect the interests of those groups of the population which, having won the victory in the struggle, are stronger than others. They know equally well that not even one government has ever existed that would not declare officially, or at least pretend, that it represents the interests of the whole people and that the law, which it 236 created in the interests of the ruling class, of the victorious class, protects the interests of the whole people. All this is known to gentlemen, learned jurists, and professors, but they constantly and in different ways repeat that law is a higher moral value, that the function of law is to safeguard the higher interests of culture and civilization, the interests of the whole society, etc. But history teaches us that each socio-political system creates not only its own positive law but also its own philosophy of law. Whereas, in ancient and medieval times, the defenders of slave-holding and feudal systems saw the source of law in religion, the enlightened philosophers and professors, the ideologists of bourgeois systems, are above such medieval prejudices. The reasons for this are clear. In the past it was easy to deceive the people by playing with their naive religious feelings, by exploiting their ignorance. At the present time, more refined and perfected methods and forms of deception are needed. Since everything flows, since everything changes, the content and the forms of deception are also changing. Metaphysics took the place of religion. All efforts of bourgeois ideologists are now directed toward idealization of the existing bourgeois system, toward justifying them philosophically. They claim that the bourgeois system is a legal system, a system based on law and not on power, as was the case with the feudal absolutist system, which, presumably, was devoid of a legal basis and which was based exclusively on sheer physical force. In the judgment of the bourgeois ideologists, the democratic state made available the freedom of opportunity for the further perfection of society, and social progress takes place there only within a legal framework. Therefore, all revolutionary methods for bringing about social and political changes, all violent means for resolving socio-political conflicts, are contradictory to the legal foundations of society. Of course, these gentlemen either forget, or pretend to have forgotten, that the bourgeoisie attained power only after a persistent and fierce struggle of the people against absolutism. They forget that bourgeois authority became consolidated only after a complete and final overthrow of absolutism. Nevertheless, they do not hesitate to recognize and to justify the employment of force against the working class by the bourgeoisie. This, in their opinion, is a protection of legal order against anarchistic acts of the working class. Communism and law *I move. The transition period, Sovietsko Pravo. 237. According to Marx, all law is, in its content, a law of inequality. What does this mean? This means that law arises and operates in conditions of economic inequality. The function of law is precisely to protect economic inequality. This is the historical meaning of law. Everywhere and always law has protected and protects certain advantages and privileges, whatever they may be. This is why Marx designated the law operating in the first stage of communist society as the bourgeois law. From this it follows quite clearly that law will disappear only when all economic inequality has disappeared in society, or, to put it differently, when society will demand from each according to his abilities and will give to each according to his needs, that is, in a complete, large-scale communist system. Then, and only then, will the legacy of the old system, the state, disappear with its entire apparatus of coercion. Since law, which at the first stage of communist society has a bourgeois character, will disappear completely under full-scale communism, it is inadmissible to speak of communist law, communist property, etc. First, this would be a logical fallacy, contradictionary in adjecto. Second, this would be a false methodological approach, pregnant with unfortunate consequences concerning the meaning of law, its role, and its significance in man's social life. There is a very popular view which asserts that legal regimen, that is, legal regulation of social relationships, will be preserved in the communist system. Besides practical considerations, namely, that man is merely a man with all his weaknesses and deficiencies, and that, therefore, coercion is indispensable, purely theoretical justifications of this view are being advanced. We are told that law, being an aspect of man's social life, is organically and indissolubly connected with man's social life. Lawfully and completely shares the destiny of society and will remain in existence as long as human society exists in this world. Human society is unthinkable without law. From this theory it follows that man is not only a social being but also a legal being, or rather a social being, and, consequently, a legal being. At the first superficial glance, all these theoretical arguments appear to be quite convincing and are presumably based on materialistic considerations. This, however, is merely an appearance. What are the errors of these arguments? It is true that law occupies a very significant sector in social life, that it is organically connected with the structure of society and, therefore, is not artificially invented. It is equally true that man's legal life changes with changes in his social life, with changes in the forms of his social relationships, that is, forms of legal relationships change with changes in forms of social relationships. All this is true. Only one thing is false, the main thing, namely, that law is not an inescapable satellite of the development of human society at all stages of its development. Law appears at a definite stage in the development of human society, namely, when economic antagonism, economic inequality, becomes manifest. Of course, law cannot exist outside and without society, but a society can exist without the law. In a developed communist society in which not antagonism but cooperation and economic collaboration will be the motivating forces, there will be no law and no legal norms. The legal moment in human relationships will disappear forever. Of course, society will remain in existence and will be developing. A savage, who lives outside of society and owns certain tools, is not an owner of these tools in the juridical meaning of the term. His ownership is merely a physical possession and nothing else. A singular fact of possession has no social meaning. Only in society and through society does the savage possessor become a juridical owner. It is not society but the economic antagonism existing in society which gives rise to law and transforms the physical possession into a juridical one. In the classless communist society, juridical ownership will be transformed once again into the physical possession of things. At this point we can outline three moments that are characteristic of law. Law is the social relationship. Law is the social relationship of inequality. Law has a historically limited, a temporary, character. Of course, from the point of view of the proponents of communist law, a law is also a social relationship but not a temporary and transitional relationship. Law is eternal, or, rather, immanent in society. Law, in their opinion, is one of the functions of human society, a function that is indissolubly and organically tied to human society and shares its destiny from the moment of its birth to its very death. From this follows another error of this theory: worship of legal norms and the recognition of norms as the initial, primary moment of legal regulation. From this also follows the traditional definition of law as an aggregate of externally coercive norms, etc. Law, according to Marx, can never be higher than the economic form. What does this mean? This means that law merely expresses, registers economic relationships, but does not create, does not give birth to them. Law merely secures, or protects economic relationships. Only in this limited sense can one speak of law as regulating social relationships. Positive law, therefore, is not the law that appears in a form of written or unwritten norms but the law that operates in real life. Legal norms are law if they do not operate merely on paper but really fix the existing economic relationships. The recognition of the norm as a primary source of legal regulation is tantamount to its separation from the economic content which it reflects. Furthermore, it is tantamount to a rejection of the Marxist theory of law as a superstructure standing above the economic basis. In order to prevent any misunderstandings and misinterpretations, an additional explanation is necessary. We assert that law is merely an expression of economic content. An objection can be raised that this view is contradictory to our assertion that law will disappear in a full-scale communist society. If law disappears, then how will economic relationships be regulated in a communist society? There are only two possibilities. If law is an expression of economic content, then it will remain in existence under a communist system, because under communism there will be an economy, or should we assume that together with law economy will also disappear under communism, which is obviously absurd. Hence, we are told that we should either admit that there will be a legal regime under communism or reject the view that law is an expression of economic content. All this is not as bad as we are told. No contradiction is involved here. We know that all law is law of inequality, that legal regulations exist only under conditions of economic inequality, and that, consequently, law is an expression of a contradictory economy, that is, an economy founded on antagonism. From our definition of the state as an apparatus of class domination, it follows that the existence of the state will come to an end simultaneously with the disappearance of classes, i.e., with the introduction of a classless society. Engels used the expression withers away to describe the disappearance of the state. In doing this, he stressed the fact that the disappearance of the state will not be an instantaneous event but a protracted process. This is simply a logical conclusion of the whole history of class society. Communists are not alone in demanding the abolition of the state. Anarchists, too, demand its abolition. However, as Lenin stated, from Uchini o Gosudurst proletariat. I Krescienstwa I ego konstytucji, pages 288-91. When at last the state becomes the real representative of the whole of society, it renders itself superfluous. As soon as class rule and the individual struggle for existence based on our present anarchy in production disappear, and along with them the collisions and excesses arising from this struggle, nothing more remains to be repressed, and a special repressive force, a state, is no longer necessary. State interference in social relations becomes, in one domain after another, superfluous and withers away of itself. The government of persons is replaced by the administration of things and by the conduct of processes of production. The state is not abolished, it withers away. From this it follows that there is the last act of the state, it withers away *. We do not at all disagree with the anarchists on the question of the abolition of the state as an aim. We maintain that, to achieve this aim, temporary use must be made of the instruments, means, and methods of the state power against the exploiters, just as the dictatorship of the oppressed class is temporarily necessary for the annihilation of classes. Marx chooses the sharpest and clearest way of stating his position against the anarchists. When they have cast off the yoke of the capitalists, ought the workers to lay down arms or ought they to use them against the capitalists in order to crush their resistance? But what is the systematic use of arms by one class against the other, if not a transitional form of the state? Intellectualism in the 1920s 241. The withering away of the state and law is possible only in the second stage of development. The state will be able to wither away completely when society has realized the rule, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, i.e., when people have become so accustomed to observing fundamental rules of social life, and their labor is so productive, that they will work voluntarily according to their ability. The narrow horizon of bourgeois law will then be left behind. Is it not a utopia? Lenin answers this question in the following way.